This guy here is our main character, just a supporting character who wants to live a normal life. But his destiny was to fall in love with female villains, student council presidents with incredibly powerful abilities. These 5 assassin girls with animal ears can send others to their demise in the blink of an eye. The 6 demonesses are SSS rank mages. And without further ado, let's not elaborate. Let's begin. Like the butterfly effect, the fate of humanity can be changed by just one small choice. In other words, this is a damn phenomenon, at least to me, because so far I have made quite a few decisions that I regret. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door and a loud shout, startling him. Honey, are you listening to me? I came in here because I knew you were in there. You'd better open the door. I already asked awfully, the dorm manager. She said he doesn't have any classes today. Are you planning to ignore me completely? I'm extremely annoyed by that ear-splitting voice now. She's nothing more than a stalker. Then the man outside began to growl, and a knife was thrust through the wooden door. Okay, then I'll go in myself. When he saw this, he panicked, broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyes widened. This insane woman, seeing the door being slashed horizontally and vertically by the attacker, panicked and screamed loudly to stop him. This is a violation of the rules. The student council president is the one who enforces punishments on those who violate the rules. More slash marks appeared on the door along with terrifying threats. Unfortunately for you, I am the student council president. The other man quickly and confidently walked in. You've been avoiding me a lot lately, haven't you? Specifically, Times. Sat down on the ground in fear. Did she count them all? Elo's beautiful face and lovely figure peeked out from under her hat. I have a question for you. 30 gleaming silver shoe toes lay on the floor. Bellow orange seeds. Do you want to marry me? He sat on the floor, panicking, staring at her. Wait a minute. Another voice suddenly rang out, making Dot break out in a cold sweat and turn to look. What are you talking about? Princess Cheeston, the man with the mustache, sitting casually on the windowsill, spoke to her in a provocative tone. Unexpectedly, she set her sights on a man who was already taken. Is that how her family operates? He recognized her and cautiously called out the name of the car. He glanced at the car with a cold, sharp look in his eyes. This place seems too bright for an assassin to hide in. Wouldn't there be too many witnesses? She showed no fear, sticking out her tongue and winking mockingly. Killing all witnesses is my principle, princess. Dot became even more agitated at this point. He leaned against the wall, looked up, and hastily retorted. Wait, I'm really in a difficult situation. I haven't even thought about getting married. Another loud noise rang out, and a plump figure with striking blue hair descended from the roof into the room. Both her demeanor and the car's occupants became more subdued. Only he remained, his face turning ashen as he called out Lilu's name. Lilu shouted loudly. Then she smiled broadly and made the suggestion. Live with me. The more Lilu spoke, the more bewildered Dot's eyes became. Wedding preparations are almost complete. Now all you need to do is follow me, and that's it. Suddenly, Duardaya appeared from behind, radiating murderous intent and wielding a chain in a defensive stance. That's very rude. A magnificent image of Feenan riding on a magic broom appeared, surrounded by swirling streams of fire. Can you all be quiet? You hateful people, that's mine. Faced with those arrogant words, he seemed unable to control his emotions. Phy, with a cold and indifferent glance, seemed to realize that this matter had truly become a power struggle. Cars of the Gossip Club are no less ridiculous. Those people are truly delusional. Lilu hurriedly urged. What are you still standing there for? Come with me. Dudaya quickly offered him a solution. Hey Cheat, I think you should just refuse them all. Fawn, being very serious about the competition, looked at him. If anyone objects to something that has already been decided, then there is only one outcome. Finally, being surrounded by 5 domineering and bossy women left him pale and drained of all color. These women began to charge at each other to fight a decisive battle. When you're surrounded, you feel like your vestibular system is going to scream. How long are you guys going to keep arguing nonsense? Oh right, the survival game that put me in this situation is called Saving, or S, a Bright Academy story for enthusiastic young people. It has a slightly bubbly feel to it, but the characters are familiar and consistent. The game saw Ving was like always. I beat the game and watched the ending. I found it quite interesting and felt quite satisfied. But then the next day I got drawn into this. Does this make sense? Hey, It's not like I cursed at the game and got targeted by some godlike programmer, right? I don't have any feelings for the main character either. Anyway, I've entered that world, a place of absolute powerlessness, the son of an unknown viscount, a third-rate nobody in this world. The leopard-spotted territory was primarily agricultural, and there were no dungeons. Something that was present throughout the empire, it was only mentioned briefly in the introduction of S. Therefore, the story of a fourth Earl's son being admitted to the Royal Academy was a world-shattering event. The father said, "Finally, you're leaving." He replied happily, "Yes, father, I'm going now." Tutu Cambio wiped away his tears, emotionally instructing, "You are the pride of our territory. Stay healthy and don't cause trouble." El Fanti is a gathering place for the descendants of nobility from across the empire, the best thing about it. The only thing a young nobleman can do is avoid attracting attention, understand? He obediently smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand." The system displayed his information: status, stat boost, power boost, agility boost, stamina boost, luck boost, ability boost, skill information, no skills, mastery information, no special skills, and no special gifts. He frowned helplessly, feeling that everything was boosted. Even a veteran gamer had never seen anyone with such low starting stats. To make matters worse, the system displayed a notification. The main task was enrollment, and I was assigned to a class. According to the game's system, if I skip a mission, I'll get a game over. And LT Academy, where I'm about to enroll, will soon descend into chaos due to the rampage of the villains. I will not do anything that could endanger my life. He confidently reassured his father, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll do my best not to draw anyone's attention." The distraught father hastily denied it. "That's not what I meant." But since he was probably going to let him finish his sentence, he interrupted, "I don't want to fantasize about enhancing the reputation of the territory under a clear blue sky. I'm determined not to attract attention." He firmly stated, "I don't need to get high scores, just average ones will do." Tutuc Cambio stammered, interrupting him, "That's not what I meant. Shouldn't the protagonist be the one doing everything? I should be invisible in the academy." My school life began. He suddenly frowned when he saw the person opposite him. But why was I in the same carriage with her in the first place? A bloodthirsty wretch. People piled up corpses. Yellow locked Chi So Tan. She is the ultimate boss of this world. In the scenarios, she and the protagonist constantly clash, and her sanity gradually crumbles. Existence lies dormant within her. The last gray demon will devour Io's body. And then she became the final boss, and no one else but the protagonist. People who have completed her final development phase can defeat her. Io was reading a book and softly asked him how he was doing. "Are you all right? You don't look very well." Hearing this, he quickly stammered and forced a smile in response. "He's fine," he thought to himself. The officials, including Chi So, seemed to place great importance on their image. She said coldly, "Our seating here instead of in first class is a deliberate decision, intended to show that we, a high-ranking aristocratic family, are also approachable. I'm sorry for making you worry." Everyone who rides in the carriage with me has the same expression. He was astonished, thinking, she's different from what he remembers. The keywords used to describe Yellow are competence, perfection, and boldness. But what's with this sensitive side of her? Her gaze slowly lifted, her pale pink eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She asked, "Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else?" Min scratched his head awkwardly and stammered in reply, "Sir, it's nothing." She's surprisingly kind. Io picked up the glass of water and asked softly, "Suddenly you've heard something bad about me?" He quickly tried to refute her, but before he could say anything, she continued, "Have we met before?" He thought to himself, "I must be going crazy." Seeing her sigh, he replied, "I just heard you're quite strict." She replied, "He's a strange man." The male protagonist's face darkened, and he awkwardly admitted it. "Yes. I hear that quite often." He secretly told himself, "I'm just an extra, don't get involved. Don't get involved. It's best to stay silent and look away." Looking back now, the scenery around us was truly magnificent, with those huge rocks rolling towards us. "Wait a minute, what the hell is that?" He stared wide-eyed at the rock flying toward him. He whispered, "The student council president." "That's confusing." Doc quickly extended his hand towards her while casually saying, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" A huge rock, moving at an incredibly high speed like a raging fire, slammed straight into the window of his room. Identifying armor and crafting armor. For adult skeletons, yellow always. Carries that with him. We can't survive with all our stats being artificially boosted. This action of his caused E to open her eyes wide in surprise, still in a daze. He asked, "Are you all right?" He contentedly buried his face in her breasts and softly replied, "Hmm." She continued to ask, "Can you move?" "It's too heavy." When he lifted his face, he screamed in surprise. "Ah." May awkwardly and shyly stammered, "I'm sorry." She responded comfortably, "It's all right. He did it to save me." He was surprised inwardly. "What?" She turned her face away from him and explained, "This is the first time someone has approached me so directly, but thank you. I understand what you mean, so please don't apologize." He replied shyly, barely able to speak. "Ah well, but in my head I was thinking, I only rushed at her to benefit from her armor." Io stood up and asked, "What's your name?" He asked unexpectedly. "Huh." He looked at her and secretly wondered. He had a feeling he would run into her frequently if he answered. So, should I respond like, if I ask, "What are you planning to do?" But then he also said his name. Camel. Hearing his name, she instinctively repeated, Camel. Her eyes returned to their cold state as she said, "Okay, I won't forget. I'll repay you later." As soon as she finished speaking, the system notified him. "You have attracted the attention of a villain. Conditions to receive the special gift have been activated. You have acquired the desperate survival skill with deadly charm." Someone exclaimed, in surprise. "What?" Looking at the burning car crushed by a large rock, the man asked loudly, "Was this train coming from the T-shaped strait? Therefore, someone is bandaging and treating the wounds." He said that thanks to special security measures, there weren't many casualties. He groaned softly in pain. "It hurts so much." The old man asked helplessly, "Where did I touch you?" The wheels began to roll. One man instructed, "Those who have been checked may leave." Another quickly responded, "Yes." The horse-drawn carriages quickly approached the city gate. Notification system. Special gift. 1 gift. Fated attraction. You will receive more rewards by attracting the attention of those with evil characteristics. After reading the notification, he said thoughtfully, "It's no wonder I couldn't find the activation conditions before, no matter what I did. In the land of leopards, let alone those with evil characteristics. Even those with neutral personalities are as rare as gold." Of course, that gift couldn't be activated. Should I check more carefully? He sat in the ambulance, the system continuing to prompt him to check. Desperate survival skills. Level. When in danger, your stats will increase according to the level of danger. Deadly charm skills. Level. When confronted with individuals possessing evil characteristics, you will more easily attract their attention. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. He seriously looked at the system screen and analyzed it. Desperate survival skills will certainly be useful in combat and help me survive. But can I really possess this deadly charm? The system displayed another reminder to him. It helps me attract the attention of those with evil characteristics. When he finished, he frowned in concern. Evil characteristics. Characters with these traits in the game include a battle-crazed warrior, a deranged swordsman who slashes anyone within 3 steps, and a violent assassin who kills anyone for money. A magical genius with a completely twisted sense of perception, full of troublesome people. But for now, it probably doesn't matter. The most important thing is to have the skills to survive. But strangely, the skill level is listed as a question mark. Even though I'm a veteran S player, I've never seen this state before. What does that mean? Seeing him so stunned, the healer asked, "Are you all right? Do you need another psychological checkup?" He answered firmly, "Sir, I'm perfectly fine." The carriage continued its journey to its destination. Cambio sat in his seat, sighing. A man standing high above spoke in a clear, loud voice. "Although an unfortunate incident occurred, I still thank everyone for arriving here safely. The new students this year are amazing," he muttered, lost in thought about his conversation with the healer. The healer asked him, "Hey, new student, I heard you rode in the same carriage with Miss Chi Suatsu." He replied coldly, "So what? Is he mocking me? You're just the son of an unknown fourth lord, with no connections whatsoever." At that moment, he closed his eyes and calmly said, "I too was once a student of Elfanti, from an unknown noble family." Hearing this, the young man was extremely surprised. He continued, "Do you think it's just a coincidence that you're sharing a car with her among so many other options?" The princess has countless enemies. You'd better stay away from her from now on. Getting involved with those high-ranking nobles will only bring you trouble. That turned to look at Io and replied, I will remember that. Just then, the system displayed another notification. Waste, low favorability rating. Second, the event concerning the initial stage of trust is about to take place. That's impossible. I've been drawn in whether I wanted to or not. In this academy teeming with intrigue, it's no surprise she's a strong contender for the final boss. Simply standing near her could put you in danger at any moment. While I was lost in thought, someone suddenly shouted my name. You bastard. Cambio. A tall, burly man snarled, rolling a piece of paper into a spool and thrusting it towards him, saying aggressively, Why are you standing there? The man next to him immediately added his mocking remark. Look at that country bumpkin over there, the one holding the roll of paper as a reminder. Everyone else had paired up for practice matches, leaving him standing alone. The practical combat test will begin immediately after the entrance ceremony, he said. And your opponent has been automatically selected. Hearing this, he playfully rubbed his head and asked, Excuse me, then who is my opponent? At the same time, a sense of unease was gradually rising in his heart. He thought to himself, if everyone had already chosen, wouldn't the one left last be the strongest? Elia stood above him, looking down and striking up a conversation. Hello? He looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Elia, the greatest genius in the world. She smiled cheerfully and asked him, Do you need any help? He looked at her, his whole body trembling, and stammered in reply, I'm fine. Wait a minute. He thought to himself. In the future, she would become his savior and the main character of Savior. This girl is also the main character of Savior Dying. Elia reached out her hand from the stone platform, her face darkening, her eyes welling up with tears, thinking to herself, Am I doomed? From inside the room came voices that sounded like a roll call. Now the Count of Dien has just arrived, and the Marquis of Galanti is also new. A girl was resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. What was wrong with her? The entrance exam duel was underway, and yet she was late? She seemed impatient. A young man spoke up, asking, What about Miss Chi-san? When will she arrive? Before he could finish his sentence, he cautiously stepped forward, his clothes still stained with blood. Approaching the table in the middle of the room, she plunged the blood-stained sword into it. Amidst such a scene, the girl sitting in the middle of the main hall, as if very familiar with it, raised her eyebrows in questioning. I have many things I want to ask you, but where were you just now? With the blood still on her face, she softly replied, I was dealing with some matters. Ifan T sighed softly and said, I'm sorry, but I have something else to take care of first. Hearing this, she showed no surprise and decisively replied, Okay. In the dark night, with the full moon hanging high in the sky, they talked to each other. But did anyone die? Not many, only about people. Io crossed his arms and began to recount. They're trying to assassinate me. They dropped a rock on the Academy ship, trying to make it look like an accident. We found out who they were and happened to be nearby, so we killed them. Elf Fan, after listening, reminded her, Shouldn't you have left such matters to the students to handle? Io, hearing this, turned slightly and coldly replied, Too much trouble. She glanced at her, her voice like a stone slab, and asked, Or, do you expect me to be a perfect person, only forgiving those who want to kill me? Hearing that, she could only helplessly remind them to avoid the topic, but at least they should go change their clothes first. Entrance exam duels are also taking place. If she goes now, she will see Elia, a rare genius. Io and Doc Cam. What the hell is this? Oh, I'll repeat your name. That's Bello Cam. The girl wearing glasses looked at the file and replied, Yes, it's him. Do you know him? He doesn't look particularly remarkable. Yellow began to recall the image of Dot, sitting in the car, and unconsciously smiled. She whispered, That guy is quite strange, over here. The crowd below was shouting provocatively, charging forward like country bumpkins, while he stood trembling on the arena floor, sword in hand, some even excitedly gambling. Let's bet on how many moves he can withstand. Another person replied, Bet on what? If I get hit by her, I'm finished. He looked at Elia opposite him and thought to himself that his stats were terrible. If he got hit, he would die. But looking at it another way, this might be his opportunity. This situation is very dangerous, so I have nothing to lose. Notification system, desperate survival skills, question mark level. When in danger, Your stats will increase according to the level of danger. That looked down at the cheering crowd below and silently speculated that the villains he would have to face would surely be among those present. If I don't die, at least I can attract their attention. With this informational advantage and this stat, I can survive. Seeing that he was standing still and not reacting, Elia called out to him. He exclaimed, in surprise, "Huh." She gestured for him to speak the truth. Hearing this, his face gradually darkened, revealing his bewilderment. Elia looked at him and asked, "You're really very weak, aren't you?" He was so surprised he couldn't speak. Stammered, "That." Then, she moved closer and confirmed it with mischievous certainty. "I guessed right, didn't I? At first, I intended to beat you to a pulp, but given your condition, suddenly pausing while speaking only made you more nervous." He stammered fearfully, "Beat him up? Oh, why would that be?" She asked softly. "You were with Miss Chi soon, weren't you? I hate her, not just her, but the entire Chi So-Tu family. They are all devils in human disguise." Hearing this, narrowed his eyes and silently marveled. What audacity! To say that here, and it's not wrong at all. According to the storyline, she has a very deep-seated hatred for the Chi So-Tu family, a family conflict that she understands. That spoke up to explain, "I just happened to be in the same car with her." Hearing this, she defiantly pointed her sword at him, but he still reminded me of her. "You have annoyed me, so I intend to beat you to vent my anger. But never mind, how about we pretend to have a fight?" He pondered this, and honestly, it sounded appealing, but if he didn't become stronger quickly in the next 2 days, his life would be in danger. The only way to survive is to get attention right now. Thinking this, Du immediately came up with the idea, "Just fight with all your might." That began to provoke her. "Actually, I quite like her too." Elia suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at him with a terrifying expression. She tightened her grip on the sword and asked again, "Are you serious?" He answered silently in his heart, "Of course I was lying. But if I wanted her to fight with all her might, this was the only way." That gaze responded with more determination than ever before. "I am as serious as your hatred for her." Notification system, deadly charm skill activated. The villain's attractiveness to you increases dramatically. A new reward has been added to the gift catalog. Elia said disdainfully, "Then I have no reason to feel guilty." Having said that, she lunged at him, swinging her sword with such force that it broke in two. This attack was incredibly quick and decisive, catching Dot by surprise and frightening him. He leaned back, his face contorting in the process. He asked in surprise, "You dodged it? So you're not entirely useless after all? Then let me speed up a bit." Hearing this, his face darkened with fear. Dot gritted his teeth, sweating profusely as he glared at his opponent. The system's red notification alert, warning of a dangerous situation detected. Danger level, not life-threatening. Desperate survival skills activated at level. Du seemed to lose control of his hand and punched her straight in the face, instinctively shouting. "Damn," he thought to himself, "that frog-level hand is full of immense power. Its punches are incredibly merciless." Dot stared in surprise, his body surrounded by green light. He thought in astonishment, "Isn't this the highest rank?" Du's powerful punch left everyone watching the match speechless, and Elio was sent flying far away into the stands. Men remained in the same position, still in astonishment. Like the audience, he was also left speechless, his mouth agape. Everyone around seemed unable to believe what they were witnessing. They all gritted their teeth in fear at the person who had the highest ranking stats. The first day of attending Fan Academy successfully subdued the protagonist of this world. Inside the building, the voice analyzing the situation indicated two possibilities. One possibility is that this kid is an extremely skilled con artist. You change your mind so quickly, you little brat. Anyway, this is really illogical, the man sitting on the chair said. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that before the fight he had absolutely no fighting skills or strength, but that blow was definitely real. A tan, sitting opposite, in the center, asked again, "What do you mean?" He replied frankly and sullenly, "What I mean is that no one in ET could stand up after that blow, not even me." The most likely possibility is that he defeated Elia Kanexer with some kind of forbidden drug or tool, some method, and temporarily increased his strength. The second possibility is that he is truly a monstrous genius. Then Anti adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "But it's very difficult to accept this victory. Border Commander Kensit, Elia's patron, would certainly not stand idly by. However, Overlooking a student with great potential would be a significant loss for the academy. If he really is a con artist, it will be exposed sooner or later. Well, let's just wait and see what happens. He seemed confused. He asked, "What do you mean?" Atan replied, "This year there are many interesting students, some of whom are so special that they need special treatment. If he is truly as special as you say, he will certainly have an important role to play." Very quickly, there was news related to Dot. Breaking news. The whole world is focusing its attention on him. Who exactly is he? Is he a descendant of a great knight or the strongest genius to ever set foot in the academy? Beneath the silly photo is a clearly written inscription, "The new star of Commander Kenjit." Shocking defeat shortly after enrollment. He held the news article in his hand and sighed dejectedly. Are they serious about these damn news articles? The system displays a notification. The profile information related to the special gift has been updated. The system displays information about EO. Character information, Yellow La Chit's trust level from level to level rewards. Available for character event D year title, a Mu Curious level. Having received points, he dejectedly threw the news article aside and sat down to relax on the chair, checking the notification system. The system continues to display Viscount Lubin, level Curiosity, receiving points. Viscount Gond, level 3 interest, received points. Dot looked up at the system screen, silently thinking, if the development level is based on curiosity, interest, and trust, and these points can be used in the points shop, he carefully searched and said, "Your highest level of curiosity is EO. But why does the final boss, who shouldn't have had any interest in me, have so much?" The system displays rewards received from yellow gifts. You received the sword technique characteristic. Chi So Tun looked bewildered as he pressed the screen and spoke. The sword techniques of the Chichua clan, one of the world's leading sword techniques, are truly a treasure. He pondered the question of whether this family was connected to demons, but decided to just live first. The system displays information about the character Elia Kane Nexer. Curiosity level 4 cannot claim rewards at this time. Seeing this, he said in surprise, "Why is she on this list?" He pondered curiously. Gifts were only given to villains who had a positive interest in him, and she wasn't a villain, nor did she have any interest in him at all. While lost in thought, a knock on the door startled him, causing him to turn around. A voice called from outside. "Is this Dot's room?" He thought for a moment. The voice sounded too familiar. "The person outside is Elia," she said. "Elia, Diana, under your armpit now, can we come in?" Hearing this, he was a little surprised. What's this? Why is she here? If I stay quiet, she might leave. She looked terribly bruised and battered, standing outside the door and softly asking, "Hey, are you there? If you don't answer, I'll break down the door." Hearing this, he panicked and quickly shouted back, "Wait, are you crazy?" Elia exclaimed, "Certain. So you were in there then. Can you open the door? I have something I want to talk to you about." He gritted his teeth and asked, "What's going on?" Elia leaned against the door, saying awkwardly, "Just things to help us understand each other a little better." Hearing this, he was bewildered, wondering what on earth was happening. Looking down the long hallway with its warm yellow lights, Elia frowned, glancing around, then angrily turned her back and walked away, muttering, "He should have just gone along with it. Why are you so stiff?" Elia recalled the moment she was dragged away. She had struggled and begged, "Can't we be friends?" Returning to reality, Elia was both annoyed and curious. There's something strange about him. She sighed, lost in thought. I don't know how to make friends with a man, because she was so lost in thought that she wasn't looking where she was going. Elia bumped into someone walking towards her, causing a small bag in that person's hand to fall to the ground. She knelt down to pick it up when the other person spoke up. "You should watch where you're going." Reprimanded, she stammered, "A yellow." L&T looked down and asked if she was all right. Elia, seeing that it was her, was so overwhelmed that she couldn't speak. Neither of them said anything. They just stared at each other. She suddenly remembered the desperate warning. "Hey, run, Elia." That reminded Elia of that stormy, fiery night when someone had stood in front of her, settling the score for her. She replied in a trembling voice, "I'm fine." Elia's eyes were filled with hatred, and she thought to herself that she had instinctively grabbed the sword. At my current level, can I defeat her? Unintelligible text. As soon as he thought of her name, Yellow gently extended his hand. She was astonished, her eyes fixed on her, feeling confused, but she was certain she had seen her hand. Why is she not reacting at all? Io spoke up. Give it back. Elia picked up the bag, stood up, and began to think. Was she implying that there was no need to even react to her? With trembling hands, she handed the small bag back to Yellow and said, "Here, take it." Yellow still felt conflicted. How come he knows her too? As the two passed each other, she reminded her to go to the right. Going around this corner would lead to Dot's room. Io paused after hearing this, then called Elia over. Looking puzzled. Wait, how do you know where his room is? His worried face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed as he listened to her reply. I have been with him all this time. She continued. For what purpose? Elia wondered to herself. Why is she so hostile? That's what I thought, but I still smiled and responded in a friendly way because of the camaraderie among the freshmen. Io sternly reminded the new students that they were not allowed to socialize with members of the opposite sex. She was extremely surprised by this newly added law after hearing it. She was filled with murderous intent, slowly repeating, "Not allowed." Elia asked, "Is there any law that stipulates such a thing?" Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her sternly. "Tu just laid down a rule. From now on, she's not allowed to come to his room anymore." She scratched her head in confusion and asked, "Excuse me, but what's the chairman's relationship with him?" She called back as she turned to leave. Nothing at all. However, remembering what she had just said to her, Elia watched her back as she walked away and thought of that scene during the battle, as serious as her hatred for her. She thought angrily, there's something between these two. Even if it's just a little, I should continue to get closer to him. The El Fanny Academy's class placement exam is designed to meticulously analyze every aspect of the academy. After a duel, the trainees will be divided into groups. And because I defeated the warrior candidate, I was placed in the highest tier. Everyone looked proud, and I was the only one who looked worried. The biggest problem is this girl. Yesterday, I pushed her away, but now she's in the same group as me. The system continues to display the character information message. Elia CX's level of interest is approaching interested. Her level of curiosity is 5, and she cannot yet receive the reward. But the time is near for a change in the state of interest. The important character will have a special event when the state of interest changes. He thought helplessly to himself, is her level of interest increasing again? What's going on? He recalled that last night he received a package of snacks and a letter wishing him good luck on his exams. He began analyzing the situation in his head. So, is someone watching me? Why is all this happening to me? A voice called out, Group 1, it's your turn. He sighed and thought, putting that aside for now, focusing on the exam first would surely prevent too many complications, as this is part of the main storyline. System display. Character information L Lachit SN trust level is 2. Character event will take place soon. Yellow stood solemnly and said clearly, It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yellow. The person in charge of this exam was extremely surprised when he saw her. What? This certainly can't be a coincidence. Yellow's event was originally scheduled to take place today, but she's directly in charge of her group, so it would be unusual if nothing went wrong during this exam. 5 people sitting around the round table were also watching intently through the sphere placed in the center. They shared the same line of thinking. If he was truly a genius, he could defeat the warrior candidate. I also want to see how he performs in this exam. Let the team leaders lead the exam, just in case something goes wrong. He waved his hand and said, First, let's move to the examination area. We'll answer your questions when we get there. Elle exclaimed in surprise. They must have invested a lot in this place. One of the men walking ahead called out to him, Be quiet and follow me. Elle, let's all go into a dark place together. Someone exclaimed, This place looks amazing. Another said, The lights just went out. She remained silent, lost in thought. Elia, seeing this, urged her on, saying she would answer the question when they arrived. So this is part of the test? Because right now I'm looking at the lever and thinking, I think I can answer this. The entrance has been sealed off and the power has been cut off. The system suddenly announced. Concerns are currently in effect. After reading it, he sighed, thinking it was a trap, not a test. The system again displays the character information for Ilola La Chedesen. Following the assassination, the surviving assassins are still targeting her. Protect this person. One of the freshmen spoke up to remind them. They will take care of it. Don't worry. Another man with dragon strawberry hair said. But we should move. Nobody knows what might happen here. He was observing from a distance. He thought, wait a minute, I just noticed. All these people are members of the protagonist team. If I remember the script correctly, this is where they first met. In other words, everyone in this room is quite important to the story. As soon as he finished thinking, he pointed to a wall and said decisively, I think the central hall is the most logical place to move to. One of them exclaimed in surprise, Huh? What the hell? There's a map there. He continued, there certainly won't be any relief supplies there. Most importantly, it's a large area, which will be easier to defend against ambushes than these narrow corridors. Chi saw feigned fear and asked again, ambushes? He continued to persuade her, and the two of them probably sensed it as well. Isn't that right? Chairman and Elia, we're not the only ones here. They heard it, but didn't know how to respond. Well, let's go this way, Elia asked, bewildered. Huh? What? He answered briefly, because it was necessary. She angrily pointed at him and said, but why? It's completely the opposite of the central hall. His face darkened, and he replied dejectedly, I can't say right now, but this is very important. I'll explain later. He looked worried and thought, yes, it really is important. I won't lie to them. Nothing is more important than protecting your own life, right? Footsteps echoed in the darkness. Dot said in a low voice, okay, then keep walking. He recalled his powerful punch to Yellow and sighed inwardly, seemingly thinking that defeating Elia had given his words some credibility. Ours men just needed to hide until this event was over. After all, the assassination target was someone important, so they wouldn't pay attention to him. He just needed to find a quiet corner and wait. I was calculating when suddenly, I heard someone calling out. That guy. He tilted his head slightly to look at a very suspicious, tall man who was staring at him and asking, I'm here to fix the electrical system. Could you guide me? His eyesight was poor in the darkness, and he was feeling discouraged when the system displayed a red warning message indicating a dangerous situation had been detected. The group walked in the darkness. She saw footsteps splashing in puddles of water. She called, Eli, do you think it's okay to go alone? What if something happens? Elia suddenly realized something and replied, he must have a plan already. No matter what he's doing, something's not right. They stood talking to each other, completely unaware that they were hiding nearby. Above them were many mysterious figures in disguise lying in ambush, but they were all discovered by Yellow. She glanced up slightly. Her son was walking with the repairman on this side. He slyly thought, the vanguard has been wiped out by that cunning woman. But that would only happen if we weren't here. Even this guy could easily be fooled. He calmly continued walking ahead of him. The two walked along, and he said, the equipment room is ahead of us. He was still deep in thought. As a professional assassin, one could judge someone's skill level simply by observing their movements. And this guy is just a novice. We can toy with him a little before finishing him off. Then we will take his body and eliminate Miss Chi-san. Glanced back briefly when he received no response. The other man began to remove his mask, revealing a short sword in his hand. Excellent. It's time to reward you. He sighed dejectedly and replied, thank heavens. As I predicted, if my opponent had even a little strength, I could have been in danger. Fortunately, your gait and even your nasal inflammation eggs, you are still the same person as in my memory. He frowned, angrily thinking, what the hell is he talking about? He began gripping his sword tightly and said, let's see, desperate survival. Rank A. And he hesitated slightly, causing the man to frown and think, I really don't know what else to say. After all, he's just a weakling. I'll finish him off immediately. He now assumed a fighting stance, his hands gripping his sword tightly. On the other side, one man in black was slammed against the wall. Another was struck by an arrow, blood splattering everywhere. They all worked together seamlessly, taking down the entire ambush group. One of them spoke up, expressing his surprise. Damn, they're quieter than I thought. Elia turned around and shouted, then froze them in place. She wondered to herself, what about Yellow? As soon as she thought of Yellow, she stomped her foot down on the floor. With a light swing of her sword, she sent 4 ambushers flying and crashing into the wall. One man cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, while the man next to him immediately spat blood from his mouth. EO stepped up to one of the ambushers and asked, besides you, who else has been ordered to do this? If you don't answer, I will break your neck. That name is frozen in place, combined with fear. He trembled as he replied, the Crescent Society, named Huh. She continued to ask, is he in this building? The man replied, I can't tell you. Hearing that, She became angry and resolutely kicked him in the face. She lifted him by the legs and coldly asked again, "Is that assassin here right now?" She stared at him intently, and he trembled as he replied, "Yes, he came with us." Elia, from behind, also raised her voice and asked, "What makes you risk your life like this?" The man replied, "They tried to kill me." And here May of the Crescent was an assassin capable of disguising herself as someone else after killing them. So who is really the most dangerous person in this building? Elia frowned, thinking carefully, and concluded there was only one person. She stammered softly, wondering if she had deliberately made herself into bait to lure out the strongest enemy. They were assassins targeting her. So why did he go so far? What was their relationship really? EO coldly replied, "I've already said, there's nothing between us, at least not as far as I know." Over there, he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, a professional assassin like me has been defeated. The guardian spirit should have been a non-physical barrier, only reacting to weapons. Then why are there traces of the Chit Sun sword technique here? This environment is ancient and mysterious, so it makes sense. But a killer is a weapon in itself. So why did you use only one and still manage to beat him to a pulp? Before he could even retaliate, you stabbed him with a single arrow through the heart. The system displays a message. You have successfully performed the sword of the touch technique. Your technical specifications for the sword touching tool have been increased. He looked at the stick in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought angrily, his swordsmanship is so skillful, it seems I shouldn't have provoked him in the first place. Then he leaned against the wall, speaking with difficulty. So you're the one luring me into the trap. Who are you? Are you confused? The system continued to display the activated deadly charm skill. The villain stunned by your meticulous plan. Thanks to the game system, you can't use weapons at the save point. That's why I brought him here. Seeing that he didn't respond, he sneered, "I guess you don't intend to answer." "All right, continue," he calmly replied. "I don't intend to kill you." He asked in surprise, "Why didn't you answer him?" But only instructed them to deliver this message, not to be foolish enough to approach Miss She Saw It soon, and also to tell them that even a top-level assassin like you almost lost your life. Thinking of EO's sinister expression, he secretly surmised that he didn't know who had given the order, but it was highly likely they wouldn't stop. If that happens, the chances of EO's gray demon awakening will be even higher, so I want to eliminate this danger right from the start. He looked at him, smirked, and asked, "And what if I return?" He didn't hesitate to directly challenge him. "Then try again, because next time I will protect her too." He asked him doubtfully, "Is Miss Chi Sua Tung really that important to you?" He answered frankly, "Let's just say so." Hearing this, he was suddenly speechless. The notification system displays that the deadly charm skill has been activated, and the villain's favorability has increased dramatically. EO listened to their conversation and stared at him blankly. She turned her back to look at EO. At this moment, she was slowly walking towards him. In a student council room at E Fan Tai Academy, a desperate, distressed voice rang out. "Oh my God, it's all a mess. I understand why the director is angry, but you want me to hunt down the organizer immediately? I already have a mountain of work to do. This academy is a complete mess, based on the route and timing of the assassination. It can almost certainly be concluded that there was an internal spy. Oh, I know those political infighting attempts against you are commonplace, but this is already the second assassination attempt. It seems they are very determined." But in response to that concern, I almost didn't pay much attention and spoke vaguely. I wondered, quickly making my own deductions. The girl continued, "Well, this case seems a little different. The people behind this, I'm sure they'll strike again. And all the people who accompany her last time have been commended. Yet not a single one of them died. Moreover, he is the only one without any record of being commended. There is no reason why he should not be recognized. And we do not know why that is." It was as if he was deliberately avoiding the attention of the academic team. After listening to a series of analyses and concerns from his companion, he still only said, "I wonder why my friend was interrupted," and angrily shouted, "I'll punch you if you say I wonder again." EO showed no fear and even nonchalantly provoked. "Just try it," so annoyed. She grabbed a bottle and threw it at her friend, shouting, "What's wrong with you?" EO easily caught the bottle and asked back emotionlessly, "Is something wrong?" Her friend said impatiently, "You've been distracted all day. Can't you concentrate at all?" "I don't know what's going on, but if you don't tell me, I won't help you anymore." EO then unexpectedly spoke up. I think I'm starting to develop an interest in someone. So unexpectedly, I can't believe my own hands. The girl asked again, what? Io gently repeated it once more. I said I'm interested. Immediately a question popped up. No need to think about it. Io said shyly. You just mentioned him, didn't you? Her friend asked, surprised. Orange blossoms. A moment of silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. The girl, finally processing the information, asked in surprise. Wait, hold on. You like that country bumpkin? E immediately retorted. I didn't say that. She looked at her friend and asked worriedly. Not yet, miss. I don't know what he did to catch your eye, but what if the Duke were to hear about this? Io replied. That old man would surely be furious. She walked closer, put back the bottle she had just saved, and said calmly, but I don't like him either, which made her friend, seeing her nonchalant attitude, think to herself, probably so. El Fanti, rubbing her head wearily, said to her friend, good heavens, don't deny it. Anyway, no matter what he did, he treated you quite well, right? Normally, you would start to suspect something immediately. As the young lady of the Chisao Yutsu family, shouldn't you be more careful? Io calmly replied, that's true, but we just need to test him. She looked at the photo on the student's file and said, if you look closely, it should be fine. Her friend didn't quite understand and asked, what do you mean? In the dorm room, the person she was talking about was lying on his bed, strangely looking at the academy's notification letter, and he said something similar. What does that mean? The content of the letter. Unfortunately, we are unable to provide information about your class at this time. The academic team is still working on a project to ensure optimal results. You can expect good news in the future. After reading it, he felt nothing about the announcement, only thinking that he didn't want to expect anything, and that he could just throw himself into some kind of class and forget about it. But according to the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elias group? Why are they excluding me like this? Then another notification arrived. The first main task has been completed, and new information has been updated. The main task is to resolve the events that will occur during the freshman welcome ceremony. Rewards are materials for crafting exclusive equipment. He began analyzing the new mission. The freshman welcoming ceremony is where the main character's class is determined: archer, warrior, mage, or priest. My specialization will be determined based on what I focus on developing. Just like Elia uses a sword, I will also follow a path that focuses on strength. This way I will obtain the materials to craft the appropriate exclusive equipment. There's only one problem. Clicking on the notification panel about the newly updated character. Character information. Elolachit Sotan's trust level is temporarily increased from level 2 to level 5 due to a special influence. Special rewards can be obtained. This is an important character in an upcoming special event. There are days remaining for the related event. Next is information about the character Elia. The level of interest is 5 years, and the threshold for changing favorability needs to be reached. This is an important figure. A special event is about to take place, and there are 3 days left for the related event. Dot slumped his head, wearily thinking. The main character and the main mission event are happening at the same time. Something big must be about to happen. Suddenly, a notification arrived, stating that the skill received was skill copying, allowing the user to copy a skill from the target. He stared in astonishment at the flashing letters, feeling a sense of panic. Damn it, what the hell is this? Copying skills? This is insane. He was completely unprepared for this situation. The joy came as a complete surprise. Can I copy the final boss's skills? But then I hesitated, thinking no, using them now would be too wasteful. Although Io may currently be at the top of the Academy's food chain, like the protagonist Elia, she is also a late-stage creature with the potential for further development. She'll have tons of overpowered skills later, so there's no reason to use skill copying right now. First, I need to prepare for the event that will take place in the next 3 days. Luckily, I know something that can help me survive. Taking advantage of the darkness, he hurried to a warehouse deep within the abandoned academy grounds, the old weapons depot. Looking at the dilapidated place in front of him, that breathed a sigh of relief. It was great to be able to use the points shop. Before coming here, he had equipped himself with many things for this operation. Speed potion increases speed at a low level. Dark mask increases agility at a low level. Catnip-like footstep support provides silent, low-volume walking. After passing through layers of security, I finally arrived at one of the treasure hunting spots for HC players. As nimble as a night cat, it climbed the wall easily and lightly. He landed with a perfectly executed jump. This time, among the items redeemable from the system, there's a rather special one. A recovery cake that will restore your stamina like never before. It sounds like an advertisement, but it really works. Now let's look around. He rummaged through the pile of old things that filled the warehouse. As he chewed on the biscuit, he thought to himself, I found everything else that's important. Now there's only one thing left. Found it. Supreme Miracles. An ancient incense burner contains the power of 1,000 years. He took out the incense burner and whispered to himself, That's great. I have everything I need now. Suddenly, he looked up with a stunned expression. It turned out that when he was taking the incense burner, he carelessly caused the pile of wooden barrels to shake, and he panicked and looked at it. The barrels then began to fall over. Thought in panic, Damn, I knew things couldn't go smoothly forever. Suddenly, from behind the pile of old things that had fallen, a girl sleeping soundly appeared, surprising him. He picked her up and was utterly astonished to recognize this person. Duya. At the same time, she woke up and said in surprise, Huh, Duya, the boss of Chapter 2. The cursed sword goddess nickname. The item I just picked up belongs to her, so it turns out she usually hides here. Suddenly, the emergency notification system detected a dangerous situation, so dangerous that it threatened lives. Desperate for survival activates frog level. Duya tightened the chain around her hand. The tense atmosphere frightened him, and he hastily said, I'm sorry for waking you up, but actually. But before he could finish the sentence, with a terrified expression, Duya swung her chain at him. Back then it was just a duel with Elia. The attack was very powerful, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. The cold, iron blade flashed past, making him understand the situation before him. But now it's a matter of life and death. During the battle, Du tried to explain more than once. You've misunderstood. I didn't intend to do anything while she was sleeping. He thought sadly. Even with frog-level strength, his whole body still ached. Duya did not answer, but her contemptuous eyes gleamed with cold suspicion. Without taking a moment to rest, Duya clenched her fists, the chain roaring in the air like an angry steel snake. Meanwhile, he simply dodged and kept saying, Please. She lunged forward, her killing intent surging with every movement, and he once again managed to quickly evade the attack to minimize injury. Duya stared in astonishment, then without a word, unleashed another barrage of attacks, causing the terrified Duya to retreat, his heart pounding in his chest. He secretly thought to himself, Luckily, I know what to do to avoid being beaten again. The sword's tip shot straight towards him like lightning, but he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stood still. He remained motionless, but strangely, the magical sword stopped, less than a finger's width from his face. Immediately afterwards, Duya retracted the chain. With his previous playing experience, he breathed a sigh of relief. At a distance of 3.5 steps, any enemy that enters that range is instantly eliminated. But in return, she cannot advance even a single step. That is the mechanism of the Duya curse, an absolute limitation. Seeing him standing at that distance, she said, Can you take a step forward? Dot replied without hesitation. So you can chop me down? Her eyes still fixed on him, she bluntly answered, Yes, but at that moment, knew she couldn't escape either. In the quiet space, her stomach suddenly rumbled. It was at that very moment that he suddenly realized, Wait, this is her private area, because she has to be isolated from everyone. Even teachers rarely come here. He thought for a moment, then softly said, Hey, would you like some cake? Saying that, he held out his hand, revealing several energy-restoring cakes he had purchased from the system earlier, which would provide unprecedented physical recovery. He basically thinks people always feel hungry in situations like this. Seeing his behavior, Duya angrily retorted, I won't be fooled by such petty tricks. Do you really intend to bribe me with food? He said nothing more. He simply threw the cake away. Yet, instinctively, Duya flew out and caught the cake like a little puppy. The atmosphere became less tense thanks to the cake. She spoke. Okay, I believe this is just a mistake. That added to a realization in his mind. She really can't communicate when she's hungry. Dot finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, muttering inaudibly to himself. Nearly died. Duya stood obediently behind him, suddenly asking, Who are you and what are you doing here? The question made him freeze, his mind racing with thoughts. To steal? But of course I can't say that. He opened his mouth and replied righteously, I came to bring you food. Someone I know asked me to look after you. Duya, chewing on a pastry, glanced at him curiously. Acquaintances, leaving a good impression now might be useful later. In the game, there's no way I'd meet Duya this early, so he added, Oh right, don't worry. Your sister is fine in the Holy Empire. The current emperor doesn't care about you two sisters. But needless to say, you'd better stay put for now. I'll be back. Du Yao was originally a member of the Holy Empire, but she had to hide in Edi because of the Holy Empire's emperor. Duya's sword is notorious for being an evil artifact, and as the vessel for the sword's binding, she is subject to a 3-step curse. So mentioning her only remaining relative is probably okay. She must have been through a lot, and there's not much hope left. The scene shifts to the following morning, bathed in sunlight, a pleasant voice echoing through the open landscape. This is the academy building. That's the gymnasium, and over there is the training ground. You can see everything from here, right? Yes. The person who introduced him was none other than Principal Affiliaire. She is instructing her students. Students will have to choose a major and a minor in production, academics, martial arts, and religion. You all already know about these 5 departments, right? A curious student asked from below. Do the tribes have the same teaching system as the Holy Empire? Miss Phi smiled, not annoyed by the question, but rather seemed amused. Yes, we teach it like we're training in the Great Holy Temple. So don't even think about transferring schools. Let me explain more about the specializations. Amidst the students listening to the instructions, Dot stood silently, his mind lost in his own thoughts. This is a tutorial event where I can get more information about this world, but I can't skip it. All the hard work done so far will be wasted. Thought impatiently, why keep asking? When he saw a young man nearby pointing into the distance and asking, Isn't Headmaster Opie Phil in charge of that area? Far away, almost completely separated from the academy, a huge area covered by a shimmering barrier appears. That dim light is like a boundary between reality and illusion, between magic and reality. The teacher was right, but it was a forbidden area. Anyone who entered would be punished immediately. In his mind, the thought arose. The void, the remnants of the historical war between heaven and hell. It was here that the divine messengers and the chosen warriors sealed away the demons. Even after hundreds of years have passed, the aftershocks of divinity and death continue to clash incessantly. This area is extremely important in case the demons break through the seal. Therefore, the Holy Empire, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire established the Golden Triangle to oversee this area. El Fani and other academies are also part of that system. Escaping from my thoughts and returning to reality, the atmosphere of the student guidance session became clear again. Lu, with his striking hair standing out in the crowd, raised his hand, his voice tinged with curiosity and excitement. Principal Awfully, can we go closer to take a look? Phil Hien replied. Standing at the edge of Japan's protective shield is permitted. We'll be safe inside. In the crowd, that subtly smiled with silent gratitude. Okay, the next step is to leave, have lunch, and then come back here. I have other things to do. Angels, who can overturn mountains, dry up oceans, and bring peace to the world. Beings higher than angels created this barrier. The group of students was now standing right in front of the barrier, just a few steps away from the void. Phi Lai, with her hands clasped in her arms, said cheerfully, Let's have lunch here. The students smiled happily, resting and exploring the surroundings. Although they were facing the most dangerous place, the academy was able to survive near this perilous area thanks to the barrier created by the Jing vehicle. Dot gripped the 2 straps of his bag tightly and looked at Miss Phil, asking for permission. Could you move a little further away? I don't feel very comfortable standing here. She heard this and frowned slightly, thinking that many of his classmates were talking about what had happened, but she still warned him not to go far. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Quickly, responded. Yes. From afar, Lion saw the scene and angrily muttered, That country bumpkin is gradually becoming arrogant, just for the sake of attention. In a secluded place, he took out an ancient incense burner, put in unicorn horn powder, phoenix feathers, and a fan made of coral. Everything is ready. Supreme Divine Relic, a portable incense burner possessing divine power. At that very moment, a mesmerizing vortex of light suddenly appeared in the space. He stared at it without blinking, wondering if he had missed anything. Right? I came all the way here to use this thing. This thing that allows me to access entities that ordinary people would never dare to dream of. There, standing in front of a huge explosion, yet showing no sign of fear. A mist appeared, and a voice echoed from somewhere. Where did you say the coalition forces were? He said to flatten the ground, not to dig trenches and then leave them there. He looked up and stared intently ahead. They say it was the truck drivers who did it. Looking in the direction of his gaze, he saw someone digging the ground and said, "Look here. Rookie, do you think leveling means digging a hole?" "Yeah, the ground is too hard." Someone replied, "Isn't the haul in your hand harder than that?" "Wait a minute." As soon as she finished speaking, she and the person next to her both turned to look at him. He unconsciously asked, "What's with that human?" He'd been staring in this direction for a long time, but at least he was quiet, unlike those who kept loitering around and bothering him while he was working. Suddenly, he approached with a terrifying expression, immediately questioning, "Why did you stop? Why isn't your shovel moving?" He grabbed it, and a magic circle appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, the two people on the other side were still arguing. "It's moving now, spread the earth out, don't dig any deeper." Then the other person shouted, his voice tinged with fear. A frog jumped out, and a moment later a car came along with 2 loudspeakers. The people in the truck called out, "Gentlemen, the sacred mud bricks have arrived. Hurry and unload them." An angel wondered, "How many?" No sooner had he finished speaking than bags of bricks were thrown to the ground along with the reply, "A lot." Then there was a shout, and the girl driving the truck saw an angel eating a biscuit during work hours and asked, "Why are you sitting there eating a cloud biscuit?" He replied suspiciously, "You're the driver, aren't you? And I'm a soldier too. Please save your energy for driving." He stood before the magic circle, observing, and now urged the other angels on. "Hey, can't you see the seniors are working? Hurry up." Hearing this, the man immediately ran off as fast as he could, his voice stammering, "Corporal, I'll do it right away." Suddenly, he approached the captain and asked, "Captain, the supplies still haven't arrived?" The captain replied, "Sorry, the transport vehicle is delayed. They're repairing it. Please be patient." There were more complaints coming from over there. "Corporal E, it's broken." Hearing that, he chuckled, thinking to himself, "No wonder angels don't like to pose naked indiscriminately. If we were to describe angels, they would be like an army. They had a clear hierarchical system with a strict chain of command. This world has its own rules. Encounters with angels can only happen from Chapter 2 onwards. As for direct contact with the higher-ranking angels, that would be a very long time from now. I know what they want. Something simple and basic." In just a moment, the spot where he was sitting was filled with food neatly arranged in cardboard boxes. Exclaimed, "Thank you for the meal." He immediately took the first bite. The delicious taste made him unable to resist closing his eyes tightly to savor it. That scent attracted the attention of the angels. They whispered to each other, while he continued to look in this direction. "What did he bring? Look how happily he's eating. Can we ask for some? You haven't met the requirements yet. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the bricks." Suddenly he smiled and said, "My dear angels, please eat before continuing your work. Otherwise you will be exhausted." With that, the food boxes were instantly teleported away. The notification system appears, conveying that the offering is complete. Those loaves of bread were given to the angels who were working. They turned to look at each other, laughing happily, and one of them said loudly, "This guy is really something. A break. A minute rest. Does anyone have any sandwiches? And there's even steak too. What a considerate person." He thought to himself, the rules of this world are different from the real world. One meal for himself is enough for all of them. As more rays of light appeared in the sky, voices echoed from the ground. "We've had our fill. What a luxury. While we're still working on this, give it to us." "Huh?" The incense burner next to him. "You came to us because you needed our help, right? Give it to us, and we'll bless it. Speak up, but it has to be reasonable, and we'll try our best to meet your request." Hearing this, he was astonished and thought, "Huh? That's all? You've already agreed? I've prepared a dozen negotiation plans. Was there any easier way out in the original?" He seemed to read my mind, his expression now thoughtful. "You're wondering why an ordinary person like yourself is being treated so well? I know. Do you think you can see through things? Just by observing, he can discern the true nature of something." When it was his turn, the old man's eyes were fixed on him. "It seems you understand things quite well." He possesses an ability, but has not yet developed it. Invest in it now. You'll benefit greatly later. Hearing that made him even more astonished. What? Is he talking about that gift? He means my characteristic, the one loved by darkness. He now added that the gift was much more powerful than he thought. However, how he uses it is entirely up to him. But it is also because of it that he has caught the eye of a cruel yet friendly monster. He was worried, but didn't show any emotion. You're so pure, I knew it. After obtaining the incense burner, I will explore every possible strategy to optimize my survival at all costs. In just a second, you've transformed into a different form, which is a compliment. A normal person would immediately panic upon hearing these words, but he calmly began to analyze and strategize. I understand now. A great man is gradually taking shape. It seems I have nothing to worry about anymore. Okay, I have finished giving the blessing. He replied, Thank you, sir. Different voices rang out. Sergeant, why would you say those things to a person whose routing is complete, almost finished? Meanwhile, Du remained bewildered by his own thoughts. Cruel yet friendly? And me, a great person, isn't he overestimating me? Before leaving, he still managed to turn back and say one last word. Believe in yourself. I acknowledge that. The conversation ended, and the circle faded away. He sat there lost in thought for a long time, while Dot sighed, having just accomplished his goal. I'm just trying to work hard because I don't want to die. But since this is a warning from an angel, I'll think carefully about it. When the incense burner hovers in space, the system reveals the ultimate divinity C+, containing a special power from divine entities of another world. Possesses 2 ascetic skills. C converts all bonus stats into stamina, using a small amount of mana. Cooldown, seconds. Can evolve through proof of faith and a protective shield. C uses a small amount of mana to create a disposable protective barrier and gain a stamina effect. This second cooldown can be evolved through holy wounds. He closed his eyes, his mind restless with vague thoughts. That angel bestowed upon me some rather useful blessings. Physical fitness indicators are related to health, so they directly affect the chances of survival. Because my desperate struggle for survival can help me increase my stats quickly. These skills will certainly be very useful, but the most important thing is evolution. In this world, things that can evolve will naturally improve in performance over time. Receiving this so early is truly a stroke of luck in the storyline. A notification system appeared, consuming a small amount of mana, he thought. But the problem is that it's just a far-fetched dream for someone like me, without a single relevant characteristic. If I can't use mana right now, I'll have to find a temporary alternative. That's also why I came here. The person in front of him reminded him that he wasn't concentrating at all. Dot replied, I'm still listening. Yes. Did you hear what I said? I heard everything. You said we had to form teams of 2, right? He said with a somewhat foolish expression. You know what a group of 2 is, right? So where's your companion? Hearing this, he smiled confidently and replied, She'll be here soon. He's mocking me. And who would want to go with someone as insignificant as you? I've said, I'm not lying. This place will be crowded soon. What are you talking about? He looked at his watch and analyzed. My companion is more than famous. He thought to himself she should show up soon. As the story unfolds, no sooner had she finished speaking than Elia appeared right behind them. Hello, sorry. Is this the Monster Research Department? He turned around and greeted them, secretly thinking to himself that he hadn't originally intended to get involved with the protagonist, but he'd changed his mind. Especially after hearing the advice of that old angel, Elia also recognized him and mumbled to herself. Ondat returned to discuss the matter with Elia. What she said about understanding each other better is still valid, isn't it? She was confused and didn't know how to answer at the moment. Recalling the past, she had said, I really like that person. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was dragged away by a guard. After that, the 2 were separated, others whispered, and freshmen were forbidden from dating each other. What is the relationship between the 2 of them? They keep questioning, but there's nothing. What is that doing? You said there was nothing between us. That offered a friendly handshake. She was bewildered, thinking to herself, he's truly amazing. Ondat had no effective method, so now he switched to a tactic that makes people cringe. But I only heard rumors? How delusional is this guy? In the simulated dungeon academy, amidst the darkness, only 4 blood-red dots appeared. Someone asked Dot, Are you sure about this? Dot tried to convince the other person with a rather untrustworthy expression. Believe me, didn't you want to be my friend? Do you remember the first time we met? You almost hit me? Elia replied, her voice slightly strained. Of course, even though we're the ones who got beaten up. Then he immediately switched to combat mode, his face extremely serious, and shouted loudly, pointing his hand forward. If you really want to be my friend after that, then do as I say. Time, smiley face. Immediately, the enormous monster roared with fury. Its teeth were so sharp that it seemed capable of crushing an enemy at any moment. It raised its fist, ready to attack, when suddenly a loud shout rang out. Huh? She unleashed a sword strike, swiftly decapitating the monster. Everything happens in an instant. At this moment, Du spoke again, and two more came down from the ceiling. Those were two monsters that bore many similarities to bats, but they had long fangs and sharp, crimson eyes, making them look extremely ferocious. Through observation, combined with his understanding and experience, he quickly realized that their weak point was their neck. Don't aim for their wings. Attack directly at their body. Elia reacted quickly, swiftly thrusting two sword strokes into their bodies. At this point, she spoke up, sounding displeased. On dot, don't just stand there giving orders, give me a hand. But all I got was a brief reply. He continued to observe and give instructions. Two blades are coming from both the left and the right. But she just needs to land the blow. She just needs to hold out for seconds. The blades flew towards them at breakneck speed. But surprisingly, Elia skillfully moved to avoid them all, following the instructions of the figure. Good. Next is the paralyzing poison. The poison sprayers on the right will destroy it immediately. Elia swung her sword decisively, disarming those two venom-spitting creatures. He continued to dodge three more arrows flying from us, just standing there. Hour later, there was an attack from behind. Hearing this, Elia turned around in alarm. Although surprised, she was still able to block the attack thanks to Dot's guidance and her quick reflexes. Faced with the situation, it gave instructions, and she followed them, which angered Elia. If you knew all this, you might be able to handle it better than I can. Working together will get you through this gate much faster. You've only been cheering and giving instructions instead of fighting. Hearing Elia say that, he froze. I'd love to help, but I can't. I'm just a trashy character with all my stats being terrible. This is just a simulated battle. There's no real danger, so my desperate survival skills won't activate. These creatures are merely artificial entities operating according to pre-programmed instructions. Since desperate survival isn't a universal skill, I need to quickly increase my stats. Suddenly, Elia lunged towards her, her face filled with terrifying determination, sword in hand, shouting, "At!" He turned pale, his eyes widening and his pupils contracting, a forced smile on his face. That's too cruel. Elia leaped up, unleashing a powerful sword strike. That single sword strike severed the head of a huge humanoid monster behind her. Her face was filled with determination and confidence. Dot, having witnessed the scene, could only gape in astonishment. As soon as she landed, confetti cannons were fired at incredible speed. She just broke the previous record. Elia, still reeling from the shock, asked in bewilderment, "What the hell is going on? I'm fighting alone, and I've set a record? This was supposed to be a two-person challenge. How did this happen?" His smile was slightly forced, and he inwardly assessed himself, thinking that despite his disheveled appearance, he was actually a genuine singer. Then he replied, "We're lucky. The next area will be a little harder, but let's keep going." Lucky bamboo. But perhaps he couldn't see how angry she was at that moment. Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes tightly shut, her teeth clenched, so furious that she didn't even bother to turn around and scold him. It seemed as if someone had witnessed the entire battle through a magic mirror, and that person exclaimed in praise. They did quite well, actually. This is the head of department spas by. Bearsy placed her hand on her small lips and decided, "It seems we'll have to allocate more funds for mock battles next year." Then turned to ask for their opinion. "What do you think, you little rascal?" A man in a military green uniform placed his hand on the head of another man, who was only about meter tall, and asked, "Was this designed by the tactical department?" The man replied, "Yes. The one in the uniform is a little rascal," he continued. "But more importantly, it seems we're quite lucky that the person we were targeting performed so well." At this point, I responded, "Are you talking about that girl?" The warrior candidate from the class after them had progressed extraordinarily well. It was indeed worth noting, but he quickly corrected it afterwards. "He is not her, he is not him." Dam showed signs of annoyance and questioned, "That scammer?" Wasn't he just following the warrior candidate? This is exactly the problem with you mage-type guys who only know how to twirl pins. Why are we arguing about this? But the rat replied firmly. The warrior candidates could not have set this record alone. She was completely surprised. What? Then he explained. Anyone can see that she is stronger and the main fighter. But he is the key. The way he positions his teammates, the way he gives precise orders, his perfect covering ability, every action he takes is the most accurate decision. Kanjayat secretly assessed that everything had been meticulously calculated. It was as if he had fought in fierce battles thousands of times. Then he turned to BY and suggested, BY, place your bet. Surprised her slightly. At this moment, Dot and Yellow heard an announcement to check their microphones. This is a sword from the Knightly Order. We began to get interested after observing the two of you. The Faculty of Magic has decided to place a bet. The topic is whether the two of you can get through your first year. If you both succeed, we will give you a special privilege. You can make any request you like. Hearing this, Bo-Si was quite surprised. She looked clearly puzzled. Huh, why would you go to such lengths? He continued speaking. If you feel pressured, we won't force you. Given my current situation, this request seems almost impossible, but surprisingly. That was the response, confident and clear. No problem, he asserted confidently. Of course, we can absolutely do this. Elia was extremely panicked, her face showing uncertainty. Dot's confidence displeases BY. Look at him. But the child is the opposite. I will bet on your success. So let's begin. Somewhere else. Well, what on earth is going on here? Fanti complained with dissatisfaction. We understand that you came here to clear your mind, but then a voice interrupted us. Give me some water, she continued to complain. But did she really need to overreact like this? Her waist was sprawled out on it. She wearily reached out to take the water bottle, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Is there something I want to remember? It's as if I don't quite understand EO's meaning. Wanting to remember, she confided. When I was little, my mother taught me these techniques, but I don't remember them clearly. Therefore, we are trying to bring them back to life. A demon living in the bloodline of the Chi-Chu-Tsun family. This dark rumor has two sides. One is the extraordinary, inhuman talent they possess. When asked, EO, aren't you overreacting? She slightly opened her eyes, her face displaying bursts of madness, moments of extreme violence, and a breakdown of reason. That is why, despite the countless great achievements of the Chiso clan, their final years were always tragic. Then she stopped to carefully open the water bottle cap and drank continuously. Fanny asked, It's not that serious, is it? She sat up and replied, There's nothing to worry about. I don't care about it anymore. She asked again, disbelievingly, Really? Then I guess we can be frank. He put the water bottle down, looking serious. Why are you being so cautious? I've already said, nothing can bother me now. The girl with orange-brown hair replied, It's about that. The other person told me I had to report it immediately. I heard this from one of my subordinates. Because he is currently with the next warrior candidate. EO heard that and turned around. Warrior candidates for the next cohort. She quickly confirmed it was Elia CX, the girl who had fought against Da. She vaguely guessed that she meant those two were collaborating. Because the mock test is conducted in pairs, we understand that, but it's not difficult to figure out. She sighed again, perhaps lost in thought. The water bottle was now squeezed to the point of deformation, water spilling onto the floor. She said worriedly, Lead me there. She suddenly raised her voice, but she had just said she didn't mind. Dot drew his sword, seeing this. Elia asked, What are you planning to do? I know you're very skilled, but the question is, even so, is it really worth challenging the all-time record? He replied curtly and indifferently. Yes, faced with such a reaction from Dot. Elia, covered in dirt, frowned slightly. His confidence is no joke. Do you have a real plan? He adjusted his attire, thinking to himself that the artificial monsters had a fixed movement pattern, so it would be easy to target their weak points. But this is something. I can't tell her. Therefore, the response was extremely superficial. Okay, because you're here with me. Hearing this, she frowned slightly, her cheeks flushed, and replied, I don't believe you. The rascal then spoke up over the loudspeaker to make the announcement. This is the game. Are you two ready? He replied without the slightest hesitation. I'm ready. Hearing the certainty in her answer, he was somewhat pleased. Perfect. Now let's adjust the difficulty of the test. But if we do, they will receive bonus points. There, confidently reply. Please set the difficulty to the highest level. Bo Si, hearing this, frowned and said loudly, It's unbelievable. These first-year students seem reasonable, but this is too much. The difficulty level is extremely high. They could lose their lives. He still answered with great confidence. Even so, I still believe it's worth a try. The rat was pleased to see his confidence. Please fulfill his request. Elia looked visibly worried. Perhaps she didn't think that 2 freshmen could complete this extremely difficult task. Don't reassured her, telling her not to worry. Warriors, the water has already spilled. It cannot be gathered back. Boy was enjoying a warm drink along with a delicious, sweet cake that was ready to be served. I can't believe that, teacher. Little rascals. The teacher acted as if it were his first time. So, didn't we do the same thing with the previous batch of male students? She thinks there's something different this time. He confidently replied. Wait and see. Professor Butter certainly has good reason to be so confident. No matter how dangerous things get, all we need to do is save them. All right, slaughter mode activated. Prove yourselves. First-year student Elia La, you're getting really damp. Butter could only sigh helplessly. The head of the tactical department is in tears. Our club is doomed. Meanwhile, he was extremely confident. Monsters rushed towards him from all directions. Before that scene, the system displayed a bright red message, warning that danger had been detected. The level of danger is determined to be life-threatening. Gripping the sword tightly, with a calm and focused expression, he swings the sword quickly and forcefully. With a swift movement, the head of the huge, ferocious rhinoceros in front of him was severed from its neck. The child was extremely excited. He shouted, I knew it. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Swim, do you see? She was so surprised that she spat out the tea in her mouth. The head of the tactical department was also surprised, his eyes widening in astonishment. Elia, who was fighting off the monsters, also saw this and exclaimed in admiration. Yes, I knew it. A large wolf was aggressively charging towards him. Undeterred, ran towards it at an extremely fast speed. Buttersea couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this happen? He's completely useless. No, every sword stroke was incredibly precise. With just one blow, he could take down a monster instantly. The girl, as if understanding him, replied, He's just pretending. I don't blame you. Anyone would react the same way if they hadn't witnessed his true skills. But over time, the monsters will become stronger, and so will he. That means both sides will develop together. At this moment, Elia was extremely focused on her battle, having successively defeated 2 monsters and a giant ant. On his side, the number of monsters killed was not far behind, with the same number as on the other side. They continuously took down many powerful monsters. Elia gritted her teeth, bent her knee, and swung her sword, the weapon's form becoming dazzling and cold. After delivering the fatal blow to the giant ant, she shouted, Now there you go. He immediately understood and replied, Okay. Then he used Elia's shoulder as a springboard and jumped up, precisely positioning himself, preparing for a beautiful sword strike, a series of deadly attacks unleashed upon the giant ant. Then, therefore, they successfully landed in a very graceful posture. Announcements rang out. Congratulations, this power is truly amazing. D-Cell and Elia Kane Nexer had broken the all-time record, but the giant ant seemed not entirely defeated, raising its sharp leg as if to pierce him. She sensed something was wrong, and immediately issued a warning. Huh? He turned around in surprise and saw the attack very close to him. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and when he looked down, he only saw a flash of yellow light. The precise and powerful sword strokes of the rat caused its body to explode into hundreds of pieces. It seems he still hasn't recovered from that dangerous moment. He managed to stand up, and he successfully cleared the obstacles and landed right in front of Keen Goy. Congratulations. It seems this record won't be easily broken. His face was still bewildered, while the other person continued to chatter incessantly. Who would have thought a freshman could handle El Fanny's artificial monsters as easily as mowing the lawn? Although Elia was exhausted and out of breath, she was still excited. Professor, son of a rascal. But that voice still sounded very pleased. Thank you to the warrior candidates for your efforts. The son, clutching his sword at the hilt, laughed triumphantly. We won BY. Now Bai's lips curved slightly downwards, as if still unwilling to accept it. Unbelievable. The results came back shortly after. He and she both read the reward decision and praised it. He was able to rent the entire warehouse and had the right to ask the head of the magic department for anything. Elia shouted excitedly. That's amazing. Du was also pleased to be looking at it. No freshman has ever had this privilege. That's a generous reward, isn't it? Then she turned to him and asked, But I've noticed this before, but why are you always so calm? Dot calmly asked, What do you mean? Elia smiled slightly and replied, No matter what happens, you always act as if you already know how things will unfold, or as if everything is going according to your plan. There's something about your behavior that's quite like that. Seeing her assess him like that, he thought to himself without saying anything. Of course, because we already knew everything beforehand. Idiot. Elia held out her fist, indicating she wanted to high-five. Edot asked again, confused. What? She replied, her face brightening. Isn't that what everyone does with their friends? I mean, a high-five. He was quite indifferent, to be honest. At the moment the two hands touched. The system appears to be showing Elia C at a level of curiosity, approaching the reliable stage. Dot asked, Are you all right? Elia replied softly, her cheeks blushing slightly. Yes. Saying that, she turned and ran away, leaving him standing there waiting, his voice full of joy. Okay, see you tomorrow. Dot. Suddenly someone spoke up to give their opinion. I don't know if she's the friendly type or just weird. He shook his head in response. Yeah, I think so too. Then he suddenly realized that this voice sounded very familiar. Wait a minute. The student council president calmly and confidently asked, his face showing no sign of emotion. So you like that freshman? Seeing that he didn't answer, she cleared her throat, startling him. He was flustered, his mouth stammering, not knowing how to respond. What? Her? Then he thought to himself, if the desperate survival instinct wasn't activated, it seemed she had no intention of doing anything to him. Wait a minute, isn't that obvious? I'm not her boyfriend or anything. But EO had no intention of letting it go and continued to ask, his tone more serious than before. I'll only repeat this once. Do you like that freshman? He hesitated, unsure how to answer, when suddenly the system sounded a warning, detecting danger. This frightened him. His face turned pale, an indescribable feeling flashed through him. He felt he had to say something, while the system continued to warn and detect danger. At this point, Dot also spoke up, his tone unusually calm. So what? The student council president asked, surprised and worried. What? Your composure didn't last long, and you're already overwhelmed by his aura? She was both intimidated and flustered. Well, gathering all his courage, he closed his eyes tightly and said to her resolutely, Although I've been training with Elia all this time, I really want to meet you. She stood there stunned when she heard those words. Why so sudden? At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just escaped a dangerous situation, but the psychological battle within him still lingered. He asked himself, What the hell are you doing? DC Bello. No words will work with this trick. The 5-year-old's lips seemed to curve slightly in a hesitant smile. She confirmed it to him. So you're saying you've missed me all this time? He quickly replied without thinking. That's right. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned to question her. Why didn't the bed-wearing man anticipate this question would come up? So he stammered and couldn't say anything. Well, I don't know why either. Deep down in his mind, he also had a similar question. What's wrong with me? What's happening to me? Seeing this, she gently brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glancing away, her face showing a rare shyness. Forget it. Maybe it's just some kind of friendship. I understand. It's because I saved you on that train, right? But do you still remember the priority list? Hearing her say that, he was utterly bewildered, as if the memory related to that priority list had never existed. The priority list? She's talking about it. What is it? What's going on here? Before he could answer, she handed him an envelope and explained, Don't worry, I only came here to give you this. Seeing this, Dot wondered, what is this? He was extremely confused upon receiving the envelope, as he couldn't guess what was inside a love letter, a challenge none of that was in the original storyline. She shyly looked away. I was planning to give this to you tomorrow. Remember to open it when you're alone. He still didn't understand what was going on, scratching his head in confusion, and replied in bewilderment. Okay. The rays of the setting sun shone into the room. He felt a little regretful and confused. I shouldn't have opened it. Does she want me to be her teammate? Tomorrow is the freshman welcome party. I completely forgot. But then he suddenly thought that becoming her teammate wasn't actually a big deal. I just need to spend time with her at the welcome party. The only problem is the penalty if I refuse her offer. Not only will her favorability decrease, but it could also make someone else hostile towards me. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Dot opened the door and spoke, and I knew it was her. Elia was a little surprised. You guessed it really quickly. Then Elia handed him an envelope. That's surprising. This again? Hearing this, she pressed him. What do you mean? Did someone else give you this too? He hesitated. What do you mean by this? She thought to herself. Min almost died on the spot. Don't tell me she came here to make a request too. Elia pointed at him, winking mischievously. What do you think? We decided during the simulation match. We have to go now. Thanks to those troublemakers, the student council president had to call a doctor. Then she jumped down from the balcony. Elia's face lit up with excitement. She exclaimed loudly, Open it quickly. That reached out to stop her, but it seemed too late. Why are there so many strange people in the world? I wonder what it is. Perhaps it's another request to become a teammate. No, it's also possible that it was a challenge. If it was from Elia, but she said it was a surprise. And that's exactly what we're speculating. Images of Yellow and Elia facing off against each other appeared in his mind. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. That seventh shock shouted. It's a requirement to become teammates. This wasn't in the original storyline. Why can't anyone give me an easier choice? If I choose EO, I'll be seen as a villain by the protagonist. But if I choose Elia, I'll make the final boss my enemy and might die because of that damned priority list. So what if I reject both of them? I don't know what to do anymore. This probably happens because both of them are still in the initial stages of getting to know each other. Trouble suddenly struck me with a bold thought. Could I accept both? And then the freshman welcome party arrived. The party venue was decorated in a very lavish manner. The clusters of brightly lit lanterns cast a shimmering light throughout the room. This place is noisy and bustling. Class, go this way. Where's the last one from Class C? Is she in the auditorium? The freshmen happily get to know each other. Hey, aren't you a student in Class A? A young man with brown hair and a side parting spoke up from Class A. Professors are here. Many students at this welcome party saw crowds of people everywhere they looked. The scene was extremely crowded and bustling. Elia looks incredibly beautiful. She seemed to dislike crowded places and sighed dejectedly. It's so crowded, this place is like a pigsty. She turned to the person next to her, beaming. Anyway, thank you for coming with me. He looked quite different now with his hair parted. The two of them went inside together, returning to the scene where he was buying the flower clone item for $1, which could create a copy of himself. All enhancement effects will be applied. That seems to have high hopes for the effectiveness of this item. I've used up all my points. Even though it can only take my place, it might still be effective. At this point, the system displays a notification about a couple dating event. You decided to go on dates with both of them. Don't get caught until the end of the event. There will be a penalty for failure. No matter how many people there are, this plan could still fail miserably. If someone sees me and my doppelganger in the same place, I will be discovered immediately. So he made the decision that he would use the option. The gentleman coldly tried to silence him, and then suddenly jumped in fright at an extremely loud sound. It was a growling monster. It bared its sharp, pointed teeth, looking extremely angry. It was locked in an iron cage and transported away in a horse-drawn carriage. There's a warning sound. Get out of the way immediately. He regained his composure and breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a monster from outside. It seems they intended to experiment on it and then let it escape. That will be when the main event begins. And all I need to do is survive. With Yellow and Elia by your side, it shouldn't be too bad, right? At this moment, a glitch in the effect occurs. Fomon has been activated. You are no longer an ordinary kid. After purchasing and applying the product, he suddenly realized his body was emitting a strangely attractive scent. EO appeared. There he is, startled by the fever. Oh, the student council president. She quickly recognized the scent. Huh, what is this? What's that smell? Did you wear perfume? Excuse me, I'm just making excuses. Sir, the flowers here only have a pleasant scent. EO still trusted his sense of smell. I know that smell is from you, but this smell is driving me crazy. He was trying to brush off the strange smell from his body. What's bothering you about formaldehyde? Please, stop. EO closed both eyes as if trying to hide something. The system displays a message. The flicker effect has been applied to the target. The target is trying their best not to be attracted to you. Who was lost in thought at that moment, heard a sweet voice calling. next to Dot. He glanced nervously into his eyes, wondering why she had only just realized it. She continued, "But you're more masculine than I thought." Dot was startled, his mouth agape, his eyes wide, his heart screaming with fear. "Sir, stop right now." He forced a smile, changing the subject abruptly. "Why don't we go to the event? We could stroll around the nearby stalls. How about that?" Yellow replied as he approached. "You lead the way." The freshman was a little worried, thinking to himself that his clone had probably already encountered Elia, and he had to avoid any confrontation with them at all costs. Because she was attracted to Fozo from Dot, Io was trying to calm herself down and keep herself sane. She told herself to calm down, calm down. Meanwhile, Dathian only hoped not to encounter his doppelganger, hoping nothing bad would happen. If things continue like this, maybe everything will be fine. All I and my clone need to do is escort both of them. Suggested, "Why don't we stop by that snack stall and grab something to eat?" Her cheeks flushed gently as she nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go to the barbecue counter." Looking at the skewers of fragrant, golden brown meat sizzling over the fire, he said to her, "Why don't you try some of these wild boar skewers?" In his heart, he believed this was definitely the worst choice for Yellow. People who always try to maintain their figure need to reduce the effects of phosphorus immediately. But contrary to Dot's expectations, Yellow bowed his head in shame and asked, "How did you know I liked this dish? Was it just a coincidence?" The unexpected question made him stammer. "Yes, but inwardly I was as surprised as Miss Lombardo discovering America. Oh my God, maybe if she saw that he didn't like wild boar meat, and saw him still holding a skewer of wild boar meat and eating it, she would turn to ask him." Interrupting his train of thought, "Dot, are you still eating?" Not knowing how to answer, he glanced away to ease the awkwardness. He needed to maintain this relationship, but at the same time, he had to keep his distance. He also had to make sure Elliot didn't come near them, the farther the better. Io walked to a stall and said excitedly, "It seems like they sell accessories here. Hey, freshman, do you need anything?" Dot looked at the cute little things in front of him and guessed that all the girls would like them. He said to him, "But let me buy something for her." He said one thing with his mouth, but his thoughts screamed the opposite. "I'm worried about buying a gift for E. There's no way I need to lower her likability rating." Dot picked out an unremarkable yellow button and asked Yellow about it. "This button looks pretty good. What do you think?" He thinks he should give her the worst gift possible, but Io's reaction left him utterly disappointed. The girl shyly kicked the stone. "Actually, I need a button to replace the one on my uniform." Made him grit his teeth again, cursing himself, "I'm doomed." Then they both decided to sit down and rest and have something to eat. Io wondered if he had chosen his major yet. Dew and Yellow chose a table in a rather private spot, on which several delicious-looking dishes were already laid out. In response to her question, he replied, "I intend to study theology." She was slightly surprised and asked again, "Theology? Why don't you reconsider? With your talent, it would be a waste not to join the Night Order." But that also explained his choice. "We have our own reasons for choosing this path. It was all part of his plan, not a spur-of-the-moment idea." Io placed his hands on the table and asked seriously, "Why?" "Because the only answer is, to protect what is important to us, we need to learn a few things there." She asked curiously, "What is it that you want to protect?" Looking at her, he thought there was only one answer: his own life and her downfall. "Sacred art skills are key to my survival. Together, we are very important to achieving the desired outcome. And of course, I wouldn't answer if you were worried like that." He replied, "Since childhood, I have had something I wanted to protect, and that is an event related to the secret society, an event that will happen in the future." That clone was particularly weak against sacred art skills. She frowned slightly and asked, "Does this relate to why you keep getting involved with me?" Dot could hardly answer, only mumbled. "That's what Yellow continued to say frankly. We know very well because of the curse of the Chi So-Tu family. The curse drove all members of the family insane. But wasn't the only way to stop it through mental training? Do you know how to break the curse?" Unexpectedly, Pain gently replied, "The blessing of the angels, a miracle where two archangels bestow their blessings upon one person, at least that's what people say." Io maintained a serious expression in his eyes as he spoke. "That's correct, and you understand how difficult it is. That's why, no matter how many achievements the Chiso family has made, we are still always feared." "Then why can you be so close to me? Why is it that every time someone tries to assassinate me, You always appear in time. What exactly are your intentions? He didn't evade the question, but looked into her eyes, confirming that what he wanted to protect was her. She doesn't seem to understand what I am to him, that he would want to protect me. He replied, if I don't protect you, I will die. That's the truth. I have no other reason. Eo, now calm and composed, gently brushed a lock of hair back in response. I knew this from the start, but you really are a strange fellow. He sighed, as if he were used to this. I've been told that many times before. He felt relieved as he confided in her. I told the whole truth without any pretense, hoping this would satisfy her curiosity. The scene shifts to another location that appears to be some kind of dungeon. The woman who was thinking was truly a strange person. It turns out to be Elia and Dot's clone. Surrounding them now were ferocious monsters, growling terrifyingly. Elia walked ahead, silently wondering, is he angry with me? Why is he so quiet? Dot paused, his voice full of bewilderment as he asked, wait, when did we get to the basement? She turned to look at him, secretly thinking that she needed to get closer to him to learn more about the Chi-Sa-Utsu family. I really don't know what to do with people like him, he said, more accurately, that he didn't know what to do with men at all. He was going crazy. Meanwhile, this clone focused its attention on observing the surroundings. What the hell is this place? They're all living monsters. Elia walked and talked. Apparently they were being used for experiments at the academy. The professors here are so irresponsible. How could they leave these things in the basement like this? A monster nearby growled furiously, attracting her attention and causing her to turn around in surprise. Huh? Elia observed the monster and exclaimed. Even the large monsters were here, curiously approaching the cage that held the ferocious creature. She said strangely, wait, they're not even chained. Suddenly, the sensor used to lock the cage emitted a sound, causing the monster to growl even more ferociously. Elia opened her eyes in shock, staring in astonishment, unable to react immediately. A deafening explosion erupted. Dot quickly pulled her behind him, shielding her, and tried to get away from the blast. The scene shifts to where they are having a meal together with Yellow. He felt the tremors caused by the explosion, and she also sensed that something was wrong. Everyone at the welcome party felt the shock of the explosion. Many people even screamed in fear. She was shielded from the explosion by Dot's clone, and, surprised, she asked, Dot, why? He looked at her and calmly replied, this is my job. Elia was surprised by Dot's strange answer. She looked at him very strangely. She sat up, puzzled, huh? What are you talking about? Well, the explosion just now had burned down most of the dungeon. It has freed the monsters from their cages, and now they are approaching the two of them. The beasts bared their fangs, growling and preparing to attack. Looking around and seeing only the iron bars that had fallen from the cages holding the monsters as weapons, her eyes were filled with determination. Anyway, thank you for protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. The system's announcement sound rang out. Main quest, monsters have appeared. Address the situation immediately. If too many people die, you will receive a severe penalty in the scenario. Exclusive equipment, crafting material rewards. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Du immediately left. He explained, there's something I need to do, and I'm urgently asking for your help. Chairman, I need you to find one of the priests. Eo, with a puzzled expression, spoke up. Wait a minute. Dot's face was filled with hurried pleading. Please, he urged urgently. We must protect the trainees first. Eo was exhausted and out of breath. The system displayed an update on the situation. The clone had been recalled. At this moment, Du rushed to her side, asking, the monsters have been released, is that all? Elia crouched down, holding a sword, and looked up at him, softly saying, you're awake, thank God. At the same time, the system recorded that Elo's favorability index had increased, indicating a level of curious interest. The system displays a confirmation. The main scenario has changed. Without further delay, she revealed that we had overlooked a large monster. Hearing this, he was stunned to realize that the bear from before was definitely it. Elia's face darkened as she sighed. It must still be somewhere on the first floor. If we act quickly, we can stop it. She was tired and spoke in a weak voice. I think I need to rest for a while. Seeing Elia's appearance, he asked Han worriedly, are you okay, Elia? He was restless and preoccupied. Right now, the main scenario is more important than anything else. If I fail, I will face a huge penalty, and I must prevent that from happening. At this moment, Everyone looked up with terrified expressions. The monster's eyes glowed a terrifying red, and a voice shouted reassuringly, "Hold on until the professor and the knights arrive, and make sure the barrier isn't broken." It roared, trying to break through the barrier. Cracks have begun to appear on the barrier membrane. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "The principal, professor, and their children are all absent at this time." His words were firm, "Yet we cannot use the blessing of the angel." Io spoke up, clearly displeased. "You call yourself a priest? There are students there." He turned to complain and explain. "You're using very harsh words towards a professor. Miss Io, a high-level barrier like the blessing of an angel is not something everyone can cast. Let's wait for the knights to arrive and then explain. This is why we tried to stop them from experimenting with those monsters in the first place. We know that we should never have granted that power to the Chi Sotu family." Hearing this, she frowned and gritted her teeth in anger. That couldn't wait any longer. He immediately rushed out declaring, "I'll handle it myself." Dot's impatience frightened him, prompting him to try and dissuade him. "Wait," someone stopped him, but he still charged towards the monster, completely ignoring the person behind him. He trembled with anger and shouted, "You're just a student. Do you even know what a blessing is?" She stood beside him, bewildered, and gently called his name. "That's it." Dot's eyes were sharp and resolute. Without a trace of fear, he resolutely rushed forward. The system immediately updated the status, and the supreme divinity merged with the priestly rosary. The golden vase was opened, and a dazzling light shone everywhere. The system presents usable skills, the asceticism of the Holy Shepherd. The system continues to record, a dangerous situation has been detected. The system sounded a life-threatening warning. Desperate survival skill, utility tier, activated. At the same time, he slipped past the monster's throat. He noticed and raised his voice to stop him. "Hey, wait. Why don't you run away?" He urgently replied, "I'll buy you time. Evacuate the students immediately." The ferocious monster's face lunged forward, preparing to attack. The system's voice rang out, activating the ascetic skill. All secondary stats would be converted into physical strength. Holy shield. He held out his hands, and in them appeared a dazzling golden cross. A pair of angel wings emerged, protecting him from the monster's powerful attack. He tried to grit his teeth and endure. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless with astonishment. Is that a blessing from the angels? How can an ordinary student perform it? The priest behind him scratched his head enviously. That fool, does he know that even the official priest has to pray thousands of times before he can use it? She pondered calmly in silence. After everything that has happened, I'm no longer surprised. I've seen him hide his true strength countless times. At this moment, he still couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "Why can't that stupid monster break through such a simple barrier?" he questioned, adding, "And that barrier was even erected by a student." The sacred sound rose calmly. "Exposed. Is he really a professor? He doesn't even do anything." Io turned and asked, and Elia struck him hard, her face expressionless as she replied, "The student council president. He's clearly useless to us. Let's just ignore him." Then she asked the other person, "Why are you late?" The other person trembled, hastily explaining, "I fainted in the basement. I just came up here. Let's forget about that." That name. How could he unleash blessings on the spot like that? He's not even a battle priest. They say it takes at least years of training to use it. How is this possible? Hearing this, Io was slightly surprised. She pondered. Holy energy can only be used after years of training. He remembered Dut's earlier words. "I need to study in the science department. If I don't protect her, I will die. I have no other reason." She fell into deep thought, her gaze unfocused. Elia glanced over, admiringly assessing him. Even if it's a blessing to accumulate merit, there must be limits to how well she can control it. Io looked up and asked, "What are you talking about?" Her chest heaved. Elia gently closed her eyes, understanding that he did all this for the sake of the Chi Su Tun family and for her. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to do all these things. Io gradually realized it, but wasn't sure if she had had a premonition from the beginning. But she sat with her legs crossed in the darkness, her eyes staring blankly in one direction. Light was emanating from that place, and E's eyes widened as she tried to get a better look at it. At that moment, she raised her sword towards Dot, thinking of him. He's a strange fellow. The attacks were becoming increasingly powerful. It was extremely difficult to confront them. Elia exclaimed in astonishment, "Chairman, Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws agape. E's gaze was resolute. Without hesitation, she charged straight at the monster with her sharp sword. Io leaped up, striking the monster directly in the back of the neck with his sword. The pain came so suddenly that it roared. In an instant, the monster was slammed hard to the ground. He stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, worried. It roared in anger. Filled with rage, the monster rose and lunged at her, but she resolutely swung her Yangqing sword at it. The power emanating from it was overwhelming. He was stunned, his eyes wide with fear. That was the true technique of the sword. She skillfully stabbed it, repeatedly with her sword. A continuous stream of light energy emanated from it, hurtling forward and aiming directly at the monster's body. Io's gaze remained unwavering. It wasn't attacked to the point where it couldn't retaliate, but could only endure the onslaught. She spread her legs out like lightning, and Io appeared right in front of him. In just a split second, her sword would have touched the monster's neck. The swing of her sword created a shockwave, severely injuring it and sending it flying far away, causing a massive explosion. She majestically stroked her hair and observed, while Io recited the China incantation. A massive, earth-shattering explosion occurred. Ilo calmly observed, still amazed by its power, marveling that it was on a completely different level compared to the copy he had previously used. Wait, is this true? In the original story, Yellow was never involved in these events. System appearance recognition, main mission, monster slaying, current casualties, incredible achievements. The notification system reminded him that the knight would appear in seconds. His gaze shifted to the right, and he silently speculated that all the professors who had supported experiments on living monsters were supporters of the Chi Sotun family. If Io participates herself, it means she is indirectly admitting the mistakes of her family. Io stood before the sea of fire without the slightest fear, his demeanor full of pride. But Io was never interested in politics. So why would she help us? I don't understand. Never mind. Let's just quickly complete the task first. That's a matter for later. Outside, a fierce fire broke out, and voices were shouting. Everyone get out. Is anyone still trapped? A voice confirmed, and everyone managed to get out. She said nothing, her gaze indifferent. She sheathing her sword, her demeanor exuding an air of nobility. Io breathed a sigh of relief. It's done, but frowned as if he had discovered something serious. Behind her, the monster emerged from the fire, waving its arm at her, and he immediately warned the chairman. Behind her, Io's eyes widened, sensing danger. She turned around and found him already there, using the blessing of an angel to ward off its surprise attack and protect her. The monster, its fur burned away, revealing a bony head, roared repeatedly as it attacked the fire. He was surprised by what he did. He was exhausted, his eyes glazed over, blood trickling from his mouth as he slowly fell, his vision fading. After a long time, suddenly woke up, a voice speaking. He's awake now, he mumbled dreamily. Monster. Yellow. On replied. The monster was destroyed in dew. He realized the person in front of him was not chief on anti. She closed the book and happily announced, of course, all students are safe. Are you surprised to see me? I didn't have a chance to talk to you after the freshman competition. That regained his composure and replied, it's all right, I'm fine. He wondered, a tan, an immortal who had lived for over years, why would such a figure come to see him? Could it be because he had used the angel's blessing? And she immediately got to the main point. I've come here to give you bad news. Or rather, bad news and even worse news. Which one do you want to hear first? Dot replied without hesitation. The bad news first. She began to explain. England was receiving more attention than ever before in the Academy's history. No student has ever been involved in as many accidents and events as him. And based on my experience, with your bad luck, this will continue. Dot frowned thoughtfully. But anyway, I didn't want this to happen. He continued asking, that's even worse news. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she questioned him. What do you know about demons? In the room, the light emanating from the lamp illuminated the entire space. A tan anti chuckled softly and spoke. That's a rather interesting response. That's it. He showed no sign of worry, even though the Academy president had just mentioned it. Dot hesitated. Well, he was sitting on the bed looking at her and continued speaking. I cannot say everything I know. If we do that, we won't be able to guess what she's planning. Atan was curious. Plotting, he calmly replied. I am the only one who hasn't been assigned to a class, and I can't even attend any classes. I see. Are you bothered by this situation? Like recent events, we've had to deal with quite a few problems. Do you realize? The ruling power no longer has much control over this society. In truly terrible times, they will do anything to recruit talented individuals, even if it means dragging them up from hell. He looked in another direction and spoke. The coup in Bad, the changes in the structure of the Holy Empire, and the struggle for succession, aren't they all related? That is the cause of all recent events. She glanced at him, thought to herself, look at him, and then answered, yes, you're right. Although the Golden Triangle may seem peaceful on the outside, deep inside, a fierce competition for outstanding talent is still going on. Most students paid no attention to these matters, but their impact spread across the continent, affecting both the Elephant Tribal Council and the Holy Empire, causing all three powerful empires to secretly plot a major war. He stroked his chin and remarked, all the events I've been involved in have certainly caught their attention, but even so, they haven't made any move yet. This can only happen when someone is controlling the flow of information. She said nothing, just folded her arms, smiled contentedly, and thought to herself, he's even good at politics. He frowned, seriously asking, so that means it will be dangerous if they set their sights on us? A tan anti softly replied, yes, the world will be destroyed. Upon hearing that, it was immediately startled and terrified, imagining a scene where bombs and fire would engulf the entire continent, and humanity would be annihilated in raging flames. How terrible would it be if the apocalypse happened? She showed him a piece of paper with the seal of the purifiers on it and asked, do you recognize this seal? This is why I asked about demons. Dot looked at the seal on the paper and felt a pang of fear in his heart. The seal of the purifiers. She was quite surprised to see the slight look of astonishment on his face. Does he also know about this? The purifiers are a demon-worshipping organization that operates in the shadows. Their sole objective is to summon demons to destroy the world. Both the failed assassination attempt and the monster escape were caused by them. Both of those events targeted the Chi Sotu family, and there is no guarantee that a third will not happen. There was a moment of silence before she asked, why are you telling me this? She summoned a black card with white cracks on it and replied, although I cannot explain the reason, I want you to feel this. He took the black card, thinking in surprise, a key to interdimensional space. This is an item that breaks the balance of power, capable of opening a door to other worlds. Seeing Dot's expression, Anti immediately understood. Look at your expression. I guess you know what it is, right? Keep it safe and show me what you can do. If you please me, I will give you more gifts. Boom! A small explosion occurred overhead, and everything around returned to the original room. Atan poured himself some tea and said, this conversation must be kept secret. Hearing this, he immediately responded in agreement. Suddenly she asked again, how are things going between you and the warrior candidate and Miss Chi So? Dot immediately frowned, inwardly screaming, why is she asking about that? But he replied, everything's fine. Atan sipped the hot tea in his hand and smiled meaningfully. I hope things will continue like this. He was curious why, and then, confused, asked again, are we obligated to maintain relations with them? She still smiled and simply replied, yes, otherwise the world will perish. He immediately covered his head and shouted again, imagining a scene of bombs raining down and fires causing the world to perish. Dot groaned inwardly. Why is this world so easily destroyed? Seeing his distressed expression, Atan laughed and said, I'm not joking. He secretly added, the ultimate goal of this plan can only be achieved with the help of 3 people. The scene instantly shifted to outside the academy, where a sigh suddenly echoed from somewhere. Holding the interspace key in his hand, Joe D destroyed the world. He stood in the hallway, feeling increasingly dejected, thinking he'd think about it later, but he couldn't believe she'd given him this, an item that players shouldn't even be able to possess. There's definitely something wrong with the main plot of. Suddenly a voice rang out. You're here. Hearing that sound, he was immediately astonished. Professor of the Diggers. The headmaster, a knight named Khan, laughed and said, I've been looking for you. Dambello. He quickly hid the key behind his back and calmly asked, Teacher, you're looking for me? Why? The teacher replied, even though you haven't been assigned to any class yet, I can't let you skip school forever. This will be your temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow, you will be studying with these people. Then his expression suddenly froze. The person mentioned in the letter is class leader Alola Lachit, So Tun, and class Fleerja. Just imagining those two girls made him break out in a cold sweat and scream loudly. The end of the world is coming soon. Outside the academy's classroom window, sunlight bathed the walls in golden light, while inside, the sound of a lecture echoed. That is why the sword can be considered the most basic weapon in any situation, as we mentioned earlier. So what about situations with obstacles? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Professor, I have a question. He stopped when he saw someone asking a question. Go ahead, the young lady said, her voice tinged with arrogance. Do you think we're going too deep into theory? I don't think this knowledge will be really useful in actual combat. The professor, hearing this, immediately turned around and asked in astonishment, What did you say? Sitting in the lecture hall amidst thousands of other students, she said with an air of arrogance, In battle, even a seasoned knight can be brought down by long-range weapons. Her words instantly baffled him. That is indeed possible. EO continued arrogantly. Unless you intend to train to the extreme with swordsmanship, then supplementary training in archery or throwing techniques is necessary. Elia, at this moment, closed one eye and glanced sideways, indicating she was still unsure, but she thought the professor had a point. As long as one knows how to utilize the surrounding terrain, a swordsman can completely dodge arrows or rocks. But if the opponent gets close, are we supposed to fight barehanded? So, without terrain support, what will you do to compensate for the attack distance? Isn't that why we're learning about close combat? Surely you understand the difference between theory and practice, right? This is the professor's lecture. If you feel forced to be here, it's best to remain silent. He was caught in the middle, only able to remain silent, his face filled with fear as he witnessed the fierce, yet bloodless, battle between the two women. On the other side, Yellow also raised an eyebrow and repeated, forced. Then the two directly looked each other in a challenging gaze. She said sternly, As the student council president, I have a responsibility to ensure the quality of education that my fellow students are receiving. She refused to back down, gritting her teeth and hissing. Then stop interrupting the professor. Why do you keep butting in? Seeing this, the professor immediately spoke weakly, trying to make peace. Should we end the class here? EO frowned disdainfully. Don't tell me you actually believe these theories will work in real combat. Elia retorted irritably. At least they were more useful than sitting and listening to her. I truly believe that. It's unbelievable that a warrior candidate couldn't distinguish between advice and insult. Cleared her throat and asked, Can we continue the lecture? She clenched her fists and chuckled triumphantly. I agree, so I win. I knew they would be on my side. She sighed, smoothing her hair with a hint of boastful apprehension before speaking. It's just one loss. Master, please continue. Seeing that the situation was under control, he hesitated before rearranging the classroom. I understand. Then let's study on our own today. At the same time, Lain turned his head, frowning as he observed them. He muttered to himself as he manipulated the system screen. They've been like this the whole time, and because of them, all the other students have started looking at us strangely. I sat between a warrior candidate and a family heir. Never mind, just focus on your own work. The image displayed on the system right now is that of Elal Chitso 2. Trust level 5, favorability level 1, reward willing to receive. That's quite impressive. Next are the new skills. First, that is, swordsmanship, mastering the basics, with a proficiency level of %. The legendary swordsmanship of the Grand Duke Chi So Tung's family. Users can effectively utilize this skill with any type of weapon. And secondly, there is the basic deep breathing technique, a breathing method that helps increase endurance and physical strength to the maximum level. This skill has high compatibility with swordsmanship, specifically the shrugging chin technique. Both of these skills complement each other. Based on physical strength, this could be the most powerful combination. And the only person who can make the most of this combination is Yellow. This is also the reason why she became the final boss. Additionally, the system screen changes to an image of Elia CXCR with a curiosity level of 5, an interest level of 1, and a reward ready to receive. Then the system introduced new rules of the game called the Rules of Evil. Use your influence over honest people who are associated with you. The following individuals will be required to accept a request from you. Keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. A high level of goodwill towards honest individuals will yield greater rewards. If you can turn some good individuals into evil ones, the reward will be even greater. Dot looked at the information on the screen and was confused. What the hell is this? Can I get a reward for turning good people into bad people? No. The transformation happened in an instant. At this moment, the Academy's group is walking through a vast forest. The little bird raised its voice and announced, "Welcome, my little chicks. In survival class, we will practice survival skills. If you don't want to die in some dungeon or ruin, it's best to learn how to survive now. Your task today is very simple. Go into the forest and bring back something that you think I would like. You have minutes." Everyone started to feel confused and bewildered. Wasn't there a scoring criterion? He calmly explained, "As I said, it all depends on me. The student council president and I will be grading together, so good luck to you all." EO heard this and said nothing, only letting out a soft grunt. Everyone started groaning. It's so vague. Professor Elia suddenly let out a wicked laugh amidst the screams of the crowd. "Life is an experience, little chicks. We'll begin in minutes." While everyone behind him was gathering to form groups, Du sat alone on a rock, staring at the system screen and lost in thought. Keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. How am I supposed to use this? How do I turn a good person into a bad one? Suddenly, Elia appeared from behind him, bending down to ask, "Would you like to cooperate?" That turned around and replied, "You should work with your friends." She still wore that friendly, inviting smile. "Come on, I'm your friend too." He didn't reply, but thought to himself, it's best if she goes back to her main character group. EIA still tried to persuade him. "Why don't we work together?" He pondered silently. "Sir, if that's the case, I'll just be a thorn in the side of the two of you." She acted sweetly and asked questions out of concern. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" He turned his face away and replied, "Nothing. It's just that we're not that close." Elia heard that and was about to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Then her face stiffened, and she turned her head away and pouted. Elia was burned, causing him to lose all face, and he immediately turned and left. "Really? That's a shame." "Okay," Chisa called out softly, worriedly. "Elia." He glanced over and felt guilty. "Am I being too cold?" "She looks annoyed." Ta Lion observed the entire situation from beginning to end, then suddenly spoke up, "DT Kamel," which made him curious, and he looked up to see who had arrived. Ta Lai, stroking his chin, questioned, "What is the relationship between you and the warrior candidate?" He wondered to himself in astonishment. Ta Lion was the second strongest person in the class, only after Elia. Later, he even became the main supporting boss in chapter. What's wrong with him? But outwardly, he just replied that he only met her by chance. He said gloomily, "A strong person like Elia has no reason to get involved with you." At this point, the system also simultaneously displays that the law of evil, a righteous individual, has been angered by your influence. Talion pulled at his collar threateningly. There were many rumors surrounding the suspicious outcome of his duel. "Why do you keep trying to approach her?" He suddenly realized something. Status update. It seems he activated a personality condition by making him angry. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Tell me the truth. That fight was just a charade, wasn't it?" Ignoring his hateful words, he thought to himself, "He'll become a powerful boss later. Maybe I can use him and activate the laws of evil for future use." Ta Lion shouted, "You can't hide the truth from me." He remained calm, not resisting, and gently approached him, whispering softly, "That match wasn't fake, but perhaps you wanted it to be fake. Seeing your target defeated with a single blow. Do you sense the distance between us?" Elia, who seemed to have gone far away just now, is still silently observing you. Because Lion stood before me, he spoke seriously, seeing his target defeated in a single blow. "Can you sense the distance between us?" Hearing those provocative words, he became furious, his face contorted, and he clenched his lips tightly. "So why don't we try placing a bet? Let's bet on who will get a higher score on this exercise." "Teacher, although it looks a bit unpleasant on the surface, it seems everything has gone according to plan over the phone." "Okay, Honhao." On the other side, the rat is calling EO. "Hey, student council president. The teacher asked me to help grade the students' work. I don't think I did this a bit rashly." She replied, "I was serious from the beginning." The boy disagreed, so he frowned and asked again, "Really? Then explain why he got a perfect score even before submitting the paper." He replied dismissively, because he deserved it. He was utterly shocked when he heard that. What did you just say? She closed one eye and said, it seems the teacher isn't happy with how you graded. Jayat couldn't help but raise her voice. Why don't you try putting yourself in my shoes and thinking from my perspective? Your worry isn't fair either, she retorted. If that's the case, why don't you observe him a little to verify for yourself why he deserves a perfect score? She turned to leave, but she'd be right back. But he grabbed her by the shoulder and stopped her. Wait, I know you're trying to get close to him. Even though I've hit the nail on the head, you won't admit it. Of course not. I just don't want him alone with the warrior candidate. Then EO made an excuse to leave. Something might have happened between the two of them. Please let me check. But he wasn't one to back down either, and said, even though I don't allow you to participate, I can certainly kick you out. What do you think? Let's move to another place. Chi-sa is currently very worried. She is observing and silently assessing the situation. Elia, she seems different today. At this moment, Elia used his brute strength to throw a punch at the beast in front of him and a kick at the one behind him at the same time. Luca, carrying an axe on his shoulder, asked, all the strongest monsters are gathered here. Could something special have happened recently? A blonde-haired, freckled man replied. You guessed right. This is a rare mineral area. The man with glasses on the other side said, if we can get a few gemstones, we'll probably avoid getting a low score. Another person chimed in. Okay, let's stop hunting monsters for now. Brother Liu, help move the ore. Then he shouted to help with a round, black mass gathering in front of someone's chest. Something appeared on Elia's body while she was still busy fighting the monsters. Chi-sa also noticed this suspicious thing and became very worried. The color of darkness, intense emotion. I can see it all, even though she doesn't show it, but she's very angry. Then she went to ask Elia, who was sitting on the monster, how she was doing. Elia, how have you been lately? She didn't seem any different, then turned back with a radiant smile, her voice cheerful. Huh, nothing special has happened lately. Chi-sa asked anxiously. However, if there is anything bothering you, I can help. Although Elia appeared fine, the black thing on her chest proved otherwise. What are you talking about? Nothing happened. That made her even more worried. Although you say so, I worry that your emotions might override your reason. Chi-sa continued to advise the other party. I know something is bothering you. Her cousin could no longer bear it. So he sat down at the base of a tree and sighed. Elia spoke sadly, her voice soft but clearly showing signs of weariness. Is that so obvious? I could never lie to you. After a short while, she summarized what she had just shared. Damn, he always keeps his distance from me, and all I want is to be his friend. EO said somewhat irritably. Although we've been through a lot together lately, I don't think it's necessary to create such a boundary between us. She immediately asked, could it be that this wasn't your real intention? She was surprised to hear this. Not your real intention. What do you mean? Then she explained right away. He was just a boy from a small baronial family. If a warrior candidate were seen walking with him, there would certainly be a lot of talk. EO realized the problem immediately. Is this how he's trying to help us? Chi-sa replied, yes. He's probably worried that he might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. She forced a smile. Although he's keeping his distance now, once his reputation is established, he'll surely still consider you an important friend. While EO began to reflect, he wondered why he had moved to another place. It was as if something was chasing him, and he was running as fast as he could. He was running away while keeping an eye on his surroundings, all while the system kept giving him warnings. La Lai Yin's rage is reaching its limit. You have inflicted unimaginable humiliation upon him. A sharp spear is hurtling towards you. The system's continued negative influence has become permanent. System notification. You have activated the rule of evil and received a command reward. Ta Lai, armed with a spear, charged forward as if on a massacre, shouting as he went. You bastard, I'll kill you, he shouted angrily. I will ask you to become a skewer of meat. Immediately, I, Lai Yin, thrust my spear repeatedly towards him. His son had to run and dodge. His continuous attacks, missing their target, which only angered him further. He shouted, don't run. Fight like a real man. Why do you keep trying to deliver the finishing blow after I've already dealt the most damage? Then suddenly, turned around, extended his hand, and stopped just in time. He called out to Lion. He was immediately bewildered and speechless. Then with a sinister expression, he said, if so, do you want to split the spoils in half? Upon hearing this, I was so enraged that I broke a nearby tree and shouted, "You damn fool! If you're still hungry, hurry up and run away." He immediately grabbed his spear and focused the lightning bolts, preparing to launch them. Miita hid and immediately threw a spear, but it was blocked by a sword, splitting the young man in two. Both men were astonished when they saw it. It turned out that Elia had used his sword to cut the spear into many pieces. She threatened in a harsh voice, "Don't touch my friend." Elia frowned, giving a warning, "Stay away from my friend." I was astonished to see this man appear. He said in a voice full of surprise, "Elia." Then he exclaimed in his heart, "A warrior candidate." Then he spoke up, "It's been a long time. This must be the first time we've met since the monster went into hiding." And she quickly rushed over. Elia, with a sword held to my neck, coldly replied, "Wrong. This is the first time since you lost to me." At this moment, Du was also extremely surprised by her appearance. He frowned, wondering where she had suddenly appeared from. With a sword held to his throat, he was terrified and sweating profusely, but he still tried to appear calm. "It's so good to see you again." Dio immediately asked without hesitation, "What did you do to Dut just now?" Ta Lion stammered, "Huh." She immediately butted in, "Don't tell me you're bothering him. He wants to justify himself." Elia, but didn't let the other person finish explaining. Elia tripped Lion, causing him to fall painfully to the ground. She stomped on the hidden man and, with an angry face, said, "I don't want to hear your excuses." He panicked and hastily spoke up, "I know, I understand. But why do you keep defending her? Someone as talented as you. Elia doesn't care about you. You don't need to care who I befriend." At the same time, Du, from behind, tried to butt in. "Listen, Elia," but she still wouldn't listen. "I hate those who think they're better than others and then get angry at them." Then suddenly I shouted, "But he's deceiving all of us. He's doing this just to teach us a lesson. He's not the kind of person who's unreasonably cruel. That's not it. What's there to be confused about?" El glared and said, "Do you want to be knocked down in one blow like last time?" Ta Lian was stunned, remembering the scene where he was beaten through the wall. What, is that his true self? Could I have died that time? Then he knelt down on the ground. Ta Lai, with a sincere heart, knelt down and bowed his head in utmost reverence. "Sorry, DT, I won't come near you without permission again. Let's try to get along with each other." Then she calmly walked past him, leaving him bewildered and lost in thought. He is indeed a warrior candidate. She's good at teaching people a real lesson. I don't know if we can still be considered friends anymore. At this point, I guess we're still friends. At least for now. Wait a minute, that's not important right now. I still have to get my homework graded. Just as Du was about to leave, a voice called him back. "Dot, we've met before, haven't we?" "I'm Chi." Dot also realized she should say, "You are Elia's friend." "I remember now," Chi began. "I have something I want to ask." But her face looked very dejected. In both the original story and the present one, she always prolongs the conversation. She hesitated. Well, this might be a little troublesome, but Elliot didn't have time to say anything before Du left. He only left one sentence. "Let me get the score first." She can only accept it. As if realizing something, Chi-Sa frowned thoughtfully. "He forced her to duel with me?" Lion hidden. Normally she would try to talk things out to resolve the issue. Unless you didn't draw your sword from the start, that's the problem. There, when he arrived at the location to receive his score, the place was already shrouded in dust and smoke. And the sight before him startled him. What the hell is going on? Giant and ELO had a fierce battle, and she was lying on the ground unable to get up, while he remained seated, slowly speaking. "That damned guild master insisted on going into the forest, so I told him he had to get past me first, and I won." Dot was speechless, inwardly judging. This environment is truly insane. Nevertheless, the child also praised it highly. "It's better than before." "Hey, are you planning to fake your death? My son is begging you to punish her," and that's what said excitedly. "That's right. I'm here to receive my grades." While Yellow lay there, the two of them happily chatted together. He said, "Yes, we're still in class." "Let me see. Why did you bring so much?" he asked. He replied, "It's nothing. It just took a little time because I wanted to make sure I selected the best ingredients." The boy was overjoyed when he saw the bag full of minerals. "Hon Hao, you're the best too. I'm sure Bee would love these things if you gave them to her." He immediately asked, "You've already made a pact. Why don't you take this opportunity to impress her?" While tying up his bag, replied, "Okay, I'll do that." Then Chi-Sa suddenly appeared, urging, "Are you finished?" The boy gave his instructions before leaving. "Okay, you can go now. The class is over, but Chi-Sa, please take care of her." She agreed to. "Okay." Chi turned around and spoke with all her might in one go. "So, please take care of Elia, but don't be too kind to her. Every time she mentions him, she seems to lose her mind. I worry that things will get even worse later." After hearing that, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I'm grateful for this warning, but I'm also starting to get a little scared. Before leaving, he waved his hand in acknowledgement of the other person's offer. "Okay, don't worry. She will do her best." Chi-Sa was deep in thought. Using her healing power, she should do this if she wanted to survive this. She healed Io. Recalling the face of her best friend, she couldn't help but ponder. She might not recognize her, but she did. Just one wrong step, and she could cross the line. The scene shifts to an afternoon at the magic department. Bai is sitting cross-legged, sipping tea, and asks, "You want to use your wish? So soon?" Dot replies, "Yes, I need something from the goddess of magic." She asked again, "Can't you wait any longer?" At the same time, others are impatiently waiting. You're not the only one working to fulfill this request. Everyone needs to do something if you don't use your wish. He glanced at the people behind him, his mind beginning to race. But to survive the upcoming battle with the purgatory, I must prepare everything I can. And she said, "I have received orders from the headmaster to support you as much as possible, provided it is not used for other purposes. I will do it. What do you want?" He pursed his lips, not answering immediately. Meanwhile, the system updated with new information. You have received a reward from Elia. Points. You have received an evil seed. You can exchange it for special skills in the points shop. The list of purchasable skills has been updated. Elia's serious face appeared. Elia Kanexer sealed away negativity. You can use the evil rule once. Ta Liam seals negative energy once. You can use the evil rule once. Dot fell into deep thought again. The effect of the special skill was far better than any item. That's fine for now, but there is still a lot to prepare for. That Kamel was still too weak to withstand the purgatory's varied attacks. That's why I need it. I have a persistent cough, but fearing the world isn't chaotic enough, I seriously assert that I need a cannon. A cannonball could blow up the entire academy, yet Bo Si remained expressionless, merely uttering a single, dismissive remark. "You're crazy." She suddenly stood up and started scolding. "Are you crazy? Creating it is one thing, but where do you intend to use it?" He raised his hand to voice his opinion. "Oh wait." Professor Du pulled out the swimming agreement. There's no turning back. It clearly states that he must fulfill any normal request. Something as simple as this certainly couldn't stump the head of the magic department. She said helplessly, "You want me to make weapons? That's not an ordinary request," he retorted. "But a promise is a promise, right?" Then she added, "I won't use it to harm anyone. I just have one thing that needs to be destroyed in a single blow, otherwise it will be very troublesome," Butter yelled. "That's why I'm even more worried." "You idiot." But then she sighed and agreed. "Okay, I'm sure you have your reasons. And since you also helped deal with the monsters recently, I will make a cannon for you." "Damn," he replied. "Thank you, Professor BY." Then B continued to ramble on, leaving him confused and unable to believe it. Not only did he have 4 women in his harem, but he also made others believe that he would save the world. That questioned the imperial harem again. She was startled and panicked, speaking incoherently. "Wait, what's wrong with my head? I lost my concentration just talking to him, and it's all his fault." That's how he reassured her. "Please calm down. I have one more request in my wish." By the monk Balvi, years old, unmarried. After calming down, she scratched her cheek and asked, "Are there any other requests?" Dot crossed her arms and said, "You promised me and Elia that you would give each of us an item from the illusion archive. Can I have it now?" He left after he had accomplished his purpose. He was currently holding the agreement he had just read and thinking about it when he bumped into someone. "Excellent. So I've been given permission to manufacture a cannon. Now all we need to do is gather the ingredients to make it. I can collect all these materials using the interdimensional key. It seems everything is going according to plan." A man with orange hair, leaning on a cane, walked by. T inquired, "Hey kid, your name is Du Camo." Then he replied, "Yes, that's right," Gaddy said. "I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Then he introduced himself. "I am Gadverb. I run the Purification House charity." Duck pursed his lips in silence, but inwardly cursed. What a farce. That devilish thing was merely a front for money laundering. Gale patches the final boss in this chapter. The Purifier. He is the leader of the Fire of Wrath. G handed over his business card and said, I've actually heard some rumors about you. He single-handedly prevented a monster from escaping. That is not something an ordinary person could do without extraordinary courage or skill. That's impressive, but you still show no expression. Really, GY said slyly. Every time I meet an extraordinary student like you, I always wonder what their future will be like. I would very much like to have dinner with you. Are you free? I'd also like to chat with you. I immediately dismissed that idea, thinking that now was enough time for a conversation. England immediately became wary of GI, just as in the original storyline. This guy was supposed to approach Elia and bother her. But why would he seek me out? Don't tell me this system considers me the protagonist? No way, no way, he replied, scratching his head. I'll think about that. Then he left, saying, Meet me at sunset in 3 days. I will be waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Dot angrily muttered to himself. I said I would think about it first. Oh dear. The Sunset Eye is a high-class restaurant right outside the academy. The business card in his hand made his eyes hurt so much. Okay, I'll go then. He thought that, in reality, he had no way to avoid this major event. Before that, everything could only be either yes or no. What I can do, what I know, what I don't know, all the factors and risks if I consider everything in this situation. Defeating the purgatory is not impossible, but I still don't understand why I have to take on Elias' role. Perhaps we messed everything up from the very beginning. For now, let's focus on the present. Everything else can be dealt with later. Then he mustered up the courage to knock on the door. After knocking, his face was even more tense. As soon as he finished speaking, Yellow came out and opened the door. Yellow, are you there? She asked, standing in the room. So, what are you doing here? He replied, No need to go outside. I just have a small matter to discuss. Standing inside, called out, clearing her throat a few times, then said with difficulty, Because of this, you should still listen to me. Are you free in 3 days? He asked again, 3 more days? A figure behind her spoke. Hey, return the books on time, President. The girl with glasses said irritably. She hadn't even read a single volume yet. She just let them gather dust. You hired them just to look at book covers? Huh. Before the girl with glasses could finish speaking, she raised her finger to stop her. Should I really have to pay late fees because of you? Both listened in silence to what was being said on the other side of the door. Yes, Hall. That day I would like you to spare some time to come with me to a place. He immediately asked again, Just the 2 of us? He answered correctly. She called out from inside. Where are you going? Dot answered immediately, but was cut short by a shout. There was a place called the Eye of the Sunset. Do you know? The girl with glasses said loudly, but was interrupted before she could finish. That place was famous as a dating spot. He told me. So why do you want me to go with you? He said. Well, I'll tell you when we meet that day. That sentence made her blush with embarrassment. Then EO, standing a door away from him, asked, Did you invite me? A loud voice rang out. Elia, amidst the clear blue sky and the vast fields of flowers stretching like mountains, the call of Elia echoed. Finally, that person found Elia. Are you here? But she just turned her back angrily and said, Shut up. Kin Vaughn pleaded with me, saying he had already apologized and wouldn't tease me anymore. EO frowned and turned to look at her dirty, scratched body, her eyes still glistening with tears as she glared at him resentfully. Liars. Elia shouted loudly in reproach. Do you think pushing me down the hill is a joke? Calvin scratched his head awkwardly, but still spoke defiantly. Well, next time I'll attack you while you're still lying on the ground. Hearing that only made her more distressed. Stop bullying my little sister right now. He burst out laughing. I was just joking. Kin Von Van Vo, author's writings of sophistry. I just want you to be strong. You idiot. He doesn't want his sister to be defeated by anyone. Elias shouted angrily. I don't need it. Seeing that his little sister's mood had not yet calmed down, he offered her a small, rather full brown bag. Try these cookies I brought from Nam's house. The silhouettes of the 2 brothers against the sunlight were clearly visible on the hilltop. She bent down and opened the bag to see what was inside. Did you steal these things? Calvin looked down, shivering. Hey, don't say I stole it. I only took the leftovers. Elia munched on the cake in her hand, eating and listening to him tell his story. Thanks to the Baron, he could be promoted to knight apprentice immediately. She wondered, and then what? The pig replied nonchalantly. In England will go to war. The brilliant sunlight of the late afternoon gradually faded behind the high mountain ranges. Amidst the vast fields, his voice, filled with excitement, rang out. In England will have the opportunity to experience new things and explore this world. Who knows, maybe he'll even win that bodyguard title. Elia gnawed on a puffed-up pastry, his cheeks puffed out in disdain. Keep dreaming. How could someone who bullies his younger sister all day long become a bodyguard? Calvin immediately refuted it. Who knows if there's any law that dictates that people must stay in one place forever? The sunlight was getting brighter and brighter. The sky was tinged with a brilliant orange hue. Will you die if you go to war? Well, if you're unlucky, maybe, but you're quite skilled, so that probably won't happen. Elia puffed out her cheeks, glanced around angrily, and grumbled. I wish you bad luck and a quick death. Just go away. You're always teasing me and bothering me. He never listened to his parents. All he knew was to wield a sword and go fight. Nevertheless, he merely smiled affectionately as he watched his little sister continue to listen to her cursing. I hope death awaits you. At the Battle of Calvary, the figures of the two brothers sitting side by side appeared small amidst the vast expanse of hills and the vibrant orange sky. Calvin made this promise. If you become a bodyguard, you will always be there to protect me. Time and setting change. She awoke groggily amidst the insistent calls. Elia. Elia's face was still not fully awake as she walked to open the door. What's wrong? It's you. He stood outside the room, awkwardly scratching his head, not daring to look her in the eye. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm from the countryside and I'm not yet familiar with everything here. Regarding what I said about not being friends with you, I apologize, but I brought some cookies from the kitchen. They're quite good. But Elia's answer startled him, causing him to frown in embarrassment. Why apologize? That's not cool at all. We're friends. Anyway, go to sleep. Dot hesitated and stopped him. Wait, I need your help with something. Can you come with me for a moment? No need to rush. It's urgent. Elia frowned, annoyed, and muttered to herself. Is he insane? The scene changes again. A slender hand nimbly writes each letter on the page. Eo sat up straight, put down his pen, and stopped writing, his mind preoccupied with what the other person had said. So we've finished processing all the teaching materials. Please review them carefully. We will also review the fees from the clubs. Eo's close brown-haired student gently adjusted his glasses to review the report. The rest is up to the transfer students. I heard we will have a student coming from the Tribal Alliance. She belonged to a sect that collapsed after the coup, and was almost certainly the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. Now they are basically exiles, and she will have a lot of attendants with her. But in reality, her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name was Liligata. Have you ever heard of her? I hear she's quite famous. The image of a powerful, aggressive lion-like creature unleashing a kick with the force of a large shield forward appeared. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing her ruby-red pupils. Surely, on the densely written notepad, for items had already been marked, leaving only the last one with a question mark. The silhouette of the saintly woman holding a scepter in her hand, head held high, stands before the temple. The number of members of the congregation appears in her report, and in the following term, a true saint from the Holy Empire will arrive. Eo asked softly, Did you come in person? The brown-haired student, taking off his glasses, said with a hint of anxiety. It was said that a whole delegation would accompany her, but given how things were being handled, perhaps the headmaster had used some of his authority. She sat upright in her chair, leaning against the table cluttered with books and papers. Eo, pensive and thoughtful, a saint and daughter of a tribal chief. She slammed her pen down onto the page densely covered with writing. Eo closed his eyes, certain that this academy was plotting something. First there was Lai Lu with her striking blue hair, then a mysterious saint with jet-black hair, followed by Elia with her beautiful, cold face, and finally that young man. It's always been like this. The president suddenly realized. Oh, I forgot she was holding a notebook in her hand, bewildered by Elo's attitude. Why are you so worried about that? You haven't just been here for a day or two. Eo remained silent, gazing intently into space. Her soft voice echoed against the dark sky, illuminated only by moonlight and stars. It's just that I'm in a bad mood. Everything returned to normal. He excitedly looked up, surprised to find an observation deck in the school. Because I was still amazed. The night sky is so beautiful. EO frowned and glanced over. Do we really have to do this now? Holding the remote control in his hand, he tried to convince himself. We had no other choice. This is the only way for everything to fit together perfectly. Okay, wait a minute. This enormous thing was his plan. With the catapult I took from the sighting device, we can reach that place. Although this area is reserved for high-level players, I have a secret card that the headmaster gave me. She still didn't understand his intentions. What are you planning to do in the middle of the night? There, he answered Elia's doubts with just 2 sentences. Okay, let's go. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a deafening explosion, sending sparks flying. He seriously braced himself with his hands clasped behind his back, assuming a flying stance, while she panicked, screaming as she flew. At this moment, his face was distorted to a pitiful degree. Anxiously cried out, Concentrate. Opening his eyes, the space was suddenly torn apart, creating a bizarre, circular, red hole. Both of them flew straight into that fiery red space. He held up the black playing card, smiling triumphantly. This is the location of the space portal. We're about to enter. Don't worry. Elia's familiar smiling image of Calvin reappeared. Hey, why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Look at me, Elia. Finally, the panic on her face subsided a little. That's still being reassured. It might be a little dangerous. Point too small. Dark figures gradually moved deeper into that strange space. Everything around them seemed to be distorted and warped. Finally, the red hole disappeared, leaving only a single, rapidly shrinking bright red light against the pitch-black sky. Everything fell silent again. Elia, having just flown into this region of space, closed her eyes in discomfort because the light was too bright. She gritted her teeth and endured it. We don't have much time left. On the contrary, he looked around with great enthusiasm. This is intertidal space. Try not to touch anything. They can be very dangerous. Leaped up, bending his body and soaring through the air among the dangling rocks. She clung tightly to the rock and turned angrily, scolding. What are you doing? But he calmly laughed and drifted along with the current. Don't worry, the gravity here isn't stable. Anyway, we need to go a little higher. Elia frowned. What are you looking for? He winked mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Just keep dancing. The rocks are being pushed back. A series of ethereal bubbles floated in the colorful space, yet her screams echoed faintly. Are you crazy? You'll surely die if you fall. Elia, frightened, hid behind a rock, looking around, then urged them on. We won't die, just jump. She finally leaped out from behind the rock. Her body fell freely through the air. Elia, terrified, closed one eye and opened the other, trying to endure the pain. She couldn't control herself and her face contorted with fear. Am I falling? Elia struggled frantically in midair, her mouth agape, as she screamed in terror. Elia's mind drifted back to the moment when she heard the calling voice. Elia, Elia. In the flickering fire, she tried to reply. It's me, brother. Calvin's voice rang out from the fire. It's very dangerous here. We must run out the back door and get to the granary immediately. Little Elia was trembling with fear, her clothes and face covered in blood, her hand clutching a sharp axe. Are we going to leave mother and father behind? He stood in front of them, anxiously and angrily replying. We must go. I will take care of mother and father. The fire was burning even more fiercely, the guard urged. If you see any descendants of the apocalypse, just hide. Her small hand clutched at his shirt. And what about you? Calvin turned around nervously to look at Elia. Covered in blood, she could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. My mother and father are dead. I'm not stupid. My mother and father are dead. Only the 2 of us remain. If you die, what will I do? That's why we have to run away together. He turned his face forward, leaving only a large silhouette blocking Elia's view as she clutched Calvin's coat, his voice firm and resolute. Fool, if you go with me, we'll be in even more danger. Moreover, before being your older brother, he was also a bodyguard. Don't think about anything. Don't worry about anything. Just run as far as you can. Don't worry, just get to safety, and we'll meet again on the hill where I used to practice. Her small hand tightened its grip as Calvin urged her on. Answer me, Elia. Elia. Weeping, let go of his coat hem, sobbing softly. Yes, Canvin's dark blue dress fluttered before her. Okay, calm down. Everything will be all right. Now run. Little sister, I'll be right behind you. The retrospective narrative was cut short. He had grabbed her arm. Where's the gravity you were talking about? He clung to the cliff with one hand, pulling Elia along with the other, yet still managed a teasing smile. She's falling very slowly. She's been terrified to the point of losing her composure. But then he calmly and gently reassured Elia, telling her to go on in peace. She'll get used to it eventually. Look up. We have found our goal. He and she sat upright on the rocky outcrop, suspended together, observing everything in this inter-district space. A bizarre, rainbow-colored object was hovering and weaving its way through layers of bubbles. The ghost of Gegut Pavilion threw Elia a sack, leaving her bewildered. He himself happily picked up a plane. All right, take this. The ghost of Gi Balian was gradually sucked into the sack, causing Elia to panic. What is this? What am I going to do with it? Dot quickly tied the mouth of the sack tightly. We'll have to flee soon. We will use it then. She doesn't understand anything. Huh? Running away? He turned around excitedly and asked, Did you see that? In the surreal pink and blue sky, a faint dark figure was carrying a sack on its shoulder. He bent his entire body, suspended in midair. Elia stood bewildered on the rocky outcrop, clutching his sack. Huh, it's just the sky. Suddenly, the space turned pitch black, paralyzing both of them. A set of sharp teeth bared and attacked them, startling both of them. Frowned in fear and exclaimed. The creatures of the intertidal space seemed to be on the verge of leaving. Elia's eyes widened in terror as the monster with glowing red eyes lunged forward like lightning, its mouth wide open, its fangs bared, ready to bite. He hastily uttered a nonsensical sentence. We must ensure that it will be released. She doesn't understand anything at all, does she? Elia gritted her teeth, enduring the wind, and opened the bag, dropping what was inside. Like this? This is so annoying. Danger is imminent. The giant monster's sharp teeth were just inches away from them. Waves of space currents spread. They both passed through it and landed forcefully on familiar ground. That was a sigh of relief. Just as I calculated, it worked perfectly with the card's validity period. He asked with concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Their hands clasped together, and he glanced over, his face glistening with sweat. How is it? But Elia, drenched and cold, snatched her hand away from Deuce. She wearily said, Don't tell me you planned all of this beforehand? Even the escape? He smiled brightly. Of course, everything went according to plan. The early morning phantom ghost trick is quite easy for a seasoned player like me. But Elia asked a question that left the dog speechless. How did you know we were going to Interkorean space? He was startled, his eyes widening. Huh? I thought you wouldn't come with me. She picked up the bag and placed it down beside him, much to his bewilderment. We are certain we will trap it. I can't believe you woke me up just to do this. That watched Elo's retreating figure and hesitated. Thank you, and I apologize for not telling you beforehand. But then the familiar blue notice board suddenly appeared. It was announced that Elia's favorability rating system had increased rapidly. The four brothers were completely bewildered, remaining kneeling on the ground with their two bags beside them. Huh. Unbeknownst to him, she was actually smiling to herself as she left. That's incomprehensible. Wait, why did her level of favorability increase? But back when they held hands and flew through interdivisional space, Elia couldn't take her eyes off his handsome face and radiant smile. At that moment, she hastily looked away, but her blushing cheeks betrayed Elia's true feelings. Atan had just finished her workout. Tiny beads of sweat clung to her ageless, graceful face, and a hair tie still clung to her mouth. She looked at Dot suspiciously and asked, Look at the bag that was brought, she continued. Is this what I was thinking? Dot did not answer explicitly but calmly replied, I don't know what you're thinking, but it is a spiritual entity. Atan nimbly tied back his hair, still damp with sweat, and asked curiously, So that means it has entered the interdistrict realm? Not knowing the situation, simply replied, Yes. He held up the black card in his hand and asked her, Isn't that why you gave this to me? Atan looked at the person opposite him with a worried expression and then hesitantly asked, I didn't think you'd use it so quickly. More importantly, what happened to your hair? With his hair standing on end like it had been electrocuted, he frowned and gave a resigned smile, saying, "Dinby, strike me with lightning." Ignoring the embarrassment, he got straight to the point. They were in the process of transporting the E that we obtained from the inter-district realm. Hearing this, she pondered thoughtfully and said, "A spiritual entity? You would be very surprised." Although she was a witch, she was quite timid, pointing to the brown bag she had brought and asking, "Is this enough?" Atan didn't answer, but instead asked a question in return. "Enough. You said you would give me another gift if I pleased you." Seeing that this gift was quite valuable, she looked at Dot and asked the true Dharma Tower if he was willing to spend his entire fortune to obtain this. "So why did you give it to me?" Understanding the question, he explained, "It wasn't exactly a gift, but a request. Spiritual entities are the consciousness of great people who have achieved extraordinary things. I want you to merge an entity into an object." Atan said hesitantly, "If we do that, its inner consciousness will gradually awaken and become stronger." A truly bold decision. There. You made the right choice. There. Seeing that the request could be granted, he spoke up and asked further. That item would be the last thing I could say when Tan Anti interrupted and asked, "Before that, let me ask a question." She gazed curiously at the young man before her, as if trying to understand his inner self, then slowly asked, "Why did you do that? You defeated a warrior candidate with a single blow, without any weapon. You're holding off the monsters all by yourself. So why are you focusing so much on becoming stronger?" Responding to her somewhat personal question, he hesitated before saying, "Because the creatures that appear in the main storyline are all demon lord level. This story will ultimately revolve around Yellow and Elia, and I've inadvertently gotten myself caught up in both." And deep down he knew perfectly well that he certainly couldn't say those things out loud. Hesitated, but did not answer. In. Asked again, "Then I also have a question. Why do you favor me so much?" Atan raised her beautiful, large eyes to look directly at the young man and asked, "What do you mean?" Du replied seriously, "Surely you have many things you want to ask me. How do we know the location of the interrealm? How do we know about spiritual entities? How do we defeat Elia or stop the monsters? We know things that an ordinary student could never know. Not to mention, I'm only a freshman. But lately I feel like the whole academy is revolving around me. I know this might sound dramatic, but I truly feel that my studies and even my daily life have been influenced by her. The headmistress, it's as if we're being led to do whatever she wants. She's showing me this much favor. What exactly does she want me to do?" Atan, having heard the student's confession and question, was slightly displeased and coldly lectured her, saying, "Speaking like that to the student principal is unacceptable. I don't particularly like that attitude, but it seems you've come to realize it yourself, haven't you? You asked why I'm giving you such special treatment? The truth is, it's probably simply because you're cute." It was both confused and bewildered by her attitude, so he could only scratch his head and ponder to himself. "What? I haven't told you anything yet. So why did she agree to help me merge a spiritual entity into an object anyway? If I increase the rate of synchronization, the spiritual entity will awaken, and if I continue to nurture it, it will be extremely useful from Chapter 2 onwards. But before that, the main task of Chapter, the purification, is to resolve the impending event at the Twilight Eyes. First, I must complete this task." While looking around, I was suddenly called out from behind. He arrived and burned. He turned toward the voice and replied, "Chairman, have I kept you waiting long?" He calmly took the lipstick and put it to her beautiful lips, saying, "No, not long at all, only about 6 hours." Looking at the beautiful, glamorous, and alluring girl in the rose-red dress standing before him, his eyes couldn't leave her as he asked, She looked completely different from how she did at the freshman welcoming ceremony. Secretly felt remorse, thinking, 6 hours means she's been here since before sunset. The girl gently brushed away a few stray strands of hair, walked over to him, and said, "It's been a long time since we've been to a place like this, so I'm taking the opportunity to find a suitable corner." Hearing her say that, he thought to himself, she's being overly thoughtful. Eo gently asked him, "Is this your first time outside of school? A freshman, right?" He replied shyly, "Yes, that's right." She approached him, gently reproaching him, "Why won't you look me in the eyes?" It was the first time a girl had done that to him, and he was too embarrassed and ashamed to speak. Although I was screaming internally, This was the first time I'd ever gone out alone with a girl outside of school. To be honest, this didn't resemble a freshman welcoming ceremony at all. Isn't this a date? Not intentionally trying to make things difficult, or genuinely needing to know the answer. Unexpectedly, Io took his hand. Before Doc could recover from his shock, she pulled him along while talking. Let's go. The line is very long. Ahead of them was a noisy crowd filled with complaints. Oh my God, don't push. Why doesn't this line get any shorter? Two people standing hand in hand at the back looked at each other and said, it's more crowded than we expected. Looking at the long line in front of us, he said hesitantly, can we even get in? At the ticket counter, Lai shouted angrily. Number, if we have to call number one more time, we will cancel ticket number. Okay, remove from the next list. Number, please come in. He approached the blonde-haired young man, checking tickets and asked in surprise. Oh, Westerner, why are you here? That seems even more surprising. He replied. Oh, well, sir, you still remember me? I work part-time here. My family doesn't send me any allowance. Oh, so the student council is here too? I silently listened to the two of them chatting. Ta Lion stared wide-eyed at Da Hu Kai and asked, Mr. Du, may I ask a question? What is your relationship with the student council president that you two are here together? Just then, the security guard behind him said loudly, Number, please come in. Hearing the question, he turned his head towards her, pondered for a moment, and replied, Our relationship. Then he twisted his thoughts, thinking, right? Why am I with the student council president? Isn't this supposed to be a date? Instead of answering, he asked back, Part-time employee, can I enter with the authority of the student council president? Ta Lion quickly replied, Of course. Suddenly noticing something around his friend's neck, he asked, Wait, Ta Lion, what kind of necklace are you wearing? Ta Lion showed the necklace and said, a necklace? Yes, I'm wearing one. It's from the Purification Society, you know, the place of the Marquis of Korbach. At that very moment, the system displayed a notification activating the authority skill on the person he was speaking to, pointing to the chain and giving him instructions. Yes, that's it. Don't wear it today. Ta Lion asked again, not understanding. But he continued. Seriously, don't wear it today. Ta Lion looked at him with a puzzled expression, but still agreed. I understand now. Dup began to ponder. After Yellow and Elia's feelings for each other improved, the main storyline changed. Now I must redirect the favor of Marquis Jverba Bach toward myself. The chances of simply eating and leaving were zero. The story had taken this turn when suddenly a stick struck him in the face, interrupting his train of thought. A deep, husky voice rang out. Oh, there's Miss Chi Sotuan and that student too. Looking at the man in front of him, he thought to himself, at the very least, I should prepare a counterattack. The screen displays a notification. The main objective is for a villain to try and lure you in. Skillfully extricate yourself from this situation. The Marquis G, leaning on his cane, solemnly said to Yellow, Miss, I wish to borrow the student for a moment. I have something to discuss with him. Hearing this, she was slightly taken aback and asked what it was. But a second later, Yellow immediately refused. Who gave you permission? However, before she could finish her sentence, Du, who was behind her, quickly interrupted her. It's all right, Chairman. With his agreement, the old man quickly continued. Please come to the private VIP room. At this moment, he also took the opportunity to whisper something into Io's ear. Made her think, frowning deeply. She turned to look at him with a slightly surprised expression, and he reassured her. Miss, it will only take a little time. It seems you are quite close to the daughter of the chief family. Student, if your conversation is over, please follow me. The scene shifts to the two of them sitting and talking privately, with a gin martini placed in front of them. The Marquis train station begins the story. Perhaps you know why you were called here, right? The student, probably not wanting to waste time, calmly asked again. Oh, I suppose you're going to ramble on about some nonsense about resurrecting demons, aren't you? Public order will be weakened during the full moon festival, so you intend to take advantage of this opportunity to commit a massacre. He would use that blood and death to absorb a powerful source of dark mana by releasing monsters in various locations. He would cause the knights to be held captive by assassins lying in ambush. His plan was to sow chaos and terror in order to awaken the sleeping demon within the bloodline of the Chi Sotu family. From the very beginning, the assassinations and the terror caused by the monster were attributed to him. But I wonder, I've already reported this whole plan to the principal. What is he going to do now? Jia's eyes widened as he shouted. What? He doesn't know how you know his plan so well. Remembering what the other man had said, the old man thought to himself, now I understand why the immortal clan is interested in him. On the surface, they appear harmless, but inside they are incredibly cunning and manipulative. He was no ordinary person. The old man, looking at the seemingly innocent and youthful face of the young man, muttered, Unbelievable, my subordinates have already subdued the young lady. Surely you haven't considered that, have you? No sooner had he finished speaking than Io, sword in hand, kicked open the door and stormed in, as if refuting the old man's words. At that moment, seeing her covered in blood, the old man couldn't believe it and stammered, shouting loudly, What, Chitsnow's daughter? Can you remember a few minutes ago when Du followed Ji? Someone suddenly called out, Miss Io, Chitsnow, follow me. You have somewhere else to go. A whispered remark from Chairman suddenly came to mind. A group of dark cultists was about to attack her. Have you been having trouble with your temper lately? Whatever happens, just let it out sometimes. Cold Waste said indifferently. According to imperial law, after dealing with followers of heresy, reporting them was not a problem. One of his henchmen behind her also grabbed her pale white shoulder and mocked her. But will he be strong enough to deal with them? Suddenly, the man's face stiffened when he saw a powerful aura of killing intent emanating from Io. She simply replied, I will try to hold on. Io's mental state also changed rapidly. In an instant, her eyes turned a brilliant red in the darkness, while the person behind her remained oblivious, continuing their threatening tirade. Now hurry up, we have to capture you alive. The other man was still saying it was best to be obedient when suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his head. Everyone in the room gasped in shock when they saw Io use only one hand to slam the man's face down onto the dining table, rendering him unconscious. At this moment, the remaining henchmen around him gritted their teeth, drew their weapons, and cursed as if they wanted to charge forward all at once. Damn it! The subordinates surrounded him, whispering and gossiping nervously from all sides. Don't kill her, we have to follow the plan. Minor injuries are nothing to worry about. They shouted to each other and then simultaneously attacked her. In the deep darkness of only Io's bloodshot eyes gleamed with danger. She single-handedly fought her way through the enemy ranks, beating them until they cried out for their parents. The more Io fought, the more frenzied his eyes became. The red in their eyes seemed to be tinged with death. Her sword seemed to blend into a deadly symphony, gently gliding through and taking the lives of these men. The Marquis Gade's henchmen had no time to resist and could only scream in despair. Kill one after another like the Grim Reaper. A petite figure darted through the room, prompting many to draw their swords and hurl insults. Boom! The clash of weapons created a deafening sound. Anyone who confronts her directly might be stronger than her. Therefore, there is only one inevitable outcome. The swords cracked and shattered like the lives of those who dared to play tricks on her. With a scythe in hand, he unleashed a frenzied dance of death, wiping out the entire group of creatures. No one will be spared. Seeing the scene of carnage before her eyes, Jia's face was still filled with shock and disbelief as she exclaimed, Impossible. Meanwhile, filled with anxiety, he asked the president, Are you all right? She nodded in reply, wiping the blood still clinging to her sword. I feel much more refreshed. At this moment, Dot's screen also displayed a notification. Io's favorability has reached the friend level. Her madness has improved thanks to you. She turned her head and glanced at him, whispering, But with this situation, our outing is ruined. You'll have to come with me again, okay? Another notification was received, a special mission unlocked. You've caught Gideon's eye. I heard a warning sound instead of feeling happy like before. This time, the content really startled him and gave him a heart attack. Why would Elo's father care about me? Well, I have to finish the mission first. Things couldn't just stop there. Gad, knowing his meticulously prepared plan had failed, took out an ancient-looking gem and angrily snarled, I never thought I'd have to use this. Hearing those words, and looking at the stone in the old man's hand, was surprised, thinking, the essence of darkness, why is it appearing right now? He immediately reacted, shouting, "Chairman, you must stop him before he absorbs that thing." This made her look over in astonishment and confusion. That warning came too late, for by then Gon had already put the jewel in his mouth and whispered, "I will accept the grace of the gods." Under the full moon, the scene outside the restaurant remained peacefully silent, but after a moment, a dark, sinister energy suddenly erupted from within, and everything exploded into a pile of rubble. A hand reached up from the chaotic pile of rubble after a sudden explosion. At that moment, as Dot was dragging his battered body out of the rubble of the building, a loud, mocking laugh echoed through the air. "That's great." He tried to tilt his head back and squint towards the source of the voice. Turns out to be the G calendar. Not only his voice, but also his physical appearance had changed. He had completely transformed into a demon. "I didn't intend to use this medicine until the fortune teller had finished dealing with it. Damn, Bell, can we handle this thing? Based on my experience and the information I have about this game, a demon that absorbs the essence of a demon can use a portion of the demon's power." From the first chapter, a demon? This world is crazy. The game system sent him a mission notification along with a reminder. Defeats the purgatory. Failure will occur if there are too many casualties. Up above, G felt a tremendous surge of power within his body and let out a joyful howl, like a wolf howling on a full moon night, seeking companions. From now on, it's time for purification. He glanced around, sighing in frustration. Damn, the problem isn't just with that guy. Man A, to the evil followers that EO had dealt with, was resurrected. In Dot's eyes, the bodies of his subordinates had transformed into bloodthirsty demons, seemingly under his control. They all rushed towards him simultaneously, reacting swiftly. At that moment, the phone screamed and created a stream of blue light that shot straight towards the Man A monsters, sending them flying away. The finishing move to Dot's piercing stab. He frowned in confusion at the sight. Loud laughter echoed through the air again. No scene of devastation all around. Ta Lion approached with the chairman. He scratched his head, surprised, and kept asking questions. What the hell is going on here? What are these monsters? And where is the Marquis of River B? His friend responded with a playful remark. "Oh, you've seen my technique, haven't you? I'd really appreciate your feedback." Then Du also explained, "They are all your teammates who have been transformed." He looked at the monsters and continued, "If you wear that necklace, you'll become like that too." Hearing this, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. "What?" Ta Lion looked at Dot and asked, "Could this be a situation orchestrated by the Marquis himself?" He nodded in reply and clearly told his friend, "That's right. If you don't want to witness true hell, then from now on, listen to me and quickly understand the seriousness of the matter." Ta Lion hastily nodded in agreement, but still asked, "I understand, but what else? What are you going to do?" Dot replied, "I have to go deal with something else. We must protect the civilians and stop the enemy first." His words made E turn around in admiration and awe. Dot's combat capabilities remain strong even in catastrophic situations as he hastily urges his troops forward. "Anyway, let's go." Ta Lion, hearing the urging, also realized that staying there wouldn't help the two of them, so he quickly ran away. Clear. After he left, Yellow glanced at Dot and asked, "Do you know where the Marquis went?" He wiped his mouth and coughed once, thinking of an answer. "Well, I have a guess." Dot looked at the large, energetic group of men standing under the moonlight and voiced his speculation. The goals of the devil's followers are always the same. They sowed despair and chaos everywhere and brought the land of the devil to this world. There is only one place he will target. At the same time, G flew towards a yellow energy barrier. Looking at the enormous barrier in front of him, the old man didn't have the confidence to think he could destroy it. Although we couldn't break through the entire protective barrier, we could at least inflict some damage. Saying that, Gali quickly began compressing the dark energy into the palm of his hand, forming a spherical ball. In an instant, the black sphere grew larger, emitting an oppressive aura that made anyone who approached feel terrified. Suddenly, Dat's cold voice rang out from behind. "Okay, stay still." Hearing that, Gon was somewhat surprised, unable to hide his astonishment. He turned around and asked that, "How do you know you're a dragon?" He smirked, mocking the old man's surprise. "That's quite obvious. Your actions are too predictable. You have received the power of the devil, yet you intend to leave the place where evil is sealed. Due to the critical situation, he was being carried on his back and hurriedly went to stand and watched the two tattered men running towards him. Gon was not at all panicked, but rather overjoyed. Thanks to you, I won't have to waste time searching for it later. I just need to kill them all and protect the princess. He looked at her and whispered in her ear, no matter what happens, we must survive, understand? Io nodded, a bold idea forming in her mind. Up until now, the level of trust he has in me has been really hard to get used to, but I have to be worthy of that trust. That is the pride of Chi So too. Seeing her like that, Gon didn't understand what she was planning, only exclaiming, Princess. Next, Yellow channeled his strength into his sword and charged straight to confront the demon. While the two were fighting in the air, below, Du also seized the opportunity to run closer to the screen and shouted. The chairman looked in the direction the person below was running towards. The demon was startled, so he concentrated dark energy in his hand, threw it at him, and shouted, Don't even think about touching him. The old man, high above, couldn't leave him alone, so he continuously launched spheres of dark energy to attack, but he seemed to be able to dodge them all. The old man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that he hadn't hit him even once, exclaiming, How is that possible? While he was still stunned and focused, Elon's sword continued its relentless attack and nearly pierced Ji's body. The situation was critical, but the old man quickly regained his composure and swung his arm in retaliation. Two powerful attacks collided, sending both men flying away. The old man's dark energy streams from above relentlessly poured down, scorching everything below, leaving them with no choice but to defend themselves and flee as fast as they could towards the other side. Seeing him concentrating on running, Good chased after him closely, taunting him. The stinking ants are fighting. They're behind him. He also clung on relentlessly. The old man was getting increasingly annoyed with the chase, so he shouted, Don't just run away like that. GY looked after them, feeling very annoyed. The old man thought to himself, How troublesome. Princess. He was forced into a position where he had to deal with the two in front of him. So at this moment, his whole body tensed up and began to release an extremely powerful energy that sent both Dot and Elg flying. Not stopping there, G concentrated his power into a sphere in front of his chest, causing it to glow increasingly red. Immediately afterwards, taking advantage of the moment he fell to the ground, he directly unleashed his dark claws. It was like a giant arrow formed from tens of thousands of dark, destructive rays aimed directly at that place. The old man shouted loudly, I will definitely finish you off. A sphere of energy possessing tremendous power was showing signs of cracking. Dot's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, staring in stunned disbelief at the sight before him. Immediately afterward, black fragments slammed into the yellow protective barrier, causing him to let out a loud scream. This shout made Io turn around to look. In this way, Du took the full force of the energy attack, and the yellow protective barrier around him shattered. This direct attack caused him so much pain that his eyes rolled back. His face also became distorted because of that blow, as if he had been struck and his image had vanished with a tragic scream. Finally, his entire body slammed to the ground due to inertia, his body covered in wounds, leaving him helplessly groaning. Golly, seeing this scene from above, burst into laughter. There are more people here than I expected. It seems you've run out of ideas, haven't you? Io bravely stood in front of Dot to protect him. Get up, I'll stall for time. Hurry up and go ahead. Seeing her determined face, the old man laughed mockingly with great excitement. You two are really stubborn. Miss Chishun said. The old man put on a smug expression and chuckled sarcastically. Honestly, you two are a match made in heaven. These words of his caused her to fall into deep thought for a few brief seconds. Hey, until now we have only known how to receive and have never given. She suddenly remembered that moment when he rushed forward to shield her. The next memory that flooded back was when he helped her fight off the traitor. The image shows him raising his fist to shield his eyes under the protection of a yellow barrier. Isn't it time, at least once, that I should reciprocate? After a moment of thought, she finally turned around and urged him to hurry up. The notification also displayed the content of the life force chain to increase durability. Blood was revived, and she advanced forward with her body blackened and her hand gripping the sword, which also emitted a few red lightning bolts. I will believe you to the end. In the darkness, Gu witnessed the touching scene between the young couple and felt compelled to extinguish it. That's touching. So your little strategic meeting is over, right? EO, without a trace of fear, looked up at the old man and questioned him. Marquis Bai, let me ask you one thing. Tonight, in your eyes, do I and that person make a good couple? This unexpected question caused the old man's face to stiffen and fall silent for a few seconds. But just as Jawai was about to answer, a powerful, whirlwind-like attack suddenly descended upon him from nowhere. He lost his balance and was flung back to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. In the sky, a dark shadow appeared, emanating immense power, striking straight down to the ground with a resounding crash as it advanced toward the old man's body. After being hit by this attack, Ji immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and cursed, "That bastard." He couldn't bear to stand up despite his injuries, muttering curses under his breath. The rats had all run away. Yi's eyes were now blazing red, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Mr. Gade, enraged, screamed and lunged straight at her. "You hit him away, didn't you?" Kong Jing suddenly addressed the large group of Man A in the city. At this point, Konat and everyone else had eliminated all of them and brought the chaotic situation under control. He looked at the large group of barbarians that had been completely annihilated, then leaned on his sword and nodded. "It seems like everything is almost resolved." "Not far from there," EO chimed in incessantly. Luckily, all the department heads were present. If even one person had been missing, we would probably be in serious trouble now. Butter C, suspended in midair, also subtly frowned in agreement. "It is fortunate that we heeded those words and followed the teacher." The old man suddenly became pensive and seriously analyzed. "That guy only said he was going to dinner nearby, but if we hadn't gone, things would have been much worse, wouldn't they?" In the middle of the night, under the bright full moon, his words still echoed throughout the quiet space. Could something so terrible be a coincidence? On this side, we are struggling with our newly recovered bodies, trying to take each step forward with difficulty. All right, I, Lion, have put it in the right place. Suddenly, something that looked like a bell caught his eye. Seeing it, he quickly reached out and grabbed it like a life-saving straw. "It hurts so much I feel like I'm going to die." That's right, Dot reached out with a glimmer of hope, just if EO could hold on a little longer. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Elo's figure fly past his line of sight. Seeing her lying helplessly on the ground, Gon couldn't help but utter some cruel words. To say it's brutal wouldn't be an exaggeration. Miss Ji's touch words. Next, the old man suddenly looked over, making him sweat. Then, the old man began to raise his hand, gathering a black ball of magical energy. "Do you still have any other plans in hand?" Before he could finish speaking, the old man unleashed a powerful stream of black energy like a sword, piercing through the young man's body, which had only just begun to recover, causing fresh blood to gush out. The voice of the gas station still echoed in their ears for a moment. "You will die?" The events unfolded so quickly that even though EO had managed to stand up, she didn't have time to react. In that terrifying moment, she seemed to turn to stone, everything around her suddenly frozen, leaving only black and white. Gu was still grinning gleefully at his recent triumph. The trees on both sides were suddenly tossed back and forth by a violent storm. Although that attack caused him pain, it was the key to increasing his energy. The system received the signal and reminded him that the deadly charm had been activated. His closed eyes suddenly opened and widened, filled with intense anger. The system's voice rang out again, the target beginning to move towards you as if sensing something. Dot quickly looked up and saw that Elo's appearance had completely changed. A pair of devil horns sprouted from her head. When she was angry, the atmosphere around her was completely different. Perhaps the demon residing within her has awakened. In the darkness of the night, the birds took flight in a chaotic manner. Loud noises continuously emanated from the forest. A huge monster roared, and she stared at it in astonishment. At that large villa, something pierced through him, and the notification system also appeared. The situation, which directly threatened him, turned into EO appearing behind him with a sinister smile. He tilted his head and looked around. The system displayed a notification stating that a part of the system had been disabled and skills had been stripped away. This is the being embodied in Eleno's body, the Grey Demon, possessing a deadly charm, easily attracting the favor of those with evil tendencies. The more extreme, the stronger the effect, causing them to cautiously approach him. As her hand nearly reached him, a surge of dark energy suddenly appeared. They rushed towards the magic spells that enveloped the two people's bodies. In the middle of his chest, a flash of light appeared, revealing an extremely strange symbol. The system appeared, receiving the seal of approval. The seal had its effect. He stared in astonishment at the mark on his chest. My wound has been turned around. It's strange that someone of unparalleled power in this world is behaving so friendly towards me. He quickly crawled forward, his hands constantly manipulating the system screen. He didn't know what the future held, but for now, he had to make the most of everything he could. The system displayed a notification requesting the use of skill copying permission, but Io still wore that terrifying smile as she looked at him. An overwhelming pressure, so intense it felt like my brain was about to explode, as if my flesh and skin were being corroded. Based on my connection with Ellen, oh, I will copy a skill now, a skill that is important now, and will also be extremely necessary later. Her body was like an illusion, appearing and disappearing, making it impossible for him to take his eyes off her. Before disappearing, she didn't forget to greet him, much to his astonishment. See you then. At that moment, a monster would surely suddenly charge forward. It extended its hand to attack with lightning speed and died. From its hand emanated a bolt of lightning that seemed to pierce the very sky. It squinted, trying to look downwards. Below, from the immense power emanating from him, an enormous pit had been created in the middle of the forest. Seeing the spot he had just attacked was empty, couldn't help but wonder, where did that bastard run off to? He leaned over, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, a large black shadow flashed past, and a massive bolt of lightning appeared. He was hit and fell, followed by an explosion in the forest below, with plumes of white smoke dissipating. He looked around, still unable to understand what was happening. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, sparks flew down from above. The system kept flashing warnings. A direct threat to life had been detected. A critical situation is deemed essential. Activating the new royal skill Bandemonium, giving you absolute advantage over all demonic enemies for minutes. The monster looked at him, snarling with contempt. A mere insect like a human possessing such a thing. His eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he immediately lunged forward at breakneck speed. It screamed in panic. The immortal messenger hadn't mentioned this at all, but as soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch from him. The powerful punch sent it flying away. In an instant, it was knocked out. Dot looked ahead and then spoke. Second round. The second half has begun. Come on in. Under the quiet night sky, the monster lay motionless on the ground. It kept emitting continuous growling sounds. The ferocious figure of Dot appeared in the distance. The monster sat up, its eyes fixed on him, wondering why. Its eyes narrowed slightly as it looked up at him. Why is he able to control a more advanced version of my own ability? Suddenly, it braced its hands against the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. She stood up, looked at him, and thought to herself, what right does that nobody have to use something I've struggled for so many years to achieve? It's so unfair, so very unfair. Its foot stomped hard on the ground, and a notification appeared on the system. The dark mist emits demonic energy from the demonic spirit to amplify the blessed power of the dark soul. The body is strengthened by precious essence, and physical resistance is greatly increased. Then, the monster charged towards him, continuously roaring. That damn bastard Dot, die for me. That's it. Seeing this, without a moment's delay, he unleashed his mana and charged straight towards it. It was equally competitive and simultaneously surged forward. Both of them, with their two sources of power, directly attacked each other. He frowned, his eyes flashing with a red light. His eyeballs widened, reflecting his own image alongside the monster he was confronting. Both of them simultaneously slid away. She raised her hand in front of her face, pointing towards him. You bastard, die. He quickly unleashed his technique, a radiant yellow energy enveloping his body for protection. Not stopping there, it shouted with holy power. Hearing this, even a witness like him couldn't help but be astonished. How could it even use divine power? But before it could retaliate, he quickly lunged forward and delivered a kick straight to its face. This caused it to be flung hundreds of miles away by the rocks, its body constantly crashing against large rocks behind it, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. The sight before him was somewhat perplexing. Where did this surge of power come from? Dot, raising his fist, suddenly appeared right before its eyes. Its eyes followed him, filled with a sense of dread. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. His eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. The skill time ran out, and suddenly something fell from above into the bowl of water. The monster exclaimed in astonishment, What is this? He breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't returned it. Then he reached out and pressed a button on the controller, and a strange object propelled him high into the air. The monster immediately chased after him, and that damn bastard at the bottom of the gun barrel suddenly appeared. He looked down in astonishment. He raised his weapon and pointed it towards it, asking, "Isn't there a cooler way to deny it?" Its eyes followed with utter horror, the barrel spewing out terrifying power, attacking it. Before it vanished, it couldn't hide its suspicion. Don't tell me everything that's happened so far has been part of his plan from the beginning. The system displayed a notification, confirming the completion of the main quest. He received a demon crystal, a hero fragment, and points. He sat there, glancing down, thinking to himself, "They've given me a whole bunch of them." It seems the rewards also increase with the difficulty. Initially, you could only choose one of the two flags. Anyway, I have 2 more items that could distort the plot. A tan walked up from behind him and said, "I'll use one of the 2 right away." "Oh right. Ellen, the president, is still safe, but you're really something. There, I'll listen to your whole story about the Gray Demon." A tan looked towards him and then made a request. "I want to hear the whole story about the Gray Demon." Hearing this, he asked, "What do you mean?" In response to his question, she immediately asked back. Even though I knew it beforehand, I still asked, "Hey, are you involved with the devil?" The immortal woman lay on the hospital bed, her voice still echoing beside her. "Is the blood transfusion ready yet?" "Not yet, but almost. Her blood pressure is below. There are countless tubes and wires attached to her body." Suddenly, she slowly woke up, the voice beside her still saying, "Damn it, where's Master Tay? He's taking so long. Come back to me." A tan glanced over and explained, "One of the Gray Demon's powers is to corrode." This phenomenon spread from the students to an extremely large area. The Inquisition and the Holy Kingdom will certainly get involved in this. You've become the center of the storm. Knowing this would happen, and yet still doing it? That silence didn't answer. He thought to himself, "I gave up on my dream of being an extra a long time ago, especially in a situation where I'm directly involved with the devil like this." A few minutes later, he looked at her and spoke. "I have to say I'm still pretty lucky, aren't I?" A tan, sitting opposite, chimed in. "Among the demonium factions, the strongest is the Gray Demon. As I suspected, he chose President Ellen O as his vessel." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Principal, you already knew about this?" She felt she had gone a little too far and said, "Sorry, I was a bit rough." She then explained, "First of all, thank you for fighting for the school and protecting Ellen. Oh, feel free to type. But now, please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. It's top secret." His body suddenly moved towards her, his head resting on her lap. A tan anti looked down from above at him lying on his lap. Since the last hero sacrificed himself, the demonic fragments have scattered everywhere. If one fragment manifests in this world, the other fragments will gather around it. Yesterday, the Gray Demon briefly awakened, so it won't be long before the remaining fragments are drawn to the vessels of other demons. After hearing her story, he thought to himself, in the original story, these containers would definitely cause disaster. The vessel of the Red Demon once turned the city into a hell on earth. Eliza's family was swept away and disappeared without a trace. And because the fragments and containers are random, the game system will choose a slot each time you play. Except for Eliza and Eleanor's settings, which are fixed. On Anti frowned and added, "The Holy Kingdom's intelligence is very powerful. They have identified the potential container candidate. Ellen O is also among them. I'm trying to gather all the applicants to this school." Hearing that made him wonder, bringing all those dangerous people together. Frankly said, "That's great. But isn't it excessive to concentrate all dangerous people in one place?" A tan and T continued. "Once, a vessel containing a demon fell into true love, and as a result, the demonic fragment was completely destroyed, and love eradicated the seed of destruction." Hearing these details, he would frown, his eyes filled with disappointment. "It might not be relevant to me, but it's such a romantic story, isn't it?" Suddenly her voice rang out. "The Gray Demon seems to have feelings for you." This surprised Orange Leopard. That was extremely shocked to hear that and asked again, "What? No way." On Anti placed his hand on his chest and explained, "I saw it clearly. It was treating your wound and even applauding you. That's still trying to make excuses. Maybe he just feels sorry for me." Atan added, not paying much attention. "Whatever the reason, The key point is here. The image of Io sitting in a seductive pose reading a book in the forest suddenly appeared. She continued, "The devil is being overly friendly again. With you, your judgment, knowledge, and ability to act, I verified them all this time, so I really want to ask you to go and flirt with the vessels." After hearing those words, Du immediately jumped up and yelled straight into her face. "What? Forget it. I'm not playing peekaboo." A tan anti spoke out to confirm. "I will provide you with all the resources to make your flirting as successful as possible." Seeing that she had misunderstood, he kept making excuses. "It's not a resource issue." Afraid he would worry, she kept trying to reassure him. "Rest assured, all candidates are currently female. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. You've made the gray demon applaud. Conquering those ordinary hearts will be a sure thing." He thought to himself, "If it were that easy, I wouldn't still be single." She frowned slightly and spoke. "At all costs, you must seduce all of them and destroy all the demonic fragments. Then the world will be saved." Upon hearing this, he was understandably terrified. "But wait, do you mean true love? How many people do you intend for me to cheat on you with?" He thought to himself, "I think that's easier." Atan listened but remained unconcerned and spoke up. "It's not easy, because there were demon worshippers targeting them. The vessels were not ordinary objects either." Atan, his voice low and his eyes filled with sadness, continued speaking. "But even so, I beg you, please save humanity." As soon as he looked towards her, he felt quite unhappy. "I really want to get out of this world." He frowned and asked, "Hey, principal, I guessed the answer already. But what if I fail at flirting?" She replied, "Well, I already mentioned it in episode. Humanity will be annihilated, the world will be shattered, and demons will establish an evil empire." Hearing these words, he could only curse inwardly. "I really hate these scriptwriters." Gentle sunlight streamed through. The window.io, still half asleep, slowly sat up in bed, her eyes somewhat weary as she asked, "Did we win?" A voice rang out. "Hey, you shouldn't just barge in like that, student." "Oh, she came yesterday too, and even skipped school to come visit." "Oh, she came yesterday too, and even skipped school to come visit." She opened the door from the outside and came in. "Anyway, it's still early to wake up, isn't it?" Hearing this, Io glanced over, his voice tinged with disdain. "You dare skip class?" Suddenly, the fairy came to her bed, pulling back the blankets in front of Elo's astonished eyes. "What the hell? This kind of idiot. Are you really trying to drive me crazy? Oh my god, I thought you were dead. What kind of harm is this to a fighter?" Io recalled the scene from last night, then looked at her and asked, "Now calm down. And what about Dot?" She was a little confused. "Well, he was discharged from the hospital a long time ago." Io asked again, sounding suspicious. "Discharged from hospital." She gently adjusted her glasses and replied, "But actually, he wasn't seriously injured at all. It was you who was terribly injured. I thought I was going to die." Hearing this, immediately asked, "I'm like a walking corpse, yet I'm completely unharmed?" She recalled the scene of the girl in a coma a few days ago, then looked at her and spoke. "He's been lying motionless like this for 2 days now. If this guy doesn't wake up, then I, the camouflage team leader, will personally deal with him." I picked up the bouquet of flowers on the table and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, Senior, President Ellen isn't that weak. I'm sure she'll wake up in just a few days." Hearing this, the woman was a little puzzled. "On what basis are you so sure?" Dot replied, "Because I'm still alive and well." She even risked her life to protect someone like me. The Chiso family is not as weak as people think. Returning to reality, she held the book and smiled at her. "Just leave him aside. Chairman, are you still strong enough to hold a pen? If you're awake, please sign these documents for me." Io heard this, looked up, sighed dejectedly. "I'm still its patient." 3 hours later, he took out the notebook in his hand and began to read. Yes, but there's some hot news about 2 supersized characters about to appear. President, the first person is Saint Lucian." Io listened, then raised his hand to his chin, his expression somewhat pensive. "Isn't she supposed to start next semester?" she asked. "Well, that was the original plan, but it's changed. She'll start next week," the woman replied. "That's what they decided. Apparently because of the controversy she caused. The Holy Kingdom and the Heretical Society are also starting to get involved. And as for the second one, I intended to keep it a secret, but couldn't anymore." Hearing this, she immediately turned around and asked, "Who is it?" The woman hesitated slightly, recalling the image of that man with immense strength. After a few seconds, she finally answered, It wouldn't be surprising if Lord Don were worried soon. My father, in the vast grounds of a certain area, a dark figure peered through a window, gazing around, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This city is bustling and full of life. Lucy glanced over, her expression not very pleasant. Please close the window. The light is too bright. He stood in front and asked. That's interesting. So, the Saintess hates light these days? The Saintess replied. If you spend your youth in dark chapels, you'll end up just like me. Seeing this, he asked, why the sudden change to something gloomy? Saintess Lucy sighed wearily and ordered, close the windows for me. The night guard suddenly turned around and stated his request. I want to enjoy this peace and quiet a little longer. Lucy felt a little confused after hearing that. Yin Bin, a saintly woman and a devil worshipper sitting in the middle room, and it's called Yin Bin. He smiled and replied, I thought we were getting a little closer, and that initial tension had gradually faded. Seeing this, Lucy's eyes immediately showed her displeasure. I'm collaborating for a purpose, not with any intention of becoming friends. Do you think that's okay? He looked at the saint and asked, though only briefly. Lucy replied, those who are holding your chains and the fate that is strangling my life are actually no different. Think whatever you want, but at least I still have someone to protect. My dearest son, summer is almost here, isn't it? I heard that it's much hotter where you are in the summer than at home. Remember to take care of your health. Dad sent some fruit. Remember to share it with your friends. I heard there's a parent-teacher meeting coming up, but my family is busy preparing for the harvest, so my parents probably won't be able to attend. Instead, the father will send a servant. If your child needs anything, just let them know. Everything is fine at home. Don't worry, and remember to just hum at a leisurely pace. Just don't try to stand out. A group of students are running forward. You're a clever child, so your father doesn't worry too much, but you absolutely must not cause any trouble. Just live quietly for your father's sake. Remember, if you ever get a girlfriend, bring her home to meet your family during the summer break. This father also deserves to see his grandchild, right? In short, take care of your health, my dear child. Amin Campbell May. Dad couldn't come. After reading the letter, he looked straight up at his friend in front of him and asked, so you're home, probably a trainee butler or something. Homan adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Yes, that's right. My lord, if you have any instructions for me, please feel free to tell me at your leisure. After hearing his words, he spoke up and asked, Hey, you there, that's a blatantly rude attitude. He brought the bunch of grapes in front of him. These are grapes the Lord sent to the young master, Dad asked while putting the food to his mouth. Seedless grapes? He answered honestly. It must be really sweet, right? At this moment, some other students passing by glanced at him with judgmental eyes. That guy is up to no good, pulling one stunt after another, and now he's even dragging the butler into the school. They're probably planning to play the aristocratic game here. Look, he ate it all by himself. Hearing that, he wiped his mouth and handed the blanket to the butler. No way, here we need to pretend to be close friends for a bit. Just do as I say and eat all of these for me. The sudden request made him a little flustered. He bent down, picked up the bunch of grapes, and grumbled. Yes. Dot immediately replied. I guess you'll spend your whole life as a butler apprentice. All right, now is not the time to enjoy yourself. The principal's words were truly unbelievable. At this moment, Aten Antai's words echoed in his mind. Seduce all the candidates who are vessels of the devil and save humanity. The system displays a message. LAST Intimacy Level Stage 1 Mission activates Generational Curse appears, remaining 3 days. Note, de-onshit from the level of curiosity. Phase 1. The mission to activate the generational curse appeared 7 days away, and at the same time, he secretly thought to himself, put world peace aside. These immediate tasks are what's really worrying. And yet things don't stop there. The system pops up again. The main quest in Chapter 2. The king appears after the day. The boss fight in Chapter 2 is the real issue, and we must plan our moves in advance for the boss fight. Wait a minute. I've never encountered this before in the rules. What should I do now? Returning to reality. Homan looked up at the sky with an expression of immense satisfaction. Master, it's incredibly hot in here, and yet he doesn't seem to mind. Several other thoughts kept swirling in his head. In the original text, he appears in a deceased state. Although he may not be a close father to his daughter, a father is still a father. Gideon's death was supposed to be the trigger for the awakening of the white demon, but I ended up awakening it right in the middle of a battle, damn it. Everything is a mess. The fact that Dion is still alive means that the scenario I know could change indefinitely. At the same time, the words of a man echoed in his mind. Why does Teacher Du look so miserable? Could it be because of that guy? He thought to himself, okay, Elo's father, I will meet you. He must avoid it at all costs. You have to avoid them, but if you happen to run into them, you must definitely try to get something out of them. Only then would Tella have a chance to deal with the second chapter's repetition. Looking towards Ta Lian, who was pinching his butler's cheek, he asked somewhat confusedly, Ta Lian, what are you doing to my butler? This question made him feel awkward. Butler? I thought, Master, that was being bullied or something. How could someone like you do that? He pointed directly at him, annoyed, and said, You've messed with my butler. Today I need to borrow your sword for a day. This sudden change in his demeanor surprised him a little. Huh, why? But then he immediately knelt before her and offered up his sword. You have suddenly bestowed this honor upon me. Teacher Da, please take it and use it. He couldn't escape the immediate embarrassment and quickly explained. No, I will return it. Io looked towards him, her expression clearly showing amusement. That's interesting. You enrolled in theology department, and yet you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Dot gestured to the side, beginning to explain. After this incident with the demon, I've realized many things. I've come to understand that relying solely on divine power is too weak in physical battles, so I want to learn swordsmanship, even if it's just the most basic techniques. As he spoke, he secretly thought to himself, thanks to her inherent ability to increase her sympathy for bad guys, Aino will continue to be involved with him for a long time. She bowed her head slightly, smiling disdainfully. This is the first time you've said something that sounds reasonable. If it's a constructive request from a junior, I'll see if I can help. Watching her draw her sword, he secretly thought to himself that he should take advantage of this opportunity to copy her swordsmanship to the fullest extent for the future. To successfully forge a relationship with Gideon, perhaps there is no other way than through swordsmanship. Suddenly a voice rang out. What a rare sight. The student council president is incredibly busy, yet he has the inclination to do so. Elle walked closer to them from a distance, giving them private tutoring. Io glanced at him and replied, It was Du who asked me to. Hearing this, she immediately looked at him and asked, Then why? But the chairman specializes in swordsmanship, teachered. I've finished using my sword, he said, raising his hand and giving a forced smile as he explained. It's okay, a single sword or anything will do. At this attitude of his, she glanced at him with eyes full of murderous intent. The type of sword doesn't matter. Who teaches is what truly matters. Elia sighed softly, yes, that's why it makes much more sense for me, someone with coaching experience, to teach. Hearing this, her face immediately darkened, and she glared at her. She sounds like she's saying her swordsmanship is far superior to mine, doesn't she? That junior doesn't have it at all. How could I possibly defeat the guildmaster? Elia, hearing this, reached out and touched her sword, slowly walking forward. They kept talking back and forth, but I'm sure that the sword technique has flaws. Then, can you show me that loophole? On the condition that you don't use force? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Homan suggested. Young master, isn't this what people call a duel? Elia now held 3 swords before him, his eyes incredibly resolute. The power of the Chi So Tun family, on the condition that it is not used. Chairman EO, said the woman opposite, his cold gaze fixed on her. I also want to see how things will go. That was startled by what the two of them said. You said you were going to teach me. Why did those two start fighting? Homan, standing nearby, could only force a smile. It seems like those two have disliked each other for a long time, haven't they? Elia charged forward with her sword. Then please give me some guidance. Despite her hurried movements, Io paid little attention, merely glancing up. The movement was unnecessary. As the sword was about to touch her neck, Yellow still didn't react, simply observing in silence. Elia's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and unexpectedly, she raised her sword to block the attack. Strain your arms and try to hold on as steady as possible. After gaining momentum, she quickly lunged forward, pushing her forcefully away. Witnessing this source of power left her somewhat astonished, thinking to herself, it's so fast, not only fast, but also very powerful. What are you doing? Was he going to let a demon overpower him? Suddenly, E's eyes widened in astonishment. Elia, no longer at a disadvantage, immediately pushed back. Elia drew her sword behind her back, her gaze extremely vigilant. The family she belongs to is a family of demons. No matter how noble their bloodline, sooner or later they will be possessed by demons and driven insane, whether you want it or not. At the same time, she recalled the scene she had witnessed as a child. Looking at the devastation before her eyes, Elia almost couldn't believe what she was seeing. Returning to reality, her gaze gradually turned cold. After all, she was just a sacrifice to the devil. Her feet slid backward to gain momentum. She unleashed her power, and a blazing red flame enveloped her sword. After gathering her momentum, she immediately rushed forward and attacked. Watching the sparks hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, he and his butler were stunned, and a huge question mark seemed to appear in his mind. Eo remained remarkably calm, watching her movements, finding it difficult to control his emotions. Immediately afterwards, she lunged forward in front of him, dodging her attack, and the flames seemed to gradually subside. Elia looked towards them, her eyes filled with both astonishment and remorse. "I'm sorry, but Ham was so scared that he foamed at the mouth and fainted right there." Dot looked on in utter astonishment, assessing the situation. Is this a human reflex? It's even faster and stronger than before. Could it be that it has already begun to fuse with the fragment? Seeing that they didn't respond, Elia tried to explain. "I overdid it. I'm sorry," Chairman Eo said, looking at her and slowly giving her a warning. Her swordsmanship isn't bad, but as a candidate for a hero, she needs to train in other things besides swordsmanship. She can't injure her teammates, right? Realizing she was completely wrong, she didn't insist any further and bowed her head in apology. "Yes, sir. Sorry." She was surprised to see that he was awake. Where did it disappear to? In the big forest. Looking at El Noah's condition, there is no time for delay. If we keep being careless like this, everything will be ruined. We have to take risks to become stronger. Anyway, I wasn't planning on becoming a pure swordsman just to survive. Divine power is absolutely essential. Not only swordsmanship, but also divine power must be enhanced. And to do that, Duia was intently eating the apple. Suddenly, his voice rang out from a distance. "How have you been lately? You seem fine, don't you?" She looked at him in surprise. "You are Duia, the saint's younger sister. Now it's her turn to help me." In the midst of the deathly silence, a strange voice echoed. If she still longs for someone to come and rescue her, or hopes that someone will become her friend, that will only cause her more suffering. She should realize that soon, I hope. This is just the prelude to despair. Accept it, just like your sister. Each drop of bright red blood fell directly onto her face, and everything around her seemed to flicker before her eyes. At this moment, Duia seemed to be falling into a deep abyss of despair, her cold eyes looking down at her, followed by a voice that rang out. She was merely a cursed sacrifice destined for solitude until death. That was her path to protecting everyone, and it was her mission. Duia, it seemed as if a dark space was slowly drawing her in. Duia woke up with a start, drenched in sweat from the nightmare she had just experienced. She found herself lying on a white sheet, her face still etched with fear, when a beam of light shone down from above upon her. Duia reached out and picked an apple from the tree. Then she slowly ate it, finishing the basket. She had just pushed aside the red apple, chewing as she glanced to the side. Dot approached from behind and asked, "How have you been lately? You seem quite healthy." Hearing his voice, she immediately turned around, and a chain suddenly appeared. Duia, holding it in her hand, quickly attacked towards him, drawing her own sword, and then slashing down to block her attack. "Why did you step into my attack range? You clearly knew it was dangerous." A look of triumph appeared in his eyes, and his sword slowly emerged, not stopping there. Duia held the chain, skillfully maneuvering it, and was no less impressive than her brother. People avoided it, seeing that she still wouldn't stop. He kept pleading in his head, "Please step back. I said step back." He used his sword to push the chains away, then slid along the ground. Dot glanced to the side, and the chains suddenly turned back towards him. Startled, he immediately fell down. Dot sighed wearily, and at the same time looked towards Duia with an expression of admiration. Seeing her waving her arms like that, you can tell she's still pretty healthy. Duia stared at him in astonishment, his voice ringing out once more. "I told you already, I'll drop by occasionally to bring you lunch. It's not that she doesn't remember me, but I didn't know what she liked, so I prepared everything. With this much, she can eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. But living so isolated from everyone, don't you feel lonely? I occasionally come to keep you company like this. You wouldn't mind, would you?" His attitude surprised her, but then a cold, sharp voice suddenly appeared in her memory, reminding her, "You should realize that sooner rather than later. She was merely a cursed sacrifice destined to live in solitude until her death." Accept it, return to reality. That looked towards Duya and tried his best to dissuade her. "Just eat naturally. I'm leaving." That memory resurfaced. He stood before Duya, but his words extinguished her hope. Wishing for someone to come and rescue her, or hoping someone would become her friend, would only cause her more suffering. Duya stared blankly at the food in front of her, then slowly picked up a loaf of bread. She threw her weapons aside, holding the bread in her hand as if it were a treasure, tears of sorrow slowly falling onto the bread. No pain, not a single bit of pain. The system displays a notification, fatal attraction, villain's favorability increases rapidly. Duya, the level of interest, phase 1, may receive rewards. Dot woke up startled from his sleep. What is this again? I've only been playing with her for a few days, and I'm already at stage 1? Well, let's check the rewards first. The system reappeared. The B-rank swordsman's concentration skill increases reaction speed and accuracy in combat. He slowly turned on the water tap. Not bad. If used in combination with the 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread technique, it would be very effective. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Wait, is that little brat still asleep? What a useless waste of time. Parents, nobles, royalty, and merchants will all attend." I've been diligently practicing with Duya because today the system board shows that the swordsmanship of the Chishin school, which doesn't discriminate against weapons, can already perform 3 moves with a low success rate, potentially bypassing defenses. Turning to the side, he called his butler, waking him up late. "Now, he replied slowly with a sleepy face. "Let's go, young master," he said quickly, unzipping the last button on his jacket. His face was full of excitement. Today, he only needed to impress one person. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself, "Give me a thumbs up. The swordsman genius, who didn't appear in the original work, is instead transported to a town." The Iron Man looked towards the old man and suggested, "Lord, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step onto me." The old man replied, "It's all right. I should occasionally take a stroll in the countryside like this." Nearby, several people approached with eager expressions. "I heard that even the Holy Imperial Kingdom is coming here this year. Could that be the magnificent troop of knights we saw earlier? Oh my, then it must be true. The Holy Imperial Kingdom is really participating in the competition. Hey, our son is participating in the 8 Ancestors Royale competition. He entered the school as the second highest scoring student. How could he not participate?" In the middle of the stage, after seeing that everyone had gathered, the MC began to introduce the event. "Dear parents, gentlemen and ladies, thank you for traveling long distances from all over to be here. Our Flat Academy is the Empire's leading educational institution. We are deeply honored to welcome you to this observation session. The traditional celebration of the 8th Royale will soon begin." A man slowly stepped forward, his expression clearly one of panic. Wait a minute. Could it be that the 2 people sitting nearby were equally astonished? Hey, are you kidding? Why would he be in a place like this? The man who's supposed to never appear unless there's war. Why would he attend a class observation at school? After the paper, his daughter is the student council president here. That's true, but there are rumors that he didn't even attend the matriculation ceremony. Is that true? They say that man is a cold-blooded killer who knows nothing but swords, which is why no one dares to approach or speak to him. Guyan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking towards the group of people who were talking about it. A young man hurriedly stepped forward from the side and asked, "Isn't it written here?" "Well, what wind brought you here?" He folded his arms, his eyes calm as he spoke. "Senior, aren't you tired of teaching these kids?" The boy quickly sat down next to him. "Not bored. What wind blew you all the way here? Training? How's your progress in catching up with the great master from the first generation going?" Don crossed his arms and sighed dejectedly. "I'm training, so I came out for some fresh air. I am still training according to what is written in the scriptures, which says that I must make Mount Tai my own." Hearing this, he became somewhat curious and asked, "That's really hard to understand. So how are you going to do it?" His face darkened as he replied, "First, I chopped down the mountain. That's a brutally cruel method." The MC's voice rang out from below again. "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. The Ale Sutra will begin very soon. The students participating in the match were all freshman volunteers. Khan Giant looked down and then came up to explain. The competition will take place under the supervision of a team of professional professors and medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and continued the introduction. All the weapons that each person desired were already prepared from wood. Then the players are invited onto the field. Immediately afterwards, the crowd became agitated. Our youngest daughter, keep going. You have to get into the top. He slowly walked onto the stage, thinking to himself, damn, I'm so nervous about going on stage. Did my character feel this way back then? Damn, I shouldn't have participated. Did I really have to catch Gideon's eye? Ta Lian, standing beside him, smiled and said, in this match, Hey Dot and I will have our final showdown. Yai was a candidate for the title of hero, so he withdrew. Therefore, that's not impossible. The MC's voice rang out. Now, those players who need weapons, come and get them. Elia looked ahead, thinking to herself, Teacher, why is he so insistent on participating in this match? Is his hobby to occasionally toy with the weak? Or perhaps, this is his own kind of no let be blind. Take your time and choose calmly. The match will start in 1 minute. She carefully moved the lever on the engine. The MC continued to announce that all the contestants had stepped into the ring. The objective of the match is simple, to be the last one standing, and the student who ultimately survives will receive special points. Those who make it into the top will also receive points. Ho Man, standing below, turned towards him and cheered him on. Young master, I think you just need to get into the top. He sighed, trying to compose himself, thinking, Guy Dion must be sitting somewhere, right? Look at me. Elia was just as nervous. I'm watching, so don't worry. I trust you. But if anything happens, I'll help. The MC began to speak. All the players bowed to each other. Io was now high up, silently looking down. In the audience, Ghi Don looked up. She spoke up to make the announcement. Get ready to begin. As soon as the MC's voice faded, all the contestants on the stage simultaneously grabbed their weapons and charged towards their opponents, launching a barrage of attacks. Ta Lion attacked him with his sword. You, teacher Do, I won't go easy on you. His strange behavior puzzled him somewhat. Why was this guy targeting only him? However, he didn't have time to ponder it. Dot reacted quickly, blocking his attack. Dot looked on with an extremely smug expression. What are these three? You little brat. Guyan was in the stands, silently observing. Dot raised his sword in a ready-to-attack stance. He frowned slightly when he saw that. Those two hungry people look happy, don't they? The system suddenly displayed a danger warning message. Du suddenly launched a kick towards him from behind, and his surprise at seeing her appear. Didu looked at him and smiled triumphantly. What are you doing? Come on in. Didu Gada, the second, daughter of the chieftain of the Alliance of Tribes. Characters will appear in chapter. Ta Lion was attacked. His eyes tightly closed as he cried out, his mind racing with thoughts. And above all, Elia looked ahead in confusion and asked, Who is she? Du stepped forward with an extremely arrogant expression. If you don't come, I will. He looked at her, thinking to himself, a little slut who likes to hit people. Magic is a body enhancement technique of the Tribal Alliance. Even I, after activating the life or death advantage, wouldn't dare guarantee victory. At the present time, she is definitely stronger than El Noah. Talai sat down on the ground, his body struggling to stand up due to the pain. Teacher, you're protecting this weakling? Teacher. Are you shielding your opponent in battle? Sighed silently, then looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, why would this little girl do participate in an event like this? This is a time when she's not yet well known. Surprisingly, his attitude suddenly took a degree turn. I will definitely get you rank number 1 today. Seeing this scene left him feeling helpless. If you have that much time, then run away. Ta Lion stood up and stepped forward, blocking his way. Hey, new face, if you're aiming this way, you'll have to get past me first. Here I am. Second place new student, I come to hide. Am I mad? Can you swallow this? Du looked at him and asked, You're the runner-up? Then I won't go easy on you. She suddenly pointed directly at his stomach. The system displays a notification, activating the swordsman's focus, increasing reflex speed and accuracy. That look left him utterly astonished. Du smiled brightly and asked, You mustn't die. Du moved as fast as lightning. Ta Lion's eyes widened in utter horror. With just one simple move, he had been sent flying far away. Dot placed his sword in front of him to defend himself. Several other people standing nearby were also blown away. T, the hidden hybrid, was beaten until he vomited blood. Everyone in the stands couldn't help but be abuzz. Flowers, is that a freshman? That's really impressive. Didu looked towards him, a smug expression on her face. What is this? I thought he was just an ordinary person. Are you going easy on him? He can withstand this blow. Excellent. So I'll use all my strength then. He looked towards her, wondering to himself if he could win with his current stats. Unexpectedly, Dion and Yellow simultaneously exclaimed. No way. Even in a dream, it would be utter nonsense. Didu rushed forward, continuously launching attacking kicks, first with his feet and then with his hands. She unleashed a barrage of punches at him. There. Try to keep your sword in a defensive position. Now is not the time. Don't show off unnecessarily. Suddenly he exclaimed, Wait, I'm giving up. Dion heard this and was not surprised, and everyone above also started discussing it. What a coward. Are you a nobleman without self-respect? My classmate said you should give up? Answer honestly. Yes. I'm coming down here. Elia, who was nearby observing, also remarked that it was a wise choice. Teacher ... slowly descended a few steps towards the arena. What are you shouting about? You guys want to fight yourselves, but you don't dare to. The MC felt a little embarrassed seeing that. Okay, so it seems the winner has been determined. Isn't that right? There are still players on the field. So let's continue. Didu doesn't seem very happy about this, but it's only just starting to get interesting. She clenched her teeth, her face clearly showing her anger. You damn imperial bastard, who the hell are you? The system displayed a notification, its fatal attraction sowing the seeds of an explosive liking. When he turned around and saw the terrifying power she possessed when angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. Running away was indeed the right thing to do. Nobody forbids you from giving up. Suddenly, a plastic bag appeared out of nowhere and covered his head. When he was removed, he appeared in a different room. Next to John, someone spoke up strangely. DT Cambio, what's your relationship with my daughter? Hearing this, he didn't ask any questions but panicked, thinking to himself, Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Sat upright, his expression showing a hint of anxiety. That person helped me a lot in my school life, just as a friend. Idon sat nearby, leisurely sipping tea. You learned swordsmanship from it. There. Opened his eyes wide, observing in astonishment. Calm down. You must stay calm. Only then will things go according to plan. Then he replied, No, sir. He added, So where did you learn it? Swordsmanship is truly masterful. He thought to himself, just as expected, Grand Duke Dion had realized it, and then spoken up. Did you realize that? In response to his question, the man retorted, How could I not have realized the foundation of the family's swordsmanship? Answer me. Who did you learn it from? He frowned, carefully calculating, absolutely not wanting to show any signs of tension. The man before me is like a sword. If he makes even the slightest mistake, everything will fall apart. Then he cautiously replied, He is someone even the Grand Duke knows. The Sword Emperor, with his uncanny ability to appear and disappear, even sought out a baronet's family in a rural area like ours. At the same time, he silently prayed, in his mind, Please, believe me. Hearing this, the old man suddenly spoke. My master taught you a rather interesting boast. Go on. The best way to hide a tree is to create a forest. A small lie must be covered up with a bigger lie. That looked at him seriously and affirmed, That's true. He also has a favor to ask of me. Hearing this, the old man asked again, a favor to someone like him. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly right. He assigned me a task. Grand Duke Chi Sn. Please learn swordsmanship from me. Idon slowly turned his head to look at him and asked. Moreover, it was at the request of my master. He replied, That's right. At his assertion, the man's face immediately darkened. Can you take responsibility for those words? He didn't hesitate for a moment. We can record that after hearing it. We will no longer refuse, but immediately agree. Okay, I'll take responsibility. I don't know either. I can only trust in the power of the original work. This was actually the first time I met him. Of all the players, I was the only one who met El Noah's father. There are countless rumors, but his strength is undeniable. This person is judging me, and rightly so. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they're spouting such illogical and irresponsible statements. This is completely understandable, but this meaningless silence is truly hateful. Guyan pointed directly at his face and asked, Not helping? Hearing his question surprised you, didn't it? His eyes narrowed, a cold, murderous glint flashing in them. You're dead. The wooden table and the teacup placed on it suddenly split in two. This invisible sword skill unleashes a slash without needing a sword. The ultimate skill in the knight's skill tree, and it's so easy to use. Seeing this, his eyes widened in shock, leaving him speechless. Don pointed to the table. Another one dead. How terrible. With an opponent who can't even react in time like this, what can we possibly learn? He recalled the scene from earlier, thinking to himself, indeed, the swordsmanship of the Empire's strongest knight. People are said to have pierced the dragon's scales, but it was not complete. Dot pointed to the ground and asked, is it really as powerful as the rumors say? Sir, you wrote Dawn, but if it's a perfected technique, shouldn't the movement itself be free of force? Not like that? Hearing his question, Don was a little surprised. What do you know to dare say that? He thought to himself, I know everything. That's why I'm talking nonsense. The diary was found after Dion's death, which recorded the entire process of how he became powerful, including details about his master, his family, and more. He turned his face slightly, a look of worry and apprehension appearing on his face as he looked towards the old man. The goal that he wishes to achieve. I heard there's something like that. Gon frowned slightly and thought at his words. He added, to break the family curse, there is one thing that must be severed. At the same time, Donan recalled in his mind the scene where his master instructed him. My disciple, you say that slicing the ocean is easier, so you will begin from the ocean and return to reality. His voice rang out. The rotational force is the key. At the moment of forming the central image, the sword stroke must be perfectly drawn with the force of construction. Try pressing a little harder. Dion did not answer, remaining silent with his eyes closed. Actually, I don't know what this thing is either. I'm just remembering what Don wrote in his diary. The advice that your future self gives to your present self. The rest is up to him. Suddenly, large cracks appeared on the ceiling, and a bright yellow light flashed in the space. Guyan gazed up in astonishment at the source of that light. He stood opposite him, his eyes showing clear suspicion. Who exactly are you? Ignoring the question, he smiled and replied, I'm simply someone who hopes you will become stronger. At the same time, he thought to himself, only then will the Lord not die and Inoa will not be corrupted. Anyway, I got it. Fue, a special pardon and immunity from death granted by the Qi So Tun dynasty, means that no matter what he does, he will not be judged by law. This is a one-time authorization document written by Guyan himself. Guyan is currently the imperial magistrate, handling the dirty work behind the scenes of the royal family. My situation is no different from that of a dog with a chain around its neck. Anyway, this word, pardon, will be very useful when proceeding with Chapter 2. The system displayed a notification. The fatal attraction of the number of benevolent villains is increasing. Enhanced Gyp cards. Enhanced Gyp cards with the power of destiny. The more recognized by villains, the more diverse the rewards will be. In that room, he pointed at the letter, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Can this be enhanced too? The system kept appearing, receiving guidance from Gideon, while his butler was still sound asleep. When enlightenment enables one to awaken the abilities of an evil person, they will receive similar abilities. The added capabilities can be used exactly the same way for a period of time. Looking at the messages on the system, he felt a little confused. What kind of skill is this? Gazing at the light through the window pane, he silently wondered. Perfect timing. It's like having the ability to give wings to what I'm about to do. But a moment later, Dot looked at the letter, his expression somewhat confused. After finishing his plan, he immediately closed the book. This much for the upcoming plan should be fine, right? He smiled with satisfaction. Although it's not an easy task, I've already said I'll take responsibility for Gideon. The Chi So-Tu family. I will definitely protect everyone. In the classroom, the lecturer actively teaches the lesson. Therefore, within the bodies of all human beings, the creatures of God, there is an inherent divine power. This thing has a completely different mechanism than magic. Why? Because everyone can use it without having to choose. However, upon reaching the level where they could actually use divine power, the instructor looked around the class and, seeing many empty seats, couldn't help but feel discouraged. Is that kid here to sleep or to listen to the lecture? Why are there so many empty seats? Haha. Damn it. It's all that bastard Riverb's fault. Whether he brought monsters into the school or zombies, I don't care. Those who worship the devil have gone too far. Moreover, the students this semester are also unlikable. They're all rebellious and questioning, and some even dared to hit the professor on the head. Currently, no one knows that things between me and Jeverb have gone badly. She'll just endure it a little longer and then quit her job. That's right. Just quit. We're here anyway. He spoke up and asked, I have a question. How to cultivate divine power. This made him extremely angry. That clever guy, seeing that his students weren't interested in studying, became a little annoyed and asked, whether it's divine power or anything else, the more you use it continuously, the more proficient you'll become. Is that even a question? Dot replied, resting his hand on his chin. The question is still good, sir. Hearing this made the lecturer extremely angry, ruining the prestige of today's lecture. Looking at the papers under the desk made the lecturer increasingly angry. That damn guy is really the same old Dan. Why is he always like a thorn in my side? He frowned, annoyed, thinking to himself, I should quickly grab this confidential information and find a job somewhere else, so I won't have to see those damned students anymore. The stupid headmaster should leave this damned empire too. Excellent. Surprisingly, there was a loud knock on the door outside. Professor. He heard the call and immediately walked towards the door. These troublesome, insect-like little brats are about to leave, so I'll be your professor one last time. Opened the door and spoke up irritably to remind them. The door is about to break. The others, but as soon as they opened the door, a surge of power rushed towards him, sending him flying. A voice from outside said, Still not running away? He turned around and shouted angrily. What, are you crazy? You dare kick the professor? He raised his leg in front of the professor, coldly replying, That was the door just now, and the professor is now. You two are crazy. One of their voices rang out. What did you say? Professor of theology. When he woke up, he found himself tied to a chair at the head of the table, seeing the two people in front of him. He couldn't help but be startled. Huh, what is this? This, he said, looking casually. This is not a joke. We are now arresting the teacher, he said, his anger growing with each word. What nonsense are you spouting again? Why arrest me? I'm wrong. What right do you have? His voice rang out. You are a cockroach. Hearing those words made him freeze instantly. What? He continued. Crime of using gongs in the case of the escaped beast. I have already reported this to the principal. How could a professor let a student of the empire die? There is only one conclusion. His original purpose was not education. Furthermore, correspondence with him was found in the house of the Marquis Jverbeck. Even after being exposed, he still refused to admit his guilt and stubbornly argued. Nonsense. What does that pathetic demon follower have to do with a priest like me? I'm simply building a relationship. I am also a victim. The clock ticked, then the order was given. It's too noisy. There's no time to start, so confess quickly. It started with the names of the spies who looked like him in the school. He heard that and spoke up in annoyance. You should ask your mother about that. But no sooner had he finished speaking than fear immediately surged forward to attack. Now I'll tell you. Then, starting from nowhere, with a wounded, trembling face, he spoke in response. The guard, Bame, and the cook suddenly put their hands on his head to treat his poor pronunciation. Jemmy, feeling herself gradually recovering, immediately looked up at him. What are you doing, you bastard? Dot looked up at him with an extremely cold expression. I'm healing the teacher. By divine power, as the master said, you have to use it a lot to increase your proficiency. If I had the chance, I would have to try it right away. Seeing him about to leave made the old man quite alarmed. Hey, you crazy guy, where are you going? The sad-looking man turned his head and coldly replied. This isn't going to end just after revealing a few names. E, standing nearby, chimed in. Search the desk. Something will appear. He spoke up, pleading. Please don't. The body emitted a pink energy in an attempt to break free from its bondage. Dot held the file in his hand, his expression slightly surprised. What is this? Professor, you teach theology and you even know about the Imperial military's organizational structure? If that's the case, you might as well enlist yourself. He had to act quickly, immediately rushing forward to try and snatch the stack of papers. This crazy guy, bring him here. Eo didn't hesitate for a moment, quickly swinging his arm to attack. He turned his head and only had time to see but not react. A simple maneuver sent him flying, his back slamming hard against the wall. Duya, hearing the loud commotion below, couldn't help but be curious. What was that sound? An earthquake? Ah. Looking at the pieces of paper slowly falling, he chuckled softly. Sir, is that all? It seems like that's all. Now it's time to hand it over to the knights in the school, right? Meanwhile, he was lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the young man spoke up to stop him. Wait, senior. I'm still a freshman and I want to learn a little more about holy power. He lay on the ground, his breathing extremely heavy. That's right. Now I know why I disliked that brat. Last time it looked like the guy I met with Jverbeck. In his mind, he recalled a scene from his past, kneeling on the ground, respectfully saying, "Oh pioneer, it is my first meeting with you." A strange voice echoed down from above. If you ask about me, you will die. If you reveal that you have seen me, you will also die. If you forget me, then death would be better. He looked down at her thoughtful expression, thinking to himself, it must be that strange, whimsical, and unfamiliar feeling. The voice of one of them rang out. Okay, let's begin the therapy. I saw him looking towards you with a slightly panicked expression, and I thought to myself, it's like something is giving me an order to go. In the music room, a voice rang out. Thank you, senior, thanks to you. My divine power has increased to the point where it can even affect the spiritual core. We've caught a rat, disguised as a professor. Senior, have you managed to relieve some of that stress yet? Yellow, standing behind him, spoke up. I don't have a hobby of tormenting old people for amusement. The system displayed a notification that Elna's madness had improved. He thought to himself, clearly, she's already vented her anger, so I guess I'll just have to accept it, senior. This isn't a problem that can be solved with her logic. Suddenly she spoke up and asked, so, you don't have anything to say to me? He looked at the keychain in his hand and replied, no. Suddenly she came closer and asked, you've met my father, haven't you? What did you meet him about? Curious, moved closer and asked the question. I heard you met my father. How did you meet him? He immediately broke out in a sweat. What? She repeated. I'm asking how you met him. He nodded hastily. Yes, it's true that I met him, but I absolutely never revealed it to anyone. Why is she coming closer? That's incredibly awkward. Wow, an unexpected variable. Quickly think of a way to deal with it. Idiot. A worried voice rang out. Are you unharmed or in any trouble? He shouted. Your Highness, no way, absolutely not. I was just using the sword technique he taught me in the last match. His Highness was merely curious about who I was, which is why he summoned me. She stared at him blankly, having called him over simply out of curiosity. Song tuc chit so tan. That hand began to tremble. The technique I learned from her that day unintentionally worked quite well, but not many people use the chit s tun sword technique, right? Seeing this situation, Eo immediately turned and left. It's up to you. He's not the type to waste his time brandishing a sword for a new recruit, but that battle isn't my place to interfere either. That look in his eyes became sad. But I think we will see him again, Your Highness, that Duke. Since he is her family, we must protect her as well. His expression became awkward. This sounds so strong, but what exactly are you trying to protect? You idiot. Suddenly, he turned around. Hey, lately your way of addressing me has been a bit impolite. You know? He turned around in surprise, and she smiled, announcing, before you try to protect me, learn some manners first. Call me President. Sometime later, Ho-Man was surprised. The young master is with Miss Yellow again. Oh my God, the Baron told you to keep quiet, remember? Dot smiled and turned around. Hey, in this school I only have 3 friends, and one of them is Miss Yellow. He was surprised. Young master, you're so lonely. He sighed. Actually, calling them friends is a bit of an exaggeration, and you're quite the outstanding butler. Where did you get that? Ho-Man smiled. They gave it away for free at the gate to help with the midterm exams. Apparently, there were people who realized something. They must want to survive the midterm exams. The announcement appeared, linking souls to merge the spirit fragments of the trial level. If you have enough divine power, the spirit consciousness can be awakened. He ordered Han. This is an order to test all people and report back. The boy happily turned and left. Weekly order of compassion for your excellency. He thought to himself that the man was probably not the real butler. Now we can awaken souls in the great hall of God through priestly healing and raising of spiritual power. Anyway, if the soul is awakened, a great spirit will appear and support the user's development. But it's random. You never know which spirit you'll encounter. The variable is always there. If anything happens to be incompatible with me, then it's all ruined. Activation. His entire body is enveloped in yellow light. Looking at the card in front of him startled him. What the hell is this? These gas station admission check cards are here too. A vast space appeared, and looking at the figures back surprised. But it looked pretty cool. Who is the knight? The spear-wielding Jirzich Sayer, the shield-wielding Johann. Who is that? I'm sure I've seen him before, at least he doesn't seem like a bad guy. That's enough? Who is he? At that moment, the person he was curious about turned around. It was Callie's Dawn Guardian, Jan S. His eyes widened to their fullest extent. He was the boss of EA, and the scene shifted to another location. Everything had been completely destroyed. The murmurs arose, and he collapsed completely. Hey, you're being lazy, give me a hand. This place is hell. Elia's tears seemed about to fall. The red, demonic vessel had caused the tragedy that night. The fire only stopped when the royal guard, Caliban, intervened, sacrificing his life to prevent the tragedy. Without dying, he became a spirit. Poor Elia's father also lost his life, and her kind mother passed away as well. At that time, Elia was utterly desperate. He had said he would come. He said if we waited, he would come. She screamed in despair, but to her family, every death was a tragedy. On the day he lost all his family, he made the decision to follow in his older brother's footsteps, destroy the demon that made her an orphan. Her eyes gradually showed determination to ignore the gossip of others. I command you to fight harder. Whoever ranks first among you will be EA's opponent, the sole top-ranked warrior in this national defense training. A round of applause for Elia. She will also be officially awarded the title of Imperial Hero Candidate. The story was told by everyone. She said she would become a hero. Gradually, Elia succeeded. The teacher announced to everyone that the midterm exam would be conducted fairly in groups of 4. Who are the Empire's main enemies? Everyone answered, monsters and demon worshippers. He nodded, exactly. E-Anti was created to fight against them. Combat and survival are the 2 main criteria in the midterm assessment. His expression was extremely calm. How are you? Caliban, your brother is doing well here now. Caliban nodded in agreement. So the person you're talking about is my younger brother, and now a candidate for Hero of the Empire. He nodded. Yes, it's the official decision. He sighed and chuckled. That little girl. She used to be a little girl with a long, dangling nose. That announced. Elia is all grown up now. He was happy. It wasn't in vain. Clearly not understanding these words, Caliban continued to explain. Sir, I just see my younger brother growing up like this. After I was reborn as a spirit, I still haven't gotten used to it. He immediately replied. I did bring you back, so he interrupted. Now you want us to cooperate with you. He nodded in agreement. Yes, can you help me with that? He nodded. Okay, why not? But don't tell my sister about us. The UK confirmed the weekly order. Thank you, Mr. CBAN. He flashed a radiant smile. I have the instincts of someone who has died. Do you understand? You may understand rules that we don't, but you seem like a good person. Keep an eye on my sister. I'm counting on you. Dot scratched his head. For now, our goal is to prevent anyone from dying. Then he called out to Elia. She turned around in surprise. It was His expression became thoughtful. Regarding that midterm group, if you haven't joined any group yet, would you like to form a group with me? This statement left her speechless for a few seconds. It was only then that Elia reacted. Do you want to cooperate with me? Dot nodded. I really want to do this with you. Her expression turned suspicious. Last time you said we weren't very close. He replied, I'm sorry about that. This time, I also need your help. Elia, she sighed, complaining. And then you'll make me do those weird things again like last time, won't you? While the two were talking, the redhead interrupted. Just bring her along. Anyway, she studied day and night just to beat him. Can't you feel it? When she's always calling you phone, 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 I just laugh. Then we won't be polite, and we'll bring her along. We will also ask for help from our side. So please, let's do it together. At this moment, Chisa suddenly shouted loudly. She stared blankly at Dot's body. Elia, there's nothing wrong with chatting, right? Use this opportunity to socialize and grow. That's surprising. Are you all right? She nodded. It should be fine. Each of them is quite skilled. He thought to himself. Of course, that's the main characters group. Elia blinked. So, how long will it take for us to finish the match? He shook his head and announced. Without setting up a coordinate system, we would need at least one more person. Chisa fell silent upon hearing this. A deep, warm voice echoed from inside the building. The principal granted permission so generously. Thank you very much, sir. Atan replied. It's not difficult at all. That's quite cold-hearted. The saint herself came here with a knight as her bodyguard. I don't know what Pope Cossacks is thinking. Hearing this, laughed and asked, what's the intention? Lucian can't be confined within four walls forever, can she? She's using this mission as a messenger of the common madness, as an opportunity to advance step by step. Even a saint needs to learn about the world. Atan and T thought to himself, even though she is a saintess, according to my investigation, she is also a candidate for the Demon King's vessel, so I have secretly prepared to bring her to Yanni. Capturing her divine sister was the first step, but now you've brought the saintess here. Why is that? Pope Cito. While she was still thinking, Ku announced that Lucian was a symbol of both the Empire and the Holy Kingdom, so what we said before was a bold decision, not an easy one for us. Atan Anti looked up in surprise. The reason for such a big move is because of the recent monster incident, he announced with a smile. There was that incident, and also the revelation that a Lanti priest was a spy. It has weighed on us for quite some time. She quickly realized that this unstable situation would be detrimental to the saintess. In her heart, she thought, that's bait, let's bite. The sudden announcement from the flag surprised her, but not at all. On the contrary, it was even better. If she truly is an imperial idiom, then men must have the courage to confront evil right where it occurs. On the contrary, we would rather Ianti assign the task to Lucian. I heard the school is in the middle of exams. I hope you can help train the students. Atan hastily asked, what do you mean? He replied very calmly, we will explain the details later. Just know that it's all to eradicate the evil that is rampant in Elandi. Although very surprised, Atan Anti still replied, Holy Father, are you mocking us now? Hearing this, Kodu burst into laughter. Utterly surprised, she continued, Lucian, the saintess, whatever you intend to do with her, can't we refuse? The flag replied, who knows, if the saintess had volunteered, the story would have been different, wouldn't it? I'm sure that girl would have been of great help. After this conversation ended, Atan Anti sighed. Damn, that's inhumane. Pope, that venomous snake, I never expected to meet the saint so easily. And the condition is to become a puppet of the Empire. So I sincerely ask you, to seduce the Demon King's vessels, that's hypocrisy. Atan Anti, forcing others for one's own goals, and we're no different. The scene shifts to a different, larger location. Duia was sitting by the riverbank washing clothes, her face filled with sadness and contemplation. Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's been days, and he always comes at this time. That person? Dudaya was extremely upset, not knowing what to do. She remembered Dot's face. Today our defense was excellent. Fantastic. We'll be back tomorrow, so please wait here. What should we bring tomorrow? Steak. Donuts. She sighed, complaining, you don't need to bring food. Just being here with me is enough. It seems Duia has noticed that something is wrong. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out as it silently observed her. You've been marked, Duia. They're tired of you. It's as simple as that. Duia Gd Hoander, the outcast of Elanti, the traitor of the Holy Kingdom. Didn't you accept that when you fled with the sword? A mad fate, slashing anyone who came near. Didn't you endure it? This is the cursed life you chose. Duia, you were once swayed by fleeting illusions, but reality remains unchanged. You are alone. Only now does Dia realize with a start that I will be alone forever. That voice relentlessly criticized. When you are left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you turn to? Who will come for you? You can't even cry for help. Suddenly, a warm voice rang out, surprising Dudaya. You can't. Why was she crying? She smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. What happened while I was away? It's just that they didn't have the cookie scent she was talking about. Seeing that he had returned, she immediately brightened up, without revealing her true feelings. Dudaya interest 1 to Duya interest 4. She kept asking, you don't hate me, do you? You're not tired of me, are you? That surprised him. What are you talking about? Actually, I came here because I need your help getting out of here. Is that okay? At this moment, Duya was so overjoyed that she couldn't pay attention to anything else. Anything is fine, anything at all. Seeing the bag of pastries she had just bought fall to the ground, Dot was speechless, and her expression completely changed. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. You won't hate me for this, will you? Please, I'll do anything. Just don't do this. Don't leave, please. Saying that, Duya chased after it, crying. This situation left him speechless. Her actions truly left him with no choice but to leave. She was helpless. I'm sorry, Ellie amused from the other side. Starting today, ETI is conducting its midterm exams, the task being to start from this vast plain and reach the finish line. Along the way, duels between students were allowed. The more necklaces you take from other students, the more bonus points you get. On such an important day, Mr. Du, we have many questions about your current situation. He spoke up hastily. Ask later. She shook her head angrily. Sir, I want to ask you right now. This is a hobby. Sir, what's the situation? His face immediately turned pale. I have a reason for this. Of course, from a certain perspective, it might seem very perverse. Elle shouted. She knows Duya's face is going to get awkward. I was the one who suggested wandering around like this. It feels comfortable and reassuring. She didn't know what else to say either. For what reason? Is this kind of communication even considered a concept? Where has human dignity gone? You perverts? Suddenly Caliban appeared. I don't know what your relationship with my sister is, but you should clarify the misunderstanding before proceeding. What do you think? That person immediately spoke up. Elia, I don't know how, but these words have left him completely speechless. He continued to explain, I want you never to leave my side, and you're not allowed to go near her. She was speechless. It sounds like I'm asking for some kind of perverted setup. He sighed helplessly. But believe me, this is purely a strategic request. It was true. She had her own circumstances, which is why she was keeping this distance. Elia gritted his teeth. Fine, but don't even dream of tying me up. If no one else comes, let's go. He turned around and announced. Let's go, Dudaya. She nodded in agreement. Then Elia became curious. By the way, what's your specialty? Dot hurriedly shouted. I told you not to go near her. Elia, I won't do it. Pervert, seeing the rabbit run away. Lai sighed wearily. I almost turned the tables, but luckily I'm safe now. He gasped for breath, feeling helpless. Everyone on the team nodded in agreement. That's right. I'm lying. Even you can't handle the reincarnated one from that club alliance. He nodded in agreement. If it weren't for me, all your magic barriers would have been broken and you would all have been eliminated. Everyone nodded. That's right. But that guy really looks like he wants to kill someone. Or maybe we should start safely by targeting someone weak, like crushing that scammer while we still have the chance. We've already annoyed enough people like him, a country bumpkin, into Elandi, or maybe we should ambush him. Suddenly, Lyin coldly announced, I'm not participating. His teammates were surprised. What, come on? You used to hate that guy too. He sighed. I used to, but not anymore. Why is everyone so confused? You've also been captivated by the phone. He shook his head and sighed. It's just that my horizons have broadened, and there are many powerful people out there. At that moment, you appeared, panting. In this world, there are so many weaklings. Why isn't there a single useful one? Her foot lifted slightly. Battlefields, battles, life or death struggles, I couldn't find any of that anywhere. What kind of godforsaken place still exists like this? Her feet lifted high, followed by a barrage of curses. Damn imperialists. Just as he was preparing to act, Io suddenly stopped him. The unexpected appearance surprised even her. This was Io's extremely calm demeanor. The power of the two directly clashing against each other caused utter chaos in the area. Io suddenly spoke up and made a comment. For a student who is reincarnated in exile, you are quite remarkable. Diyu Gada saw the opportunity right before his eyes, and Diyu immediately made a decision. Okay, she's a useful person. Ilo further announced that excessive violence is something we cannot ignore as judges. From now on, learn to control yourself. Her expression immediately turned triumphant. I don't want to. What are you planning to do? She sighed in response. If this were a battlefield, your head would have been pierced. But since it's not, I'm only warning you. Dee seemed afraid, but instead challenged her. It's all right. To me, this is a battlefield. Go ahead, thrust forward. Once you draw your sword, you must see blood, right? Even if I give you a chance, you can't do it? All the imperialists are the same, and there are people like you in the tribe too. They have skills, but lack determination. Even when their loved one is stolen away, they only cry and do nothing. Like fools. When I see people like that, I really can't stand it. Didu moved closer to the tip of the sword, as if challenging Io. She was still hesitating, unsure what to do, when the red devil suddenly appeared. Everything happened so fast that she froze for just a few seconds. Io thought silently. Your tribe isn't the whole world. The stronger you are, the world you see is vaster. Father was right. Suddenly, an extremely excited smile spread across its enormous, terrifying face. Without much thought, Diyu immediately leaped into the air, preparing to act. Io waited to see what she was going to do. Didu didn't care about anything else and directly charged forward, preparing for battle. Io held the sword firmly in her hand, silently observing the action before slowly making her announcement. Instantaneous movement. Diu's entire body seemed to have undergone a transformation. While she was preparing to act, her body gradually disappeared. Even she didn't understand what was happening, and so, before Io's eyes, only an empty space remained. Diu had finally moved to an incredibly vast square. She is still in a lot of pain from the fall. Looking at the crowd around her made her sigh. What? I'm eliminated just for daring to talk back? Why are you planning to play like this? Student council president? She thought to herself, after all, that match wasn't really a matter of difference in strength. From the beginning, she gave me a strange feeling. But why did she suddenly lose her composure and reveal such murderous intent? What exactly angered the student council president? Could it be because I said the empire lacked resolve? Seeing you acting so strangely, causing the other students to be bewildered. What's wrong with her? She still seems indifferent to the group. Or perhaps it's because we say they can't do anything. Even if someone else steals their lover, who knows? Suddenly a system notification appeared. Gada is starting to take an interest in you. Even those fighting were startled and surprised. What the hell? Why? Why suddenly? I haven't even seen her since that day. And yet a notification appears saying her yellow has been affected by me and she's unlocked a divine skill. The fact that Elia's male companion was walking right beside him was extremely confusing. What the hell is this? What are you muttering about? There. Meanwhile, Duia was constantly dealing with those who stood in her way. They only know how to curse and swear. That damn scammer. Elia, we will save you. Just wait a little longer. Realizing something was wrong, Elia turned around. Shouldn't we stop and explain this misunderstanding? He quickly announced. No, absolutely not. Right now we are busy keeping Duia under control. The crowd kept shouting. We just want to save her from that pervert. Well, I don't know what to do. Damn it. I really have to erase this reputation of being a fraud. Elia's fanatical followers are swarming towards us. He shouted helplessly. Mr. Duia, Elia has completely lost hope. Can we even pass this exam? While everything was still in chaos, the guy with the blue hair appeared here. Elia Janex. From the first day of school, I have admired her strength and radiant beauty. This situation left him somewhat speechless. Elia, do you really have that many fans? He smiled happily as he greeted her. I don't understand why she's being held captive by that perverted con artist, but as the top-ranked student in the entrance exam, I'll rescue her and then treat her to a dinner at sunset. Elia was extremely confused. That place has now been completely destroyed by the student council president. That's correcting the statement, or rather, the count. Finally, she spoke up. Hey, you extra. First of all, I haven't been arrested at all. And more importantly, he's not a fraud. He concluded. Then he's a pervert. Elia hesitated slightly. This confusing situation. Why can't you just say no decisively? The green-haired girl helplessly announced. I have no intention of fighting with you either. He silently looked towards everyone. Knights, mages, and gods, all of you combined like this. This is the perfect condition for me to develop my abilities. Dot quickly called out. Get up. Callie found it confusing. What is it? He continued to announce. I need your help. Please step out. He sighed and complained when he saw that, not knowing what had happened. But it seemed like something was wrong. Next, it was the words of a group of people. Miss, Hero, please wait a little longer. We will save you. She immediately notified the system, detected an emergency situation, and applied her A-level life or death skills. That's utterly speechless. Why are you only responding without showing up? Caliban didn't know what else to say. It was just a bunch of kids fighting. Who do you think I am? I'm a bodyguard. Seeing no other option, he looked towards the green-haired man and Elia, who were fighting. Honestly, my sister is fighting off a stalker over there. At this point, Caliban immediately spotted someone tailing Elia. Which bastard would dare? The sunlight shone down, illuminating the entire place. A notification appeared. The mental realm skill was activated, and the enhancement effect was shared with nearby teammates. There, just stand there and wait to see what happens next. Elia was still leaping through the air. A-level survival skills have been shared. She angrily shouted. I don't need fans like you. The green-haired girl was about to say something more. Wait. This is a stone armor. Your sword could break, and you would get injured. As soon as he finished speaking, Elia acted. His stone armor was completely severed. This scene caused the man with the green hair to freeze instantly, and the crowd became extremely bewildered. Duya, meanwhile, was happily watching the show, and seeing this situation left Du speechless. Oh my God, that's terrifying. Even she could hardly believe her own strength. How is that even possible? Everyone was stunned by what they had just seen. The fantasy world is activated, sharing life or death skill A with Elia and Ria. The space here suddenly turned into a chaotic mess. She turned around to assess the situation and couldn't help but laugh in surprise and praise. Impressive indeed. The only drawback of this skill is that it consumes my meager divine power, so the enhancement effect disappears after only a few attacks. Seeing this, the crowd refused to give up. Even though he was a heroic candidate, they couldn't let themselves be forced to protect someone like him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Duia immediately took action. She turned and looked at these troublemakers. Clearly, these people were no match for her. Duia could easily handle everything, and she didn't forget to inform everyone. Sorry everyone, I was just waving my hand. It was only then that Elia had time to react. Even though I'm not a hero, how can I look at people like you who never listen or try to understand others with any kindness? Saying this, Elia continued to charge forward with her sword. Her expression became incredibly determined. Her protective aura erupted. A whirlwind swept the rioters into the air. And only then did she realize how overwhelming her power was. There, seeing that, I was speechless. Isn't that power excessive? Fortunately, all my stats are at the maximum level. Caliban reacted in surprise. What the hell? When did that guy get so strong? After the battle, Elia sighed. The team members had achieved great results in combat. He smiled and chatted. It was good that no one was injured. Duya nodded, his proficiency in the ability increasing, and glanced in another direction. Well, I wasn't really worried about her anyway. Since when did they withdraw from the battle? The shouts were incredibly irritating to Elia. There it is again. I thought to myself, being on the same team as that is more fun than I thought. On the other side, the redhead happily held the necklace. That's 9 in total. Great job, everyone. In the first-year midterm exam, this score should be enough to get a perfect mark. One-eyed man breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Yes, we're working together quite well. Everything is going so smoothly. Chisa suddenly felt a little regretful. It went smoothly, but we weren't first place. He was startled when he heard that. What? How many first-place winners are there? She continued to announce. Second place has necklaces. The redhead sighed at the sight. Damn, just 5 more and I'll catch up. But is this map correct? Is there a problem? Please continue to provide updates. Is it just one person, not the whole group? Everyone's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. Collect items alone without a group. Is that possible? Has anyone ever heard of Fanon Lipex? Perhaps people still don't know much about Fanon's true background. The redhead immediately approached to examine it. Never. Why are there so many monsters among our classmates? How many first-place winners are there? Chisa continued looking at the map. Everyone reacted immediately. Upon hearing this, what kind of team is that? On the other side, notifications kept coming in, and the characteristics of going against the wind had been understood. If you choose the right attack, you can reflect the damage. Looking at the scene ahead, it indicated they had arrived. Elia asked a question out of curiosity. If we capture this place, will the test be over? That's the confused reply. Why me? You're the top student. She sighed. Talking to him was truly a nuisance. He thought to himself, in the original story this part was a random event. What could appear now? Something even worse than the monster just now? Elias seemed to have noticed something unusual. What is this? Even though it's an exam, I think this has gone too far. Duia stared blankly at the scene before her, noticing something unusual, and called out, Sister. Lucy's familiar face appeared before all 3 of them. Notification regarding the main quest. Chapter, Young King. Stop the riot of the weak curse-bearer. Target to protect Lucy. Under Elia, she quickly approached. Could this person possibly be providing divine power to the entire plane all by himself? Blessings from the necklace. Even instantaneous teleportation. Sir, this is not Lanty's way. Lucan remained sitting there like a man possessed. Elia was extremely determined to make the announcement. Hey, we're going to save you. Immediately, another sword suddenly appeared in this place. Oh my God, that's impossible. Students, this is the voluntary service of a saint. How dare you interfere? He is the high priest of the holy kingdom of Kaigon. Elia was still very skeptical and asked the volunteer again. Lai announced with absolute certainty. This is a voluntary act that the Holy One is doing voluntarily, out of respect for her noble wishes. I think we shouldn't interfere, right? Did anyone force her to do it? Looking at Duya's frightened face, Lucian continued. Sir, I did it because I wanted to. Elia was still very skeptical. Voluntarily doing such horrific things was her own doing. He continued, do you dare to oppose the will of the Holy One? That act is tantamount to defying the will of the entire kingdom. Someone who is considered a hero candidate surely understands that. Duya's eyes suddenly widened as if she had noticed something unusual. While the situation remained tense, Flag Lai continued to call out. He is the flag of Janax. She announced this with utmost seriousness. I have no objection. I only want to save those who are suffering. He coldly pronounced his judgment. If you maintain that position, should I beg you to stop? There, silently pondering in his head. I never expected to meet you here. Lucian the Slug, one of the three hegemonic powers, the Holy Kingdom. Their senior staff is a crazy, unconventional force capable of unpredictable actions, especially the Pope, who is just as interested in demonic matters as the headmaster. And Lucian the Slug was the most prized possession of the Holy Kingdom, the Pope's puppet. Duya and Lucian are merely tools to carry out his grand scheme. The system seems to be pushing Duya into rebellion in this situation, attacking a rebellious host. Are you crazy? After a period of silence, that suddenly spoke. We are in first place. I think the Holy One should rest now. Lai immediately spoke up. She will stay until teams 2 and 3 arrive. Please wait until then. His expression suddenly became calm. If you're wondering why they arrived so quickly, the familiar figure that came to mind was probably Eo. Strange incidents and attacks have drawn their attention. Joyful purification made them feel more secure. They were touching her because she was at the center of both events. If Duya were to go mad as well, the Pope would begin to intervene in Elanti. Sir, hasn't Duya already been discovered? If so, there's no other choice. Seeing the item thrown in front of him left Lai feeling confused. What's going on? His voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. It seems you don't understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom, do you? He suddenly declared. That's a challenge to a duel. You bastard. Come out here for a moment. Elia turned around at this. A challenge? Lai still seemed annoyed. Why should I accept a duel? He continued walking, stepping aside and facing me. Elia assisted the Holy Mother and then took her to the hospital. He was surprised to see that. How could something like this happen again? If you go any further, this could become an international diplomatic affair. He replied, then I will report what you have done to make me a saint. Lai asked, may I ask, what is your title? Student? His expression was completely calm. A title? I'm just an anonymous count in the province. What's the problem? He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I am a high-ranking official, so I cannot arbitrarily challenge just anyone to a duel. That expression gradually turned to contempt. So why did you draw your sword? Elia, the hero candidate, is over there. Why are you so wary of me? He secretly decided in his mind, to break this stalemate, he needed a bold move. Lai continued speaking. Look, I've drawn my sword. With such an ill-mannered student, perhaps outside intervention is needed. His speed was incredibly agile. He was already in front of preparing to attack. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, he immediately drew his sword. Now, he seized the opportunity to attack the weakness of the hybrid chess. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to react. Excellent. Counterattack activated. He was immediately sent flying backward in a pathetic state. While everyone was still bewildered, Antai's voice rang out. I want to know what you're thinking. DT Cambello. He calmly replied. She said I should do whatever I want. So I did. She announced with a sigh. I don't remember telling you to provoke the Holy Kingdom. He calmly replied. This isn't a brawl. It's a formal challenge. That man became agitated and charged forward. Antai helplessly explained. He wasn't just an ordinary priest. He was a high-ranking combatant. The student said, pulling out a piece of paper. It's all right. I have a letter of exemption from the royal family who will take responsibility for what I do. Antai's expression showed a hint of helplessness as he honestly announced. That student, the Holy One, belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I have no choice but to accept it. But a sudden challenge. Are you sure about that? He immediately turned and left. She told me I had to win over the demon's hosts. In Ria GD Ho Under's list of candidates, I managed to convince her to give me % of the votes. The problem is that Duya was already at the scene. Atan heard. this and became suspicious. What? Why is she there? He sighed and complained. I brought her here to secure the overwhelming #1 spot. To attract the attention of the subjects, you have to be very obvious. Half-heartedness is not enough. Let's get rid of the demons first. Diplomacy can wait, right? Hearing this, Antai suddenly remembered EO. Think about personal relationships before international relations, because he stood there with his arms crossed. First of all, I have never had any animosity towards the principal or the hero candidate. She quickly shook her head. He meant that we should also pay attention to school life. Make some friends, but don't get involved in weird stuff. He was thinking silently in his head. I completely failed at that. After a period of silence, Principal Atan Antai continued to make the announcement. Since the report of the challenge has reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope may come here himself. I don't know what you intend to do, but the Pope is very dangerous. You should reconsider. Inside the room, it was eerily silent, and Lucy was still comfortably sitting there smoking. The saint seemed completely unconcerned about what was happening to her. Hearing a noise outside, the saintess was surprised and paid attention. The saint continued to announce, "Come in." The door slowly opened, surprising Lucien, who immediately called out Duya's name. She helplessly called out her sister's name, Sister Lucien. Her heart was filled with an indescribable sorrow. Lucien didn't know what more to say in this situation. The saintess slowly lowered her feet to the ground, and suddenly Duya panicked, hastily backing away, calling out, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer, sister." But Lucy still didn't seem to be listening. She was still bewildered, continuously whispering, "Because of the curse of severance, if I take another step, I will get hurt." At that moment, the sword was drawn, and Lucy quickly used the chain to throw it into the air. Luckily, because we are twins, there's no scene of moving to a large square. The referee announced, "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to decide the winner, a fight to the death. If serious injury occurs, stop immediately and determine the winner. Otherwise, the match continues until one side surrenders. Do you both understand?" That remained calm and calculated. To delay Duya's awakening, Lucien was absolutely essential. Otherwise, the obsession and curse would continue to gnaw at her mind as they do now. Duya's mind will collapse. For that reason, this match is very important. The continued interference of the Holy Kingdom with Lucien. We must take that away. Ku slowly closed his eyes. In just one match, we have to make such a big impact. Atan Antai, standing to one side, silently pondered. Even if the Pope couldn't make it in person, he would never miss a match like this. Lai gripped his sword tightly. It was too late to beg for mercy now, but there was still a chance. Surrender. The sooner you surrender, the fewer bones you'll break. Are you listening to me? Young Master Cambio Homan, standing to the side, looked extremely frightened. Okay, surrender right from the start. You absolutely must not attack directly. But since he was already in combat mode, curiously, I was just about to say the exact same thing. Lai's expression was incredibly calm, almost unbelievably so. At that time, Jito instructed, "Don't use killing intent. He finds it confusing." "What do you mean?" He continued to explain. "The stronger the killing intent, the more resolute the opponent will react. That's the kind of ability he had." He sighed. Could such an absurd ability really exist? Jito laughed and announced, "I've seen that before. I didn't expect to see it again. I was defeated by my own attack, not just by killing intent. I must completely wipe out the enemy's will." With a blessing, the entire body of Ko Lai seemed to undergo a transformation. He knelt down on one knee on the ground. They were still curious to see what he would do next. His eyes had now become incredibly cold. He continued to look in that direction and spoke, intending to teach a lesson to an arrogant nobleman. The King of the Rings stood silently on the stage, waiting to see what would happen. Just a few seconds later, the King of the Rings leaped into the air and charged into battle. Wait, we'll use the available skill guide. The gods were enraged. A loud noise erupted. Everything happened so quickly that even Ko Lai was surprised. That begins his awakening match. Following that, the space seemed to have completely exploded. Time seemed to stand still as the two lunged at each other, fighting, and a notification appeared indicating that the Fallen Heaven seal was reacting. Lai was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded, but seizing this opportunity, he raised the sword in his hand and decisively attacked him without hesitation. The ground here, under the pressure of the combined strength of the two individuals, has completely shattered. Everyone vaguely sensed an explosive pressure in the space here. Atan Antai was also surprised, and watched the match intently. The expressions on everyone's faces in the stands gradually changed, and at the same time, Seddu slowly disappeared from this place. The scene here looked incredibly tragic. The electrical system issued a warning using guidance. Usable skills, furious and fearful divine energy. The fallen heaven's curse reacted, and the ground here was completely shattered by the battle between the two. Next came a loud explosion, and demonic energy gathered around the fallen heaven seal. Everything was so terrifying that a tan anti stood still. Jeddu, standing silently to one side, observed Lai's expression gradually turn to disbelief, but it remained utterly resolute. A spatial rift has appeared in the sky here. In front of everyone, the gray demon finally appeared. This sight left him utterly bewildered. He thought silently. When it appeared through his anxiety, everything around him stopped, and even holding on with his own strength, he found it hard to breathe. The incomprehensible hybrid flag slowly turned around. What the hell is this? Such evil pressure. The tip of the sword was thrust into the air, and her entire body quickly fell. Let's fight. Both of them were still bewildered, wondering what was happening. Before he could react, the gray demon spoke. Get out of here and don't let me see you again, you eyesore. You're making me uncomfortable. She even pointed her finger at that face. She smiled mockingly. Give back what you took. Everything happened so fast that Dot immediately regained his composure. At the same time, Lai also rushed forward to fight, for just a moment, as if something had happened. And how did this guy manage to block my attack? Suddenly, that guy dropped his sword and called out, Hey, I said as long as I don't kill you, it's fine. While he was still confused, Dot attacked with his bare hands. His face showed immense determination as he mustered all his strength and threw forcefully, sending the object flying backward. The power of that is truly no joke. Lai's flag was hovering in the air, still unable to believe how weak he had become. He opened his eyes, regaining his composure, but it was clear his body was floating high in the air. The chess player was still comfortably watching the game, and he reached out to take control. When we weren't paying attention, Lan's skill level exceeded all expectations. Seeing that he had stepped in to help Kai, he sighed irritably. Can I say a word as the victor? He nodded. Okay, go ahead and tell me. I'm trying to calm myself down. Guys like him are harassing the Saintess. You should stop. Everyone who heard this criticized. What did you say? That student's words made Ko-Du thoughtful. What are you looking for? Don't waste your energy. This thing is mine. This is the first and last warning. Everyone kept complaining. Chairman A10 and Tai, what's going on here? How dare you commit such an act in front of the Pope? How did you teach your students to cause such an incident? Suddenly, Hatan appeared here, not only sending a trained knight to deal with those snot-nosed brats, but also harassing the Saintesse, truly deplorable bunch. This man is the captain of the Blue Dragon clan, Hatan Yudun, of the Tribal Alliance. Even villains would admire your audacity. The man standing still watched the crowd, wondering what they were going to do next, and sighed, asking, if even those petty officials are openly criticizing you, shouldn't you be stripped of your title as Holy Kingdom? The critics retorted, Hatan, watch your words. This concerns the safety of the Pope, and he doesn't seem to care much. What are you planning to do? If you're angry, come down here and fight me. That's the question. What are you planning to do? But Gio's expression was completely relaxed. Understood. It's not a duel, but anyway, I'll do it for you. Sir, you are not only skilled, but you are also an extremely lecherous student. I must admit that. After saying this, he completely disappeared from the place, making that angry. Are you trying to escape? The Holy Kingdom finally teleported to a completely different place. After a period of silence, it seemed that Ko-Du realized something, and he immediately called for vehicles to deploy spies around Elandi's camcorder. Although surprised, she still nodded in agreement. Understood. His face broke into an excited smile, capturing the attention of 3 nations with just one match. The more I look at him, the more he resembles that other guy. At this moment, Du, exhausted and breathless, looked around. Have they left? The referee quickly announced. So the winner is Campbello. A tan anti also breathed a sigh of relief, but Hatan seemed to be extremely excited. I quite like him. He has the qualities of a good warrior. Take this. The item he offered was a rare lion collar that increased vitality and physical strength. Dot was surprised when he received this item. This is what he announced, laughing with delight. Visit the furnace when you have the chance. We will treat you well. And that strange power from earlier, I still want to see it again. That's all from the Tribal Alliance. We're leaving now. These words left him completely speechless. He looked at Han's back as he walked away in the original story. This item was originally intended for Chapter 3. I have just been recognized by the most powerful madman of the Tribal Alliance. A short while later, Anti quickly approached. Camelo, I have a question. Did you use the power of the vase to win the battle? She nodded in response. I just got lucky. She still doubted that the Pope and Hatton had realized it already. The news will spread soon, very soon. Many groups will start trying to approach you about this. These words immediately reminded him of that wicked gambler. She also didn't forget to give a warning. You should prepare yourself mentally. Things are going to be much noisier from now on. He was very tired from the journey, but he still nodded in agreement. I understand. Time passed until the next morning. While Ho-Man was fast asleep, a notification appeared. Main mission completed. Merit points increased by 1. Seeds of evil decreased by 1. So, we have collected 4 seeds of evil so far. There are special skills that can only be purchased with rare currency like this. For example, an item is suspended in midair, then it changes into a pair of glasses. This is what it means to have the eye that sees into the heart. Once a day allows us to view our opponent's stats. He immediately spent his own money to successfully purchase it. He became thoughtful. The information obtained from this skill could not be tampered with or falsified, and it had no drawbacks whatsoever. Let's give it a try. He looked into the distance again, without needing to check anything further. The professor felt the same way. He immediately dismissed this person. Suddenly, Eo's familiar face caught his attention. That's a little bit joyful. The perfect person had just appeared, and everyone quickly started discussing it. The chairman should get out of the way if he doesn't want to get hurt. He thought to himself, the priority right now is actually to get information about Yellow or Elia first. These two are the most important characters in this script. He quickly put on his glasses. Okay, let's give it a try. The constant notifications triggered the clairvoyant eye. The waist is touched by the characteristic, the vase of the gray ghost. Strength S, Agility S, Stamina S, Luck S. Authority A+ is matched with a fragment of the devil. Integration rate to percent, pollution level percent. I was also startled and surprised. The fusion rate had reached percent. The incident at Jurbak must have had a major impact on this. Luckily, the pollution levels are low. If both were high, she would have turned into a demon. Eo suddenly appeared. What are you doing here? Dot quickly stepped back. Chairman, how did you know I was here? She explained. I just felt there was a suspicious look in your eyes. Anyway, I've met you. I have something I want to give you. The person you asked me to keep an eye on isn't an ordinary person. He was slightly surprised. You found him? Yellow calmly replied. We've figured out his plan of action, but from now on, you should handle this kind of thing yourself. The position of student council president is not an easy one. He became hesitant. I'm sorry, but first of all, you did very well. That opponent must not be easy. She sighed, also ignoring the fact that my position as president was somewhat helpful. Oh yes, I heard that the Holy Kingdom is expanding its diplomatic mission. That's never happened before. Do you know anything about this? Dot forced a smile. Actually, I'm not sure either. He immediately pulled out a stack of documents in his hand, and then he'd know. And now here it is. The file recorded the target's actions during the midterm exam. He happily accepted the document. That's great. Chairman, I thought to myself, in the original story, I have to follow each step myself. He happily embraced her. She really did. A great job. Chairman, I will repay you later. Absolutely. Excellent. That means he's lighting the clock right now. I'm leaving now. He hadn't noticed Eo's face turning red. He hurried forward as fast as he could, not wanting to waste any time. He quickly deduced that he had stayed at the clock tower until p.m. We know he enrolled with the Saintus. With that kind of personality, he'll avoid going outside as much as possible, but eventually he'll want to go out and get some fresh air. At the same time, the young king, still feeling dejected, spoke up. We should train our physical fitness a little more. You are camouflaged. This statement surprised him a little. He tried to regain his composure and asked the question. Do you know me? The man sighed and reminded him. Sit down. Take a breath. The prophet told me to pay attention to you. How could I not know that this would draw his attention? The prophet, did he have to send someone even though he knows so much about me? He continued. Your spy did a pretty good job. Actually, I've been waiting here every day. I'm not the kind of person who can proactively request a meeting. You understand, right? We're enemies, aren't we? He was still lost in his own thoughts. In the original work, The sorcerer was merely an ordinary demon worshipper. He was never a character who directly intervened like this. The look in his eyes suddenly became terrifying. His assessment of you is that you will be the biggest obstacle I will face here. When he turned his head, an invisible wave of pressure hit him directly. Answer. Me. So, you're going to block my way? This situation left him at a loss for how to respond. This is the same method as ours. In the vast space, the figure sighed. I'm curious to see how much you know and how far you've guessed. We hear you've gathered quite a bit of information about us. You came to see me. Clearly you already know who I am, right? At this point, Du finally spoke up in response. At least we can be sure that he doesn't harbor any ill intentions. After turning everyone in the academy into zombies, even if he intended to rule them afterward. Valkyria Gia so nodded without hesitation. That's right. In 3 days, the fairy house seems very interested in people, and he has secretly thought of that mysterious fairy house in his mind. He continued, his voice resolute. He is still investigating your true nature, and one day you may have to face all the chosen ones. Listening up to this point made him seem discouraged. Wait, why are you telling me all this? Vakea Jas, the last king of the Amada kingdom, a man who united his entire people into his body using forbidden magic. We are now enemies. We should not reveal information to the enemy. The sky was gradually turning to evening. He thought to himself, I don't like having my plans disrupted. Ayagia so continued to speak. I don't intend to ruin your plan. I just want to ensure everything is fair. He was surprised to see that. Fairness. His expression was completely indifferent. A game has to be fair, right? No matter how much you know, you're still at a disadvantage. The reason you have come to see me is to confirm that I am not a coward. These words made Du nod in agreement. That's right. He immediately put on his X-ray vision glasses, his mind racing with thoughts. Not only that, the figures seemed to be standing ready, waiting for his action. Look carefully. He quickly opened his eyes, staring intently at the man before him, the amount of forbidden magic currently active on his body. That's it. Thinking quickly, forbidden magic is an ancient form of magic different from mana, spells, or divine power. Each forbidden magic spell comes at the cost of a human life. While he was still thinking, Vakaya so burst out laughing and announced, that skill is certainly not easy to use in combat. That also had to be nodded in agreement. We know. It is usually only used in secret. This time we are also upholding that fairness. He remarked in surprise. What a noble attitude. I just want to see for myself if the prophet's assessment is accurate. If I'm allowed to express my thoughts, please don't take it to heart. You don't seem to be a big obstacle to me. He suddenly clenched his fists. Vakaya so hit the extreme. In 3 days, just turn everyone in the academy into zombies. Go ahead. But in return, we will use all our strength to stop him. The feeling of seeing that is hard to understand. Even after witnessing my forbidden magic, you still won't back down? That's incredibly resolute. 3 days from now, because I will save you. You and your kingdom will be saved. He laughed in surprise when he heard that. This time he turned around and looked into the distance. So, you were about to say something else. If we win, we'll turn around and announce it. If you lose, you will become the second life. You. See you later, because I was about to say something more. Wait. He grabbed a mysterious, pitch-black creature that suddenly appeared before him. This sight left him speechless, a hint of regret in his eyes. He's disappeared. He suddenly felt less confident. What if we lose? No. If you want to win, you mustn't even imagine losing. That's the most important rule. The time has shifted to late evening. Lucin coldly asked the question. Are you done changing? Duya nodded. Yes. The saint was surprised. Duya, I'm sorry, I often don't reply. How is this outfit? Do you like it? Her face immediately turned visibly red. But my sisters and I have never worn clothes like this before. It's so embarrassing. Lucy, however, appeared completely calm. Take whatever you want. Think of what you've endured as my talisman. At least I'll give you these simple things. Dudaya smiled and nodded. Then I accept. The saint continued lighting the fire. When you are with me, you can feel at ease, even if only for a moment, secretly thinking to yourself, I once thought your heart might have been broken by the curse of separation. I'm glad you've still retained that innocent look. The one who is truly rotten inside is probably me. At that moment, Duya burst into laughter like a child. The young woman found this puzzling. Duya, what are you doing? She burst out laughing. This is the fruit of his grace. He said I should always wear it to keep my relationship with him going smoothly. He said he wouldn't see me if I didn't wear it. You should try it on to see if it suits you. You're not the one who thinks your fruit is more valuable than mine. But you have to wear this if you want him to meet you. Please don't misunderstand. Lucy quickly lit the fire, trembling. But it was clear the saint could no longer bear it. Duya, where is that devil Duya now? He quickly explained with a smile. It's just a misunderstanding. I completely admit it might seem strange, but it's to keep my distance from Dua's curse of severance. As for why, I used a leash. That weighs realithianly. Thing I could findav time. Lucy suddenly spoke up, and we don't have time either. Duya is my younger sister. After so many years of separation, I finally met her again. He is my only remaining relative. He nodded upon hearing this. Of course we know that very well. Saint Lucian, the saintly woman coldly announced. The question is, how do you know? The saintess's face was filled with anticipation. Lucy expressed her thoughts. At first I was very angry about the dog leash, but after hearing your story, I realized you had considered more aspects than I thought. The student, a man from a remote land who knew the relationship between me and Duya, even defeated a holy knight in a direct duel. I'm really curious where your knowledge and skills come from. Dot silently recalled, from my memories of playing the original game. He still spoke slowly. Holy Maiden, that's something I can only discuss with Headmaster on Anti. I cannot freely reveal it. What we are certain of is that we stand with you and also with Du Dain. Only now did Lucian put away his lighter. We will temporarily ignore DT Kamel. You fought for me, helped me escape the Pope's control, and took very good care of Duya. That's true. Duya, and that took a deep breath. Then Lucy continued speaking. But I cannot tell you everything. Even without knowing your true identity, I must know what you are planning and how much you know. We need to know everything. Because of silent contemplation regarding the Pope's plan and Lucian being an essential piece of the puzzle. It's called the Hormone Culisor Artificial Insemination Project. The title of Saintess was not something Lucian was born with. She was created by assembling various materials. Lucian's divine power is something artificially created. Dudaya exists to support and amplify power. That's it. That's how the Pope intends to create heaven, a paradise ruled by its own definition of justice. Dot announced with absolute certainty. The Pope will not stop, but everything will fall apart when Duya escapes. He is only temporarily loosening his grip while we are here. We must prepare thoroughly during this short period. After a period of silence, Lucian suddenly felt curious. Who are you really? As evening approached, a notification appeared. The main mission is from the king. The academy will be attacked in 3 days. A beam of light appeared, and Lucy spoke. The heart of the star, a sacred device used to maintain the protective barrier around the academy, is said to be the remaining relic of a family heirloom. I used the saintess's authority to enter here, but do you really think this can help me? She nodded, in agreement without hesitation. Yes, but Holy Maiden, I want to ask you something. You blame me for leading others by the rope, but you're even worse. The Holy Maiden sighed and explained, that's not it. I couldn't ignore the curse of severance, so I had to pretend to be escorting someone to ward off evil spirits, so as not to arouse suspicion. He thought to himself, that makes sense. After all, students don't usually get into the temple. He continued to turn around and remind her, you can take off your hood now. Even Rhea, the saintess, please wait outside, and you should come out too. Elia's face broke into a very smug smile. Sir, I will be responsible for protecting the saintess and keeping an eye on you. The saintess nodded upon hearing this. I agree, because I still can't completely trust you. The heart of the star is made from the same material as Duya's sword. It is an artifact that you are not even allowed to approach, let alone touch. If the heroic candidate stays behind to keep watch, we will also feel more at ease. Elia happily nodded in agreement. Yes. Lucy lifted her head and looked ahead. Nevertheless, the reason I brought you here is because of my belief in a creator. You led me to you. Duya also clenched her fists. I understand your position. Holy Maiden, I am already very grateful that you have brought me all the way here. The saint suddenly let go of the dog's leash. Elle, please take good care of her. Although surprised, she still nodded. Yes, I will protect her well. Thank you for trusting me. She glanced behind her. Demons can interfere with the human world without limitation. But angels are different. They must obey the laws that maintain world order, so they cannot act freely like the lower-ranking angels we have encountered before. But heroes are different. Lucy continued walking. Duya, I'll wait outside. If anything happens, you can protect yourself, right? She nodded. The saint smiled with joy. A hero is someone who possesses the purest and strongest heart among humankind. Angels intervene in the world through them. Therefore, it is understandable that the saint placed her trust in Elijah, even though she's still just a hero candidate. In Elijah's mind, she silently conceived such a profound belief. Although only a candidate, this is one step closer to becoming a true hero. We will not let anything happen here, she announced gently. Don't worry, Duya, I will protect you. At that moment, she noticed something unusual. Dot immediately drew his sword and thrust it forcefully into the stone in front of him. The stone instantly had an enormous scratch, and the smile on Elijah's face faded. That expression was extremely calm as he observed what would happen. Duya was at a loss for words in this situation. On the other side, Lusen was calmly lighting his cigarette. The saint exhaled a puff of white smoke, her face utterly serene. If he knows about the Hormone Kuzzer project, then his intelligence network must be incredibly powerful. DT Cell, we can't completely trust him, but there must be a reason why Duya and the hero candidate are following him so closely. He doesn't seem to be acting recklessly or senselessly. At the same time, an angel appeared before them. Elia hastily exclaimed, "Ah, that." Even the angel Duya couldn't believe her eyes. Anlan, a reverse-ranked angel, is appearing here, observing intently. A being of a higher rank than we imagined has appeared, similar to the old angel I encountered before. I only thought a low-ranking angel would come. I didn't expect this. That's when he turned his head and looked behind him. At this moment, Anlan also slowly spoke up. I understand now. You truly cannot predict the affairs of heaven. Saying this, she stepped down onto the ground below. I remember you. You met my soldiers before. Dot said, startled. Wait, are you the angel from last time? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, he was. There. His expression showed a hint of surprise. So now it's probably time to attack my mind and cram rituals into my head, right? Seeing that Anlan didn't react, he was a little bewildered. No, there's no way you'll let me go so easily. He silently gazed straight ahead. In the original story, the angels couldn't interfere with the physical world, so they attacked the mind. They might not punish severely, just enough to deter you from causing trouble. A normal player would be eliminated immediately. But why is she still standing there? Could it be? Suddenly, Anlan spoke up. I'm listening because your idea is quite interesting. Before the phone could react, his body had already knelt down on the ground. She continued her remarks. Initially, I intended to give you a simple warning, but the slander you inflicted seems very deliberate. That is still waiting. Whatever, come in quickly. She immediately burst into excited laughter. Good. I believe you are prepared. An invisible pressure was pressing the phone down towards the ground, causing him pain. Next, a stream of purifying light caught his attention. The feeling he had when he opened his eyes again was that he had entered an extremely strange box-like space. Immediately raised its head and looked around. This is my spiritual space. Seeing something strange, Anlan was a little surprised. What is this? Why is there nothing here? Perhaps she found it extremely confusing. She continued to stare. At that figure's back, the mental space should ideally present scenes that reflect a person's morality or character. So why is there a blank space? It means he's neither good nor evil. Have I gotten myself into trouble? I should have let the soldiers handle it. What should we do? How can we discipline a person like this? I can't believe such a person exists, with such an incredibly calm expression. The formation of mental space, meaning our soul now has a gap, is exactly what we want. Once the space connecting to our soul is opened, someone will rush in like a madman. The space in that mind gradually changed, becoming even more terrifying. Anlan was puzzled by this. Wait, did you close off your mental space? Dot calmly replied. Impossible. I can't even create one myself. The spiritual space here gradually closed in, and something began to appear. Anlan's expression was a little bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Dot, standing beside him, seemed to sense something was amiss. It was coming, she saw, and bowed her head to look down. What's coming? The space here is strangely dark, leaving her bewildered. She quickly observed carefully. I don't see anything at all. How strange. Suddenly, the face of the gray demon appeared in this space. Anlan quickly turned around to observe, and Dot also sensed something unusual, stepping back a few paces to ask a question. A demon? She quickly greeted him. Very quickly, the angel in Lan's body was held tightly by her white hair. The gray demon sat there calmly as if nothing had happened. Activating her deadly charm, she suddenly noticed, "I found you." A message appears. "A white demon has taken notice of you." Dot laughed. "Good, just stick to the plan." She was still happily calling out, "My soulmate." The mark on his chest was getting darker and darker. Her hand slowly reached forward as she muttered incessantly, "I've always wanted to see you, to touch you," and I gritted my teeth, just to follow the plan. Terrifying laughter rang out, making even Lan shudder. Notifications appeared. The power of temptation and deadly seductive skills clashed. The gray demon approached him, and moreover, "I want you." As the gray demon approached, a notification appeared. The seductive divine power and deadly enchantment skills clashing fiercely, yet she remained unfazed, drawing closer and whispering, "I want you. What do you want?" The disgusting tongue licked his face, rendering him helpless. If he yielded here, his soul would instantly become hers. Suddenly, her body waspoled backward, and Lan reminded him with extreme annoyance. "That's enough." The gray demon was painfully dragged backward by her. She also didn't forget to remind that human to mind his own business and just stand there. That's surprising. She wasn't an ordinary demon. How could an ordinary angel possibly fight against the devil? This successfully enraged her completely. "Don't interfere. Don't you dare interfere." She directly lunged towards Lan, attacking without hesitation. The powerful punch left Lan no time to react, and her body slowly staggered backward. But perhaps that last action has driven the gray demon completely insane. Screams rang out as she was knocked flying backward in despair. She observed silently, and Lan's strength couldn't possibly match hers. Feeling that wasn't enough, the gray demon continued to leap into the air and take action. A loud explosion rang out, and Lan suffered greatly. Dot fell heavily to the ground. As if sensing the pain, he quickly sat up, shouting, "Wait! White demon, I warn you, if you dare touch that angel, I won't let you get away with it. The one you crave is me, isn't it? Did you hear what I said?" And Lan, seeing this, reminded him irritably, "I told you not to cause trouble. Is that human still shouting? Release her immediately. I'll play with you later. You understand what I mean, right? We'll meet again anyway." After a moment of silent contemplation, she spoke. "Was that a promise?" He nodded. "It was a promise." I thought to myself, whether they promised or not, it will definitely happen. Dot continued to shout at the gray demon, "If you don't listen, I'll jump down from here." If one dies in the realm of consciousness, where does the soul go? Hearing him say that, she slowly turned her head and shouted, "This is..." Streams of dark, ominous energy slowly rushed towards her, and she turned her attention toward them. "Are you threatening me?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I am threatening you." The gray demon felt extremely happy. "Keep going," he reminded her coldly. "Go now," she muttered. "A promise, you must keep it. We will definitely come and get it later. Your soul." Seeing her disappear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. Everything unfolded exactly as in the original story. So the angel owed me a favor. He smiled, turned his head, and started chatting. "Is that right?" And Lan's expression was a little awkward. "What do you want?" After a while, Lusen looked at the gold bar in front of him. "Pure ingots. You got these from the angels themselves." Dot nodded, in confirmation. "With this, we will craft an item to weaken the curse of severance." Suddenly, Elia, standing beside him, asked, "There's only one. Is that enough?" He calmly replied, "I've prepared another one separately. Pure steel enhances fighting power and has almost indestructible durability. It can only be destroyed by pure or metallic material derived from bandemonium." Suddenly, Elia felt confused. "So it's because of the strange curse on the saint's sister? To lift it, we'll have to meet an angel as well." He nodded helplessly. "The real battle hasn't even begun yet." She found it confusing. "The Battle of Dot? You're still hiding something from us, aren't you?" Dot's expression turned serious as he recalled the system notification. Chapter, The Little King, D Academy Attack Incident. Seeing him so pensive, Duia found it hard to understand. Lucien calmly looked at the ingredients in his hand, when suddenly Elia spoke up. "If you have any, could you tell us about them? We need to prepare too." He immediately nodded seriously. "Okay, listen carefully. We must save this school." On the other side, Yellow was still focused on his work, everyone else enthusiastically doing their own tasks. As for the family estate, he calmly stood there, his red hair cheerfully chatting. Tomorrow is the last day of the field training, right? The teammate nodded happily. First place is definitely ours, he added gleefully. Of course, who could possibly defeat us? Everyone keep walking. Let's go inside. I'm hungry. Still walking calmly behind. He was lost in his own thoughts. If you knew nothing about the threat or the truth, what would it feel like to enjoy such a carefree school life? From the beginning, I had no memories of school in the outside world. Suddenly a strange voice rang out. Are you always used to being alone like this? Raised his head and looked towards the strange woman. Who are you? She answered calmly. We are basically a butterfly effect. While everyone was still confused, the woman spoke. All the hard work you've put in is the reason I'm here right now. That student. His expression immediately turned suspicious. Who is she? Just seconds later, she appeared behind him. To be honest, seeing you always calculating and staying one step ahead, I thought I'd witnessed the performance of a shrewd and cunning strategist. But look at you, do you seem so ordinary? Or perhaps it's precisely this ordinariness that makes you special? I never imagined someone like you could outsmart the demons in this game. That startled him. Who is that? Did a character like this appear in the original story? How does she know my situation so well? He hurriedly shouted. Tell me quickly. Who are you really? The woman replied. I am your biggest fan. Compared to those demon-possessed women who keep surrounding you, I desire you far more. Dot felt a little embarrassed. I'm asking what exactly you are? She went on to announce that she hated the fact that those cursed bastards kept hanging around him. This situation left him speechless. Who exactly was she? Were there any similar plot lines in the world of demonic forces? He had to remember. That's it. She suddenly pulled out a piece of paper. The key has been found. You still have too many loopholes, don't you? He quickly retorted. Give it back to me immediately. Hurry up, thinking to herself. The current situation is extremely urgent, but why hasn't the system issued a danger alert yet? The woman suddenly asked curiously. But hey, let's talk about those women. Look at them flirting around you as if they're so important. I just want to send them all away. They don't understand you at all. Nobody understands you. Only I understand you. And I am the only one in the world. Only I understand you. Saying this, the woman threw the paper into the air, and Dot watched in astonishment. She calmly remarked that only this villain was worthy of standing on equal footing with him. Even the demons couldn't do that. You must be well prepared to face the little king. Huh? Perhaps Vaz's invasion plan for tomorrow will fall apart. But if that happened today, would you have enough time to react? Even if we messed up all the calculations, would you still be able to handle it? I really want to place more expectations on you, because I'm sure you won't disappoint me, right? Make me fall even more in love with you. On the other hand, Elia was still comfortably enjoying life. Another day has passed, and this dish is really delicious. The sauce has a subtly sweet flavor. Chi-Sa smiled and chatted. Have you been working too hard lately? I heard you're even doing one-on-one training. Elia sighed in response. The Holy Academy is also discussing that matter. She nodded in confirmation, because she was a candidate for the title of hero. She's the star of the school, but she keeps pretending to be naive. Elia complained dejectedly. I don't have time to pay attention anymore. Suddenly, Chi-Sa seemed to remember something. I only heard about that training session thanks to your chess-playing fans. Everyone was amazed. Indeed, the class of a true hero candidate is different. You don't know how much that motivated the other students, do you? Elia laughed in surprise. Are our flag-waving fans still not dispersed? I clearly told you I had already quelled the unrest once. She suddenly remembered something, and only remembered it when reminded. I'm happy to see that your relationship has improved lately. Now she doesn't feel awkward being around him anymore, does she? She sighed slowly in response. From the perspective of an ordinary person, we realize that we still have many shortcomings. For example, overwhelming and defeating a giant beast or wiping out enemies within sight in the blink of an eye. Compared to those extraordinary individuals, the hero candidate is merely someone who is slightly stronger than average. It was as simple as that. The ground shook, startling Chi-Sa. What's going on? The other students shouted in alarm. The protective barrier is cracked. What? What is this? A drill? It's definitely not a drill. Of course not. Everyone evacuate inside quickly. Didu, still inside the room, slept soundly as if unaware of what had happened. Screams rang out. As a precaution, prepare your weapons and be ready for battle. The space here has been completely shattered. Elia stood below, silently observing. If the barrier surrounding the vehicle in the movie has already cracked, all the evil entities around here will soon sense it. This wasn't planned, was it? There. Seeing that the situation was not good, Anti suddenly jumped onto the hole to assess the situation. It seems she has realized there is something unusual about this place. She quickly used her energy to repair the spatial rift, her expression gradually becoming serious. Therefore, things are happening much sooner than expected. If even this is part of your plan, then you'll have a lot to explain to us. The cracks slowly healed under the power of Anti, and suddenly the clock tower displayed a strange magic circle again. Following that, gigantic monsters swarmed into this place. Seeing the scene before them, the students suddenly shouted, "Hurry up! Do as I say! Lain, everyone run inside quickly. We must protect the new students at all costs." Finally, the monsters have set foot in this place. They are eagerly anticipating the opportunity to wreak havoc here. Vakayajiaso excitedly reached his hand forward. What enemy would ever announce the exact date and time of an invasion? Whatever preparations you've made, don't keep me waiting. There, I'm getting fed up waiting. Monsters keep appearing here, attacking innocent people and terrifying the students. Help, is anyone there? Help me. In a moment of danger, a single slash saved this student's life. The familiar figure of the man appeared, drawing the student's attention. "Professor, you're so annoying." He coldly turned his head and reminded her, "Wake up. Did I teach you to stand there with your faces exposed? Everyone run inside immediately. Hurry up and absolutely forbid that idea of being a straw hero. Looking at the monsters swarming this place makes me very tired. Damn, the ghosts in the school aren't the only problem. If the barrier breaks, all the death energy directed at Elanti will gather in one place. That energy fluctuation might even affect the void itself. Principal, what exactly are you planning to do?" On the other side, Chi-Sa and Lain, kept reminding him, "You kids, run. Hurry up, get inside. Don't even dream of coming back to fight. You better run away. These idiots." At the same time, the soldiers have appeared. Squad 1 continues to evacuate the students, while Squad 2 stays here to cover the rear. The subordinates, hearing this, nodded in agreement and prepared to fight. Clearly, no matter what happened, they had to stop both sides immediately and engaged in extremely fierce combat. The sight before him left speechless. His plan, all his plans, had been completely ruined. Monsters rage. The world shatters. This situation should never have happened. If things go according to plan, Elo's call will come. Damn Bell, didn't you hear the evacuation order? Seeing Elo's familiar figure caught his attention. Oh dear. Try to remember, we have to find a way. We must turn the tide at all costs. If we can't, at least we must fight back. EO saw this and approached him. He didn't hear what I said. Since I'm still lost in thought, there must be a way. At the same time, a teammate turned back to remind her, "Hey, what are you doing there?" The entire student council is assembling immediately. She turned her head and called out, "Everyone, please leave first." He hastily suggested, "Chairman, can you trust me just this once?" She felt confused. "What?" He continued, "If you come with me, we can save this environment." Everyone behind her shouted, "Oh, I told you to hurry up." That is still rambling on and on. I know it sounds crazy, but please remember everything I've done so far. Count's case, monster case, assassination case, and even trained terrorist attack. It's true that I'm a bit eccentric, but you know perfectly well that I'm not the type to act impulsively. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, his teammates shouted, "Drag that guy away quickly." "What kind of game are you playing, Chairman?" After a period of silence, EO suddenly walked past. "I'm sorry, but this is the last time I'll trust you." He hurried forward, thanking her. "This way, hurry up." Seeing the two leave right before his eyes left, Four Eyes utterly helpless. "Hey, I'm worried about this silly girl. Your stubbornness is making her not know what to do." A while later, the voice rang out. "The source of the monsters lies in the clock tower. Surely, much more powerful monsters are concentrated around there. The two of us absolutely cannot confront them. Therefore, please help us. Give us a hand." Right now, the people who heard that were confused. "What are you talking about?" "We are just a diplomatic delegation from the Holy Emperor's kingdom." He immediately nodded. "Yes, that's just the surface status, but now is not the time to argue about that. You people are here to monitor me. Clearly, these demon hunters are under the Pope's command." They looked bewildered. "I don't understand what you're talking about. That was utterly helpless. Please stop acting." We know this because we provoked the Pope a while ago, which is why you were sent here. The delegation must really be with the professors now. Your sole purpose is to monitor me. The Pope's object of concern is in danger. Please help. The white-haired man replied with a hint of annoyance. Assuming that's true, then all that matters is that you're the only one who survives, right? Seeing that, I felt utterly helpless. Damn it. They don't care even when the anti-fan group collapses. As long as I'm still breathing, it's all over? That's right. Thanks to them, I'll survive this ordeal. Although I lost the bet with the Arras, I still saved my life. But you keep calling for a taxi. She's listening, right? I know where the item she's looking for is. He was calculating in his head, but this wasn't a game. My life as depicted by Campbell is reality. And in this reality, countless people will lose their lives. He shouted resolutely, for your benefit, help me. Immediately, he made a decision to win. I will stop at nothing, even if every evil person in the world comes down to torment me. That helpless scream. The car's engine rattled. I have to answer. The white-haired man remained silent, unsure of what to do. Finally, she spoke up. It's best if that statement is true. Damn bell. Notifications keep popping up indicating that the deadly charm skill has been activated. Master Assassin Karzad S is showing interest in you. She immediately gave the order. VZ, please intervene. She quickly tossed her cloak aside. Yes, my lord. The scene at the clock tower has become extremely chaotic. Monsters are constantly swarming here, all heading in the same direction. Zled his teammates. To quickly block these monsters. The car, already feeling frustrated, said, I don't know what you know about me, nor do I know how you know that. He'll explain later. VZ Law followed her advice and prepared to participate in this battle. Car S also showed great interest, but you'll be held responsible for what you say when the time comes. Damn. In a short period of time, VZ Slaw and his teammates continuously dealt with monsters. These floods were defeated as easily as turning a hand. They are no match for these assassins. He felt surprised. This force of life far exceeded all expectations. Replied, there's no time left. Chairman, we must hurry to the clock tower. The enemy is waiting on the rooftop. She was surprised to hear that, having been expecting him to mean her. He sighed, I'm afraid to bring that up again. If you intend to gloss over it again, then forget it. From the first time we met, he never told a single truthful word. He always concealed things or spoke in roundabout ways. However, we understand that such silence always comes with a clear intention. That's also why we're standing by your side now. There's no need to bother making up soothing excuses. Just focus on what you need to do. That surprised him, and he thanked the chairman for his understanding. He continued, it's true that you have many strange traits, but I think you're quite all right. The two were still talking when the monster suddenly appeared before them. Clearly, this monster is incredibly terrifying. Random monsters appear in the flat team principle. An entity possessing the ability to regenerate almost indefinitely and is virtually indestructible. The only way is to keep it away from the clock tower. Dot hurriedly wiped away the sweat. Can the guild master attract its attention? EO calmly held the sword forward. He will crash straight into it. While he was still in disbelief, she directly attacked the monster. The situation before him left him somewhat speechless. Is this guy really going to chop it up? In a short amount of time, Yellow had already chopped it into many pieces. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly shouted, Chairman on the left, a huge, gigantic hand is rapidly swinging towards this place. Seeing this, Dot helplessly screamed, blocking the blow, her feet jumping forward, as if she had prepared for the attack. The monster poured all its strength into this one punch. But contrary to its efforts, EO showed utter contempt. The sharp sword quickly approached, and in a short time, she struck it back, sending it tumbling backward. Even so, Yellow realized this monster was too powerful, looked at the broken sword in surprise. Even the swordsmanship of the Chi-So family couldn't do anything against this monster. It was an obvious result. It was designed to be unkillable. There's no more time. I have to climb the tower, but I can't leave EO alone in this state, she suddenly said. Campbello, if anything unfortunate happens to me, please save Elanti. The words were so unexpected that DT froze. What? Could it be that she was already discouraged just because the sword broke a little? He remained silent for a few brief seconds. Elina J. Lockett son, regardless of the system or the original plot, you absolutely shouldn't show such weakness. She's destined to become the ultimate boss of this world. Dot called out. While Chairman EO was still listening, she continued. I don't know if this is the last time, but I'll say one last thing and then leave. She was still confused when he approached and whispered. The words flew by like a gust of wind, leaving Io frozen in place for just a few seconds, and the monster could no longer sit still either. It immediately charged forward and attacked fiercely. Io's eyes seemed to have transformed into those of a completely different person. Her energy seemed to explode. She fought directly against its body, and with just a broken sword, Yellow was able to cleave its body in two. In her eyes now, only determination remained. Up high, Vakayaso was still comfortably observing this scene. He laughed heartily, even though saying those words in the current situation was somewhat ironic. But youth really is wonderful. In this situation, you still rushed to stop me. Now that I think about it, we had a bet, didn't we? Sweat was pouring down his face. That bet I've come to win. In the vast space, DT silently listened to Vakayaso's words. Let me say one thing first. I absolutely hate demons, and the people who worship them are utterly disgusting. Da nodded upon hearing this, saying, I know, because they have imprisoned me in suffering for thousands of years. Isn't it true that a man like you would cooperate with a pioneer who craves the power of the devil, driven by absolute faith? A firm belief that you will receive a free death? He thought to himself. In the original story, the pioneer had used the young prince's lifelong wish as leverage in a pact, promising to grant him the death he longed for. If you wipe out Alani Academy, your life will be a mess, a mix of laughter and tears, and you won't even be able to die. Whether it was voluntary or forced, he will help you put an end to it completely. The cruel fate of the kingdom's people, who were imprisoned by forbidden magic, can finally come to an end. After much deliberation, the young prince was forced to make a choice. Should I entrust this life, bound by demons, to a villain? And then he decided. Suddenly, a voice asked if he would save me and my kingdom. You know how to say that. That's why you're making such a firm promise? Dot nodded, without hesitation. Of course. Vakayaso. If we didn't know how, we wouldn't be this confident. The figure of Ag so seems to have transformed into a monster, so I'm sure you understand my position. We are forced to attack you. He was already in a fighting stance, because he was only allowed to die in a battle where he fought with all his might. So please give it your all. On the other side, Elia forced a smile. I never thought I'd have to say this, but as the only one with experience, let me warn you beforehand. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Duia was astonished and surprised to see that. It happened that fast, she continued. Please put down anything that's easy to drop. Lucy calmly held her cigarette in her mouth. It's all right. I'm very confident in my ability to maintain balance. This statement left her somewhat speechless. It's up to you. Furthermore, we'll only know if we can test this. Was Duyan really that surprised? She immediately grabbed the remote control. Okay, then let's go. She felt scared. Wait a minute. Let me mentally prepare myself first. All three of them were quickly thrown into the air, causing Elia a little anxiety. Experience in leading the way? What the hell are you talking about? Nobody's familiar with trading with this kind of thing. On the other side, someone kept muttering and touching things. Prove it. Show us that you're not just all talk. Your phone freezes for just a few seconds. Wait, the feeling of reality hitting me has left me completely frozen. What is his 8-frequency attack? Tentacles, then touching, squirting, flashing. Okay, stage 1 is easy. Just use swordsmanship to slash, poke, and deflect attacks. But Dot also knew that things wouldn't be easy. That damn monkey dodged the attack perfectly. This time he used his flexible body to run from one side to the other. When Vakayaji felt that, he was surprised and asked a question. What's that? Weren't you planning to fight, and now you're trying to run away? The tentacles kept attacking, and his voice kept ringing out. That's savory. Disappointing. Seems to still be choosing to run away. The legendary spot for gamers installing games is still working well here. Just activate his combat state, and you're done. If you're aggressive and overbearing, you'll end up selling salt early. Seeing the familiar head of the monster caught Dot's attention. He froze for a few seconds, worried that he had succeeded. It seems like when this thing dies, its brain or some kind of information will explode. Surely nothing will explode here, right? Suddenly, someone inside performed an extremely strange technique. A loud explosion rang. Out from behind, Io sensed something unusual. He collapsed desperately onto the ground. Turns out it's affected here too. While he was still worried and didn't know what to do, Vakayaso spoke up and asked. They finally decided to fight for real. He hurriedly shouted to stop him. Not yet. His tardiness annoyed the boy. Once this form is revealed, There's no stopping it. Although, as expected, there was nothing remarkable about it. We will forever remember your courage. Fortunately, something blocked the attack at the crucial moment, allowing him to escape just in time. That was the chain sword, and while I was still confused, she spoke up. Don't worry, if you worship that demon, we will stop you. Finally, all three of them arrived at this place just in time. Dot called out in surprise. Lucian, the cold and aloof young woman, declared, I have come to save you. Duia happily called out. Mr. Dot, thankfully you are still safe. What? Only Elia calmly landed perfectly on the ground. She lifted her head and looked towards him. You're really holding on. Dot, do you remember me? He smiled gently, a perfect moment, and thought to himself, I would have been dead if I had been 1 second slower. Duia happily ran over to chat. This ring made of refined steel is really very effective. Now it's fine if we stand close to everyone. It's all thanks to that guy. After saying that, strange yellow chains appeared on her body. It seems like all of this has been calculated by the computer, but that's not all. Duia, the curse lifted when worn will not simply disappear. It will transform into an extremely powerful attack and remain on her body. At this very moment, the curse will vanish, leaving only a blessing to protect her. That's all, guys.